One question hung in the air. Is it really possible to truly lose the heroine's heart in the game, and is that really taboo? Harsh reality throws even more fire. Such two women exist, and one of them is doomed to a tragic death. When the enemy hordes already fill the sky, the young pilot suddenly realizes the fate script cannot be broken otherwise. He has to snatch victory in the event prepared precisely for his inevitable defeat. He grips the steering wheel tighter, holding his gaze only on those who once saved him. Now it is his turn to become their savior. The roar of determination cuts the silence. He presses the levers all the way, drives his machine to the limit, and swears to turn the cold steel of his blade into the power of light. The strike hits with devastating accuracy. It breaks the imposed defeat scenario and lights up the monitors with a victory shining with triumph. As the digital dust settles, the announcer's voice spreads over the arena. He declares the winner of the single match of the World Championship, Season 6. He exhales and it brings pure relief. 17-year-old Kenya Mitsurugi finally steps back from the overly intense simulation of the Night of the Giant. He just won himself the champion's place in the online tournament, and it was still visible live on the stream. Expert commentators quietly exchanged glances. The final battle turned out to be extremely tough, and the pace of the match was so rapid that the human eye could hardly keep track of it. An echo rolled through the digital space's forum boards, exploded with waves of shock and admiration. Users eagerly analyzed how he managed to achieve the impossible with the Takamakazuchi unit. He overturned the move of last year's champion, outsmarting him in masterful maneuvering so that everyone was tormented by one question: how long had he been honing his craft in silence, even before it happened to him, and in his own room, the silence quiets and the winner sits, bathing in the soft light of the monitors as if still holding on to the moment of success. His achievement finally settles in his mind as a heavy reality. Then the broadcast shifts focus to the winner's interview. This is an honorable moment, a chance to address the developers directly. He hesitated, and his fingers trembled slightly over the keys. As he prepared to speak, his voice showed barely perceptible nervousness. He stated that he had a specific question he must ask. Leaning into the microphone, he fixed his gaze into space and like a hunted man spoke with fierce desperation. He demanded an answer, whether there is a hidden path that would allow saving both Kaguya and Rione. His plea burst out from within, hoarse, urgent, and immediately showed that he had a connection to the game world, which extended far beyond mere entertainment. The announcer froze openly. Her face showed how the power of the question instantly shook her usual professional composure. She frantically chose her words, trying not to break down. Her eyes widened as her mind processed that the world champion had asked a question about the fate of fictional characters right from this platform. She realized the interview was spiraling into uncontrollable chaos. She forced a smile and tried to steer the conversation back to the competition schedule. But as soon as the chat feed filled with confusion and mockery, she hastily announced the start of the team match, cutting him off before he could respond. She abruptly ends the interview, thanks the player named Sword for his time, and the connection immediately drops. He remains behind, shouting for her to wait, extending his hand in a futile gesture, and the screen darkens and his plea continues after her. In the silence of his room, he breaks down and heavily sinks at the table, feeling the refusal pressing deeper on his chest. His gaze sticks to the acrylic stands with two heroines, and he tries to understand why he is so madly desperate to save them when this task seems utterly impossible. For him, these are not just digital characters from a game they once saved his life. When he recalls the darkest days he sees, there was no one beside him, only they gave him support. Now he clings to this thought, finding a reason to move forward, even when everything around is already doomed and falling apart. He looks at an old jacket hidden in a box. His gaze hardens, a new determination flashes in it. He swears that this time he will not give up despite any odds, and no matter how many times he was told it was impossible. This confidence was born from a painful memory of middle school years when his parents decided to divorce. Both had already found other people they loved more than their own family and perceived the breakup as something ordinary, a usual event, without weight or special reasons. He remembers how painfully and selflessly he tried to keep them together. He pleaded as only a child can, begged with his eyes and voice, but it was all in vain. At that moment, he finally understood. No matter what he did and how much he cared, he could not move their hearts or stop their selfish decisions. After the divorce, neither parent wanted to take responsibility for him, so when they turned away and left, the boy was left alone in the corridor. The refusal was unconditional. It was the final break of the ties that should have protected him. He was left only with a monthly child support payment and the four walls of a cramped, lonely apartment. It was in this isolation that he found solace, immersing himself in the virtual world and making the heroines his only true family. As soon as he stepped into high school, he was seized by a growing sense of justice. He stubbornly intervened to rescue a classmate from the clutches of aggressive offenders. He was convinced. The right action would bring its own reward, so he stood firm and did not back down from pressure and intimidation from his peers. Because of this reason, the attack suddenly shifted to him. It targeted him specifically. He barely had time to recover when his own desk was splattered with hateful graffiti and direct demands. Death. The same cool silence turned into a place of psychological warfare. Soon he felt completely cut off. Neither the teachers nor the other students dared to intervene or even pretend to notice him. He had to endure the long, dull hours of the school day alone, a silent ghost among peers who were just waiting for time to pass. His resolute refusal to break and show weakness only pushed the torturers to new torments. Their gazes relentlessly followed him, increasingly cruel and heavy. In his quiet dignity, they saw insult and challenging decided to destroy him by any means. The inevitable escalation led to a brutal beating. He was twisted, he broke down, and was mercilessly thrown into an alley where everything gleamed from the rain and a dumpster lay around. The surrounding world seemed as indifferent and cold as this downpour. It penetrated through clothes, reached the body, and settled in the bones. Icy rain washed the cold from his battered, bloodied face, and he finally understood. Although his body burned and writhed in pain from torture, the true cause of his despair lay elsewhere. In his chest, a different, much deeper torment was kindling on that no medicine could heal. He was engulfed by the empty silence of his own apartment. He glanced at his phone and came across the last devastating rejection from his father. The cold message demanding to cease all contact finished him off completely. His spirit broke, and he was left alone in a world turned against him. Standing in the suffocating silence of his own room, he came to the grim conclusion. In a world where there was no warmth, no connection, no basic humanity left, there was no longer any point in continuing to live. The darkness of his reality had completely swallowed even the fragile light of hope that once lived within him. A sharp, commanding voice breaks through the fog of despair, ordering him to get up, wake up, and stop wasting life by continuing to sleep. Despite the call, he remains bent, clenched in a pose, and stubbornly believes. In this reality, there is no one left who truly sees him as he is. At that very moment, another voice reaches him, polite but full of haste and pleading, to get up, because the fight is far from over. Tears gather in his eyes as the heavy weight of loneliness presses down with full force once again. He is certain, in this world, no one will ever call his name again. But then darkness breaks. Two hands emerge from the void and firmly grasp his own, pulling him back from the very brain. It was then that he first encountered them. Kaguya Akagami, a girl with a sharp-tongued mask that hid deep kindness, and Rione Sylphid, a reserved beauty who waited for him with unbreakable patience. Raising his gaze, his face smeared with tears and distrust, he suddenly realized. At that very moment he fell in love with both her and himself. When his favorite Robocan game finally added story mode, they became his whole world. He dropped out of school completely and lived only for the moments when he could be with them. He sat before the flickering screen, and the familiar weight of the headset rested comfortably on him. For him, the way these virtual beings acknowledged his presence, called his name, and looked him straight in the eyes became salvation. He had personally assembled a fragile fragment of the present, a world in which he finally felt noticed. But that steel shattered under the merciless logic of the game's plot mechanics. He froze in horror when Kaguya, with shallow, ragged breathing, apologized for her difficult nature and confessed her love one last time. At the same time, Rione, with an impassive face, silently asked if he was still smiling and urged him to live on while her own life drowned in the digital abyss. The young man let out a hoarse cry of despair from his chest and clutched his head as understanding finally overwhelmed him. The game system operated on a zero-sum rule. If he saved Rione, Kaguya dies, and if he chooses Kaguya, Rione is doomed. There was no third way. One of them had to fall by his hand, and this was exactly what he was not ready to decide. He sank into obsession, sketching in detail every possible branching and running through all imaginary combinations inside the code in his mind. No matter how many routes he replayed and how many variables he pulled back and forth, the result stubbornly did not move. Leaning on the edge of the bed, he felt the ghostly presence of two girls behind him. The deepest desire of his heart boiled down to one thing: to find a way for all three to exist together. But the cold reality of the program code insisted otherwise. The heroine not chosen would face an inevitable end, and he would remain in an endless state of grief. Fixing his gaze on his portable device, he first felt a sting of defeat and thought that maybe his idea was simply unattainable. The developers, apparently, had not even embedded a true happy ending where both remain alive. But as soon as a new thought clicked in his mind, hope flared somewhere in the game's framework. There might be one chance that everyone missed. His consciousness raced back to the very first moments of the game, to that pre-scripted encounter marked as a battle event. He guessed. What was supposed to be a loss might actually be a hidden branch he had been hunting for all this time, a path that opens only after a victory considered impossible. The task seemed insurmountable. A single fighter held out against an entire army, exactly 100 enemies. The battle, designed as an inevitable and total defeat, now became his only chance forward in a grueling attempt to rewrite the fate of the girls he loved. He collapses on the bed and does not take his eyes off the light of his smartphone screen. The same thought is already boiling on online forums. To take on and run through 100 mass-assembled units without a single repair kit, that is pure madness. Everyone perceives it as a pre-scripted defeat, an obstacle that the player is meant to find insurmountable, embedded in the game itself by the developers. Next to him, the VR headset lies on the mattress and does not come to life, a silent witness to his growing rage. He mutters to himself, the task is not just difficult, it is fundamentally impossible regardless of the player's level or skill. The logic of this game sounds to him unshakable, like a law. He falls silent, and the reflection of light from the phone slides across his dark, focused eyes as he stares intently at the screen. The feeling of all the complexity begins to press down, but his gaze does not waver for a moment. A terrifying scene flashes before the eyes. Two girls, faces covered in blood, and in their eyes a deadened sorrow, quiet and resigned. Such a fate has already been written for them by the game. An endless circle of pain and sacrifice, which he is ready to break at any cost. His hand barely trembles as he reaches into the void, and one single, long thought cuts through consciousness. He wonders if there is even the tiniest chance left, if somewhere a possibility is hidden that everyone else simply missed. He imagines a force that will overwhelm him completely, a real wall of steel and weaponry, made up of 100 enemy units. He is troubled by the question whether behind this mechanical nightmare there exists at least one path where those dear to him might await a completely different, happier ending. A vivid vision of a brighter future bursts into his thoughts. He sees himself laughing again with both girls, their faces free of blood and shining with joy. The fire ignited in his chest compels him to make a promise. He will find a way to save them both, no matter the cost or the odds against him. The young gamer picks up an elegant VR visor, and in the dark glass, like in his own mirror, his determined reflection stares back at him. Clenching the controller even tighter, he admits, if he doesn't try, he will never find out how it all ends. There is no way backhandly to move forward. Settling into the pilot's seat and taking on the role of the main prime of the system before launch, Kenya loudly calls the names Kaguya and Rione. This time, he swears, it will be his turn to become the one who saves. He quickly realized how harsh the challenge was. Wave after wave, and the mechanical enemies shattered into pieces, but each failure was immediately recorded with a depressing message of defeat. Confronted with an avalanche of losses, he tears his throat with a scream in a fit of helplessness and torments himself with doubts about whether he is truly capable of coping. Finding no support, he collapses onto the bed, and the memory of how his parents left flares up in his mind, fueling bitter anger at his own, as it seems to him, worthlessness. In the semi-darkness, he curls up under the blankets, clutching the headset to his chest, the only chance to unlock the road ahead. A quiet realization squeezes him from within. If he gives up on this right now, he will be stuck in place forever. Clenching a smile at his temples, he pushes the visor back into place and strength flashes in his eyes again. He sends a warning to the world. No one should underestimate the stubbornness of a homebody gamer who has only time and iron will. He directs this stubborn intention into exhausting training. Days spent honing physical reflexes with practical weapons and enduring endless virtual battles to master the necessary techniques. He meticulously notes down enemy algorithms and schemes in notebooks, breaking down the upcoming challenge into the smallest details. Every moment of wakefulness and every fraction of his effort works toward one single unbreakable goal: to pull Kaguya and Rione out of their fate. He has been spinning in this merciless circle for 2 months now. Sleepless nights have left their marks, and his stubborn determination scatters empty energy drink cans and supplement bottles across the floor. In the digital arena, he is sent as the 90th opponent. His breath falters, but his spirit remains unbroken. He admits while 90 have fallen, the remaining 10 are the real obstacle. When the next wave enters the battle, he suddenly sees. The usual, predictable patterns have disappeared, replaced by a chaotic, constantly changing AI that forces him to rely solely on instinct and invent improvisation every second. He cuts a path through the 91st, 2nd, and 3rd enemies with surgical precision. His gaze narrows as he once again reinforces his unwavering determination to seize victory. In the heat of battle, a memory of Kaguya's sharp, restrained expression flashes quickly in his mind, and he feels a silent plea. Let her become softer after everything. This brief thought gives him speed. He tears through the 94th, 5th, and 6th objects like a whirlwind, raising a hail of metal and sparks. A gigantic explosion shakes the simulation as another mechanical titan falls down. On the tactical display, the image flickers. Data flashes in jumps, showing how its rapidly approaching target is now very close. He is haunted by the image of Rione's relentless and impassive face, a gaze that reveals nothing. He truly admires her composure, but the same desire to see a genuine smile touch her lips becomes his main motivation to see the confrontation through to the end. Her image is etched into his mind as he cuts through the last wave of enemies. The counter stubbornly rises, 97, 98, 99. He roars with determination and a vow bursts forth: if there is a way to save both her and him, he will take it no matter the cost. United by a single goal, he delivers a devastating strike cutting through the simulation. He cares about nothing but one thing: he seeks to see what lies beyond this struggle. His blade paves the way forward straight to the end of the trial. The final strike hits the target and the number 100 flashes on the display as the last mechanical foe shatters. He stands before the cracked screen, gasping heavily, his body still trembling from the strain. A wave of genuine disbelief washes over him. He actually managed to accomplish what seemed impossible. While he greedily gasps for air, a new message flashes beside him. It congratulates him on an incredible victory. He stares fixedly at the flickering text. Confusion grows as a large question mark appears next to the notification. He directs his gaze toward the horizon of digital emptiness, while a voice behind him probes whether he is ready for even harsher trials awaiting him on this chosen path. The very question hangs heavily in the air and presses, demanding an answer. The prompt flashes before him and asks if he has enough resolve to change the world. He does not hesitate. His thoughts immediately return to the girls he fights for. With a bold, confident smile, he reaches out and chooses the answer yes, vowing that for the heroines he loves, he will change the world itself. As soon as he made his choice, the ground beneath his feet crumbled into a swirling dark abyss. He screamed in surprise. The force of gravity pulled him down, and above the chasm, the last wish of luck flickered for a moment as he rapidly fell into the unknown. The moment of falling is interrupted by a sharp impact. He crashes onto the floor in his room, and the VR headset slips off his face. He groans in pain. The sudden jump from the brutal digital battlefield back to everyday reality confuses him, and gasping for air, he collapses onto the carpet. He twitched in pain and pressed his palms to his throbbing head as he lay on the floor in the cramped room. The return from the digital world to reality hit too hard, so much so that he wondered if the exit episode in the simulation had turned out too realistic for his usual sensations. Jumping to his feet, he rushed around the room in a frantic search for his gear, but things only got worse. When he realized that both the headset and the expensive controller were missing, he looked under the table, waving his hands through the empty air where his things had been just a moment ago. His fingers pulled away from his electronics and caught a crisp envelope containing an official paper, a certificate of admission to Asgard Knight Academy. He froze and, without looking away, stared at the document. His mind was spinning. He couldn't recall ever applying to such a level, but the paper clearly bore his name and an official acceptance seal. A sharp, steady hum outside tore him away from his focus and forced him to look away from the mysterious letter. Curiosity battled with slight anxiety over the strange noise, and he stepped forward to draw the curtain and check where the commotion came from. When he looked through the window, the unthinkable appeared before his eyes. A giant armored machine gaining altitude rushed through the air right behind his frame. Its smooth hull of mechanical knights gleamed brightly in the light, and the powerful triple jumpers left a barely visible trail in the sky. Another pair of these towering structures followed closely, tightly, side by side, maintaining their course as smoothly and authoritatively as before. They moved with such technical coordination that they shattered everything he had managed to understand about the world he had known just a moment ago. He gasped sharply, recognizing the machines as KOG units, same creatures that had just appeared in the game he was playing. A brief painful jab with his fingers into his own cheek made him feel reality without any doubt. It was neither a long dream nor a system glitched. World had shrunk, and he had truly changed. Outside his window, the horizon was blocked by a gigantic structure with two towers topped by the Academy emblem, while KOG units patrolled the airspace. The city he once knew had vanished from reality, replaced by a landscape where digit and matter merged into a new, shocking reality. The emblem of the Asgard Knight Academy towers like a silent beacon. Its intricate symbol with a beast and a sword reads the strength and traditions of this institution. In order, memories stretch along the walls within frames that capture moments of past life, among which hangs a family portrait that now looks like a fragment from a distant dream. She breathes heavily and slowly drinks in these images with her gaze as if a stone has settled on her chest. On her face, sorrow and firm determination struggle as she looks into a world she once could only reach for, and now stands directly before the altar of her past. In another place, a young girl adjusts her academy uniform in the mirror. Her gaze is sharp, and the reflection in the glass retains the same strange, surreal taste as she prepares to step into reality, very one she had only seen before in dreams. They all converge at the giant gates of the academy, passing under the emblem that defines their new reality, a world they longed for even when it seemed impossible. In the new house, he splashes cold water on his face. The liquid hits with a sharp stream, but this shock can hardly erase the all-consuming realization he has truly come into the world he once only played in. He does not take his eyes off his reflection. The familiar face of the gamer has already disappeared, replaced by the anxious eyes of a student knight, and he is unpleasantly troubled by what role he will be assigned in this rewritten fate. The form of the Knight Academy seemed familiar to him. He had already seen it many times within the digital confines of that game. Glancing down at the terminal in his own hand, he flinched from the realization. This was not some ordinary simulation. Before him was a real interface inside the game. Just glancing at the screen once, he immediately understood. The situation was critical. It was already 8:16 a.m. and the opening ceremony was scheduled to start exactly at 9:00. He hurriedly began to get ready, pushing aside his own confusion for the sake of punctuality. In a moment, he burst through the doors of the student dormitory Asgard Knight Academy, and his footsteps clattered on the cobblestones as he hurried forward in panic. Rushing through the streets, he repeatedly noticed how the city plan exactly matched the game map, and the sight of other students in identical uniforms finally confirmed. Everything happening had become his new reality. His frantic run was momentarily broken by the sharp screech of tires. A black luxurious limousine stopped abruptly, and nearby students involuntarily stared at it, looking inquisitively. A servant stepped forward to open the door and cast a glance at the figure of considerable height who had entered the academy grounds. It was Lord Asger, the second prince of the Asgard Empire. He had often told his servant about his dream to study at school like an ordinary boy, but his royal bearing immediately revealed he was not ordinary. He confidently walked through the academy grounds, a figure embodying absolute power. The murmur and whisper of the crowd immediately recognized in him a tactical statistician and a model imperial knight. Skill and character were equally strong in him. He silently weighed who those nearby were and concluded, without a knight full of girls, few managed to leave a lasting impression on his memory. His gaze remained sharp. He scanned the crowd with a cold, detached majesty of indifference. Suddenly, the prince froze in place and sharply called out, demanding attention from the young man standing nearby. It was clear that such direct confrontation shocked him. The young man raised his eyes, and confusion was evident. He realized that the ruler's attention was now fixed solely on him. Before the boy could utter a word, the royal hand sprang into action. It struck another student who dared to be out of place. The blow echoed in the silence of the inner courtyard. The victim shuddered in pain, and the prince immediately turned his icy gaze back to the protagonist and demanded an explanation. Why was a second-class individual looking so defiantly, ordering him to be silent? He extended his hand and firmly gripped the boy's shoulder. Grabbing him, he held him while examining the device attached to his own wrist. With a crooked disdain, he declared, "The mark is undeniable proof that he belongs to the imperial citizens of the second class, a brand that carries incredible weight here in this harsh, inflexible system." The prince ordered him to look around and gestured toward the other students nearby. The realization struck him squarely in the chest. He saw how all the others were already squatting or bowing to the ground, demonstrating unconditional obedience. He froze, stunned as he watched his peers kneel on the cold stone and bow their heads with full respect. The harsh truth of this world finally reached him. He had surprisingly easily missed the unquestioning reverence demanded by the presence of the imperial family. While the boy freezes in place, the royal tutor does not stop and continues lecturing. Supposedly, this is how the world works. He emphasizes that being second class is somewhat more advantageous than third, but immediately adds the boys exist only by the grace of the crown. If the crown wishes, this grace can be taken away at any moment. He looms over the commoner, tightening the boyish collar firmly and demanding explanations, orders to say why no one showed gratitude for his royal appearance. Kinya freezes in place, and his heart pounds harder against his ribs each time until realization finally dawns. At this very moment, the story puts an unknown background character under the knife to clearly define the stakes. His legs feel like they are filled with lethe. Do not obey his sudden urge to run. Indifferent silence is perceived as a new challenge. The prince moves his hand to the hilt, and a cold, merciless condemnation flashes in his gaze. Kenya freezes, eyes wide with horror. What is happening? Tears, hidden memories of past tortures. The gaze of the monarchs is frozen and cold, a silent verdict on the harsh reality of the academy. It is attributed a certain refinement, but when someone tries to challenge the order, it does not hesitate to suppress it without the slightest concession. He sharply and harshly lowers the sword, a strike that cuts through the silencing. His voice thunders with the authority of ancient blood, as he commands the worthless commoner to kneel before his masters. And just as the blow is about to fall, tension cuts through a piercing scream and the comrade in training suddenly jumps forward, trying with all his might to stop everything before the situation becomes deadly dangerous. Kinya collapses to the ground and a heavy ball tears burst out, knees tremble. While his rescuer is caught up in panicked, humiliating apologies, he insists that the boy is simply too unintelligent to realize how terrible his actions are. To save his life, the newcomer forcefully pressed Kinya's head into the ground, cutting off his protest, and forced them both to crawl and beg the prince for forgiveness. Kinya bowed so low and submissively that it seemed even the air fell silent. He presses himself to the cold ground, and Lord Asgard, pleased with the submission, grants him cold mercy and lets him go. The prince's servant orders them to be grateful for this lofty royal indulgence, while Asgard himself drives them away. He does not want to see blood so early in the morning. The monarch's cortege rushes away, and the tension in the courtyard begins to subside. In the silence that remains after the near execution, two apprentices remain alone. They do not straighten up until the prince's footsteps fade far into the depths of the corridor. Just recovering from the fight, he catches a familiar voice of one above harshly scolding him. The girl leans over him, hands on her hips, berating him for stupidity, reminding him, not bowing to authority is a crime punishable by death. Raising his eyes, he immediately recognizes Kaguya Akasami in the hot air before him. The impression that she is alive and well in this world overwhelms him completely. His eyes fill with tears, and he begins to say her name in a trembling voice unable to contain his relief. Emotion choked him, suddenly lunged forward, pulling her into desperate embraces and gasping, shouted her name. Kaguya, completely stunned by the unexpected touch, twitched in shock and indignation and called him a pervert for this unprovoked attack. She sharply delivers a devastating kick to him, and he crashes back onto the cobblestones, gasping in outrage. Despite the pain, he lies there with a confused but happy smile as if to confirm to himself, this is truly the same Kaguya he once knew. When the first wave of chaos subsides, he sincerely apologizes and explains. She somehow reminds him of a person he once knew, the one who died. Kaguya softens for a moment, but her wariness does not disappear. Then he thanks her for saving him during the clash with the prince, and these words hold the tension for a moment longer. She sighs, decides to remain silent for now about the strange behavior, and meets his gaze with a resigned expression. Then she extends her hand, a measured, official gesture of introduction, and finally gives her name. Kinya Mitsurgi, hoping to start their relationship anew. He freezes in place, and the warmth of her palm finally grounds him in this impossible reality. When he squeezes her fingers, the realization that before him is the real Kaguya immediately flushes his cheeks with a blush. She, however, does not get distracted. She carefully weighs their situation and acknowledges that she empathizes with his unwillingness to bow to the persons from the royal entourage, but letting him go with the danger he has brought upon them was extremely risky. She withdraws and he freezes, drinking in his own palms with his gaze, still feeling the warm tenderness of her touch on them. But Kaguya does not let go so easily. She crosses her arms over her chest and declares that her blood still boils from the tension of that meeting, even though she understands his pride. She walks away immediately, throwing over her shoulder an instruction, let him stop wasting time and move on. He cuts in with a sincere thank you, and it brings out a sharp, sparkling smile with sharp teeth on her face for a moment. She only admits that at least she can still respect his stubborn spirit. He remains alone with his thoughts for a long time. The young man stares fixedly at the Empire's flag fluttering and flapping in the wind, and hardness grows in his features. He suddenly realizes he was captivated by the novelty of this world and for a moment lost sight of what it could all lead to. If this land follows the rules of the game he once knew, then the former Yamato now obeys a completely different order. He merges into the stream of students heading to the grand, unshakable structure-eth heart of the local occupation. It is here that the power of the Asgardian Empire in this region sits, an icy, looming hint of who truly holds the reins. Above the entrance, a sign, Asgard 13th Colony Knight Academy, hangs as a cold witness to their new reality. By the gate stands a gigantic mechanical knight, an immobile, silent guardian. Its armored body restrains anyone who dares to say anything against it. In the vast cavernous hall, hundreds of students lined up in straight, tightly disciplined rows. Above their heads, a commanding voice thunders. It informs the recruits that, having just crossed the threshold of these halls, they have been granted the status of second-class imperial citizens of privilege with heavy duties before the crown. Among the crowd, Kaguya and others listen intently as the speaker emphasizes the main goal. They have come to hone their skills and give their lives for the further expansion and prosperity of the empire. The Asgard Empire stands like a colossus. Its power stretches over nearly half the globe, a clear testament to its unquestionable military might. His ambitions know no bounds. Steel wings tear into the very sky, and in the relentless pursuit of total domination over the entire world, it does not stop. On the ground, an icy silence reigns. Progress marches forward continuously, it cannot be stopped. Under the weight of gigantic iron creatures, the earth trembles, and every piece of the landscape turns into hunting grounds. No force has withstood the Empire's ultimate weapon, the Giant Knight. KOG, and in mere moments, rendered Yamato's traditional defense completely pointless. When its defenders perished, the fortress fell. The territory once called Yamato lost its sovereignty and became nothing, merely the 13th colony of the Empire. To maintain order over conquered, a strict hierarchy was built. It sorted the population by classifications, determining their value and controlling every move. Within the walls of the academy, a new world is tangibly embodied by Siegfried Sylphid, a formidable representative of the garrison forces who now oversees the training of these recruits. He introduces himself with confidence that is hard to dispute, and by his mere presence forces all the students in the hall to focus on him. He lays out the academic unified law before the gathered students so clearly that no fog remains. Here, past status means nothing. The future will be decided only by what a person has already proven through their actions. The students freeze, filled with wonder. They recognize in him the legend pulled from the front lines. He continues his speech and immediately makes it clear. The class first or second does not concern him. From them, he expects only one thing: that all pursue their studies with equal passion. The students exchange stunned glances, whispering about the legendary god of war standing before them under the weight of his own expectations. When the assembly breaks up, Kaguya sharply turns to Kinya. Her face hardens as she realizes a simple fact: the strongest knight of the former empire now stands directly above them. Kinya silently nods, acknowledging, yes, they expected this, but the very fact in the current state is still incredibly distressing. Despite the gravity of their situation, a restrained and confident smile barely flickers on his lips. Kaguya looks at him intently, finding no explanation for how he can even smile in such a hopeless atmosphere. Her thoughts again fly back to the clash that happened during the day. She remembers how he stood firm, even when the imperial nobility stood before him. She still sees that spark in his eyes, a look not just of resistance, but so penetrating, as if he was looking through the enemies and leaving them only irreversible consequences. She walks through the sterile corridors of the academy and glances down at a small photo of their group. She tries to figure out whether he is simply a fool or truly has something special. She is troubled by the thought of whether, with someone like him, a reliable comrade for the trials that already stand at the threshold, can even emerge. When they reach the doors of the night division of Class E, their goal becomes visible. Suddenly he breaks out into a dramatic, tearful scream, shouting her name, and only here, with a confused twitch, does he realize that he actually does not even know her name. As soon as they step over the threshold of the classroom, he waves his hand broadly and greets lightly, as if that explosive scene before had never happened. She, however, does not move. Sitting with her arms crossed over her chest, she watches him intently with a look of distrust and tries to guess what insidious purpose he is hiding. Without thinking for a second, he pulls up a chair and comfortably settles right next to her. She instantly tenses and her voice cuts with a question. Why did he sit next to her among all the empty seats? He introduces himself, spreading a confident smile, and suddenly confuses her with his straightforwardness. She recalls that she did not even expect such an open and honest greeting from him, and his piercing gaze surprises her because there is truly no falseness in it. Looking around at the new surroundings, he says that as compatriots of Yamato, they must make efforts to understand each other. She immediately stops him with a sharp reproach. She doubts his mind and warns that in this place the word Yamato is better left unspoken if they want to avoid trouble. Her warning words weigh heavily on him. He noticeably trembles because he finally realizes they are being targeted as a subject of academic disciplinary attention, and the situation becomes extremely unstable because of this. Tension in the room sharply rises when Lord Asgard enters. Ahead of him walks his companion and bangs out an order for the entire class to fall silent and show proper respect to the royal guest. As the prince makes his way through the class, the students rise in unison and bow, demonstrating polished, solemn obedience and acknowledging his high status. He waves his hand to them, ordering them to calm down. He says he does not intend to become an obstacle to their training and asks them to continue their work without any additional stops. He separates the newcomers. The prince announces, within the academy they are officially exempt from the obligation to kneel before him. This gesture throws them off balance, stunning them speechless. Finally, he advises them to adapt to what surrounds them and warns, he will not allow them to die here. After that, he steps away and then disappears completely, leaving them alone with their motives. He stands as if he has grown a new determination inside. His gaze hardens when he declares that he must do what cannot be avoided at any cost. This tension is not lost on his companion. She immediately recognizes in his eyes that familiar, sharp fire. When he squeezes her hands, he swears, He will do everything to reach his goal, and in every word there is such desperate determination that it can almost be felt by touch. His sudden zeal confuses her. She sharply pulls her hands away and snorts, grumbling that she does not want to attract unnecessary attention. She brushes off his zeal. Let him take his antics away from here and go bother someone else. The refusal hits him as if it were a real blow to the body. The thought pierces his chest like a sharp spear, and the clear understanding of her prickly, sharp character rushes inside with stunning force. He staggers back, clutching his chest with his palm, because he noticeably wavers after the explosive force of her character. Her contradictory mood radiates such emotional pressure that it is almost unbearable to endure. He gasps and blushes. While he recovers from the blow, the mood in the corridor changes. A muffled whisper of students passing by seeps in. They talk about the legendary figure the Ice Princess, known throughout the academy for her impressive silvery hair. His gaze immediately catches the figure walking away. She walks, and her long silvery hair shimmering flows down her back like a wave. It is hard to take eyes off that sight, and he involuntarily confirms the rumors about her ethereal, cold beauty. The shock from the clash still does not let him go. He freezes in place while his companion quietly notes that even a person of such status feels it. Everyone knows about the formidable fame of the Ice Princess. He fixates his gaze with almost obsessive tension and clenches the table with his fists as he realizes how hard it is to breathe in the moment. At only 16 years old, he already whispers about the ability possessed by veteran KOG pilots, a true prodigy in the world of steel and fire. Under his gaze, the doors easily slide open and the legend herself steps out. She is the daughter of the war god Siegfried, known throughout the institution as the Silver Princess. She holds herself coldly and unattainably, just as flawlessly as she controls the silence in the entire hall. Her presence is impossible to deny. She is like living proof of her origin. This is Reincarnated, a name that carries others' expectations and chills the atmosphere with its reputation. She stands, holding herself with cold authority, the Ice Princess Reincarnated. To the young man looking at her, she becomes the embodiment of another soul in the world, which he feels duty-bound to protect. Her figure radiates refined power and makes the whole room submit. Her appearance knocks him off his feet. He suddenly bursts into tears of admiration, unable to believe that the real her, alive and in the flesh, is before him. Beside him, his companion casts a look full of annoyance, watching this theatrical spectacle, his tears and drama. She sharply loses patience and pinches his cheek to snap him out of his awkward stupor. But he, the one to whom her feelings are directed, passes by not a single glance. Her attention is fully fixed on another. Eager to make the best impression from the very first step, he clears his throat and solemnly introduces himself, Kenyumitsurugi, hoping to bring them closer. Nearby, other students whisper and secretly watch, their skepticism only growing. They believe that a newcomer with a low rank has no grounds to approach someone of her level. The response comes out sharp and cold. She directly tells him not to talk to her as she has no interest in him. The refusal hits him like a real physical blow. He freezes, stunned, and for a long time cannot recover from her cold, contemptuous manner. While his companion laughs at his failure and at how easily the consequences of his impudence could be predicted, he suddenly freezes in a strange excitement, gazing at the Ice Princess, her unwavering, lonely grandeur. He does not retreat because of the harsh words. On the contrary, he is drawn to her cold aloofness even more. And because of this, those watching the scene at the fair exchange of remarks become even more confused and disgustedly grimace. He watches as a man with slick-back hair steps forward in a bold, dramatic pose, announces himself as Alfred, the instructor responsible for the class, and reveals a sharp, confident smile. The newcomer greets the students and introduces their first session. But his confidence disappears instantly as soon as he notices a familiar face among the students. He freezes, unable to believe his own eyes. A hot wave of sweat covers him as he realizes that Lord Asgard himself is calmly sitting right in the auditorium. Without hesitation, he sharply bows deeply and hurriedly. His voice trembles as he begs forgiveness for his previous impropriety. In a trembling tone, he exclaims what an incredible honor it is to see the prince among those present, while at the same time he panics, calculating whether any administrative snag might arise from such a public dish. Seeing the man suffering from despair, the prince remains completely composed and with a brief gesture orders him to rise. Then he explains. His enrollment is only his own whimsical choice, and he insists that the teacher not worry about his appearance, asking to treat him just like any other student in the ranks. Having received reassurance from the prince, the teacher utters a final word of thanks and steps back to collect his thoughts. While they exchange remarks, the young man in the tracksuit watches them and notes the enormous burden that probably rests on the teacher. A royal relative visits his class without any prior warning. When the young man sees the class finally quiet down and sit in their places, the instructor shifts his gaze back to the entire audience. He reminds those present, their main task is to train and reach their maximum potential to become pilots of the Empire's most advanced technology. He grandly gestures at the lavishly detailed diagram of a huge mechanical monster growing behind his back. These are the Knights of Giants KOGs, the pride of the Empire's tactical arsenal. And the rest of the course will be entirely dedicated to mastering all the complex skills needed to control them in battle. This radiant emblem became the final point of his appearance. It solemnly proclaims that those who can confirm their own dignity and skill behind the wheel will receive the honorary title Knight, awaits a sign that they belong to the elite who stand to protect the kingdom. He continues his speech, explaining to the first grade, while they strive for excellence, they must at the same time maintain order and be a model for the second grade. Turning his gaze to the other side of the room, he declares, even those who belong to the second class are capable by their own efforts and pure distinction of achieving the title Knight, and urges them to give their maximum. He decides that the introductions have dragged on and orders the students to check their own schedules on their portable devices. The team scores Kenny when he lowers his gaze to the screen. He leads the group into a vast sterile hall. There he shows two giant mechanical capsules marked 1 and 2 and states that these KOG simulators will be used to test the initial abilities of each student. Approaching the towering machines, he confidently states, anyone who has studied the pre-issued instructions will easily understand the operation, while Kenya gazes upward at this technology in awe and motionlessly. Despite the hospital setting, the young man cannot contain his excitement as soon as he is near the equipment, and his excessive enthusiasm causes the students behind him to cast embarrassed and wary glances at him. Feeling the oppressive silence in the air, he asks Kaguya why everyone looks so gloomy, and she only curls her lips and gives a warning. Very soon he will understand for himself how disgusting this test will be. With a sharp, impatient smile, the instructor looks over everyone and announces that they are starting, orders the first candidate to step forward and enter the simulator. A mocking smile twists his lips as a one-sided massacre flickers on the simulation screen. The mechanical knight effortlessly dismantles his opponent, while the pilot's crackling voice mocks the loser's inability and complete lack of basic control. Kinho froze in front of the scoreboard. The difference in skill was staggering, and he realized this was not a match, but an outright humiliation in front of everyone. Kaguya sharply clarifies the injustice. The first graders were trained in advance to hold the upper hand, while the second graders are simply thrown into the capsules for the first time without any preparation. The instructor shifts his gaze to the trembling student who just jumped out of the capsule and declares, the duel was a complete parody, you can't even call it a competition. He looms over the boy, forcing him to lower his head, and as the protocol requires, loudly and officially announce surrender. When the student hesitates, the man sharply slaps him on the head with a dry, dangerous blow, growls about wasted time, and hisses that he is a worthless slowpoke and has no right to make him wait. He continues the verbal attack, moving closer to drown everything out with shouting and hissing that the boy's voice is too quiet and that his apology does not match the scenario written in the Academy's textbooks. He demands a flawless textbook confession of his own inferiority. Broken and humiliated, the student shouts at the top of his voice about his complete defeat, and then through sobs sincerely thanks the instructor for the help he received during the beating his spirit, completely trampled by the public spectacle. Having enjoyed how they submit, the instructor calls the next victim to him, while his comrades in the background laugh. They literally savor this scene and praise their own feelings from the fact that the second graders are humiliated and cater to them just as it should be. When the circle starts again, a burly, confident student approaches Kaguya. He introduces himself as Samaka. He tells her she should consider herself lucky because he will personally teach her, and in his eyes flickers the same predatory intent as in the others. He restrains a predatory smile while Kaguya Akagami settles into the pilot's seat and holds her hands over the control levers. She has memorized the manual and confidently feels she can handle this machine. Overcoming her own doubts, she takes a determined stance and shouts to herself for support. Motivated, stubborn, is sure she can push through and win. On the other side of the digital abyss, a burly student contemptuously twitches his mouth, his face twisted into a cruel smile. He admits, he is truly waiting for this, savoring the moment when he can break the person who stubbornly holds on to tears of despair. The simulation starts, and a bright notification flashes on the screen, announcing the start of the combat test. When massive mechanical installations begin a heavy, measured march, Kenya Mitsurigi stands on the observation platform and silently urges her friend with her gaze, let her hold on until the end. The plump student laughs at her own first movements and mockingly praises herself. Supposedly, for a beginner, her start is quite decent. His arrogance drives her mad. She roars a challenge and does not allow him to look down on her while their machines clash and explode with a sharp metallic ringing. Despite her fierce spirit, the difference in experience immediately becomes obvious. Her unit is covered by a series of heavy blows and the equipment is completely destroyed. She reacts with a scream of shock, pushing the machine backward while her opponent only sighs boredly, losing patience, and demands that she make the fight more interesting for him. From the sidelines, first-year students watch the uneven clash unfolding on one side and laugh, mocking how pathetic it all looks. While they mock her attempts, Rione Sylphid does not utter a single word. Her gaze is fixed on the humiliation growing right before her eyes. The Kaguya squad is being driven into the dirt. She finally finds support. The mechanical module moves more smoothly as the simulation begins to adapt to her adjustments. Kenya watches this and excitement grows. She shouts encouragement. Alfred, however, frowns and looks intently, irritated by her unexpected endurance. But Samaki does not care. She brushes it off, calling her attempts a coincidence. While the fight continues, Alfred sharply interrupts his subordinate and rushes to demand an answer. Why is he wasting time and playing with his food? He states that this pathetic performance is shameful to watch, especially with the prince himself nearby. The strong mechanical arm of Samaki's combat squad strikes the target with bone-shaking force, echoing with the impact. As he carefully studies the data, Kenya frowns and shows clear confusion. Glaring discrepancies appear on the monitors. Although both pilots deliver the same number of hits, Kaguya's health bar rapidly falls at a speed that has no explanation, much faster than her opponent's. He is suddenly seized by a flash of anger. He realizes that someone broke the balance in the simulation. Everything is rigged so that she will be destroyed anyway, even if her skill is flawless. Meanwhile, Kaguya grits her teeth in fierce irritation. She cannot understand why her unit barely moves and why the hits do not penetrate, as if they weigh nothing against how Samaka laughs. The final devastating surge of power and the enemy unit breaks through her defense, triggering a catastrophic system failure. A scream spreads through the cabin and the health indicator hangs on death, flickers and finally shows a complete 0, recording her ultimate defeat. After everything, Alfred puts on a mask of feigned sportsmanship and casually remarks that maybe Samaka was just too lenient with her to make it look like a real fight. Kaguya shakes with anger and disbelief. She does not accept the result and shouts that the whole match was a fake. The young woman suddenly lunges forward, her face distorted with rage frozen in an attack, but Kenya instantly catches her, intercepting the movement and urging her to calm down so as not to ruin everything completely. Beside them, Alfred only smirks condescendingly. He clearly enjoys her powerless outrage. She explodes with a flash of righteous anger and points her index finger straight at the instructor. Her voice breaks as she insists. Someone altered the simulation, and the injuries she sustained do not match what was supposed to happen. She does not accept defeat born of such cowardly tactics. With a sharp, brutal jerk, the instructor knocks her off her feet. His hand flashes, and he silences her protests with a striking force. Nearby, a young man involuntarily freezes, his eyes widening, frozen with shock and horror at the blatant cruelty. She sinks onto the cold floor, her body falling heavily. She runs the back of her lip, swiping the bloody streak from the corner of her mouth. The blow shatters her mood for a moment, as if her strength has been drained. He looms over her. With a face of indifferent contempt, he spits words that her confession of the result means nothing because everything is decided by her defeat. He does not stop, continues the verbal attack, his face contorted with a grimace of self-satisfied imperial superiority. He roars, "The losers must bow their heads before the victors and loudly declare defeat, for it was the imperial power that crushed them." His words press heavily on everyone around. One of the students trembles and is about to burst into tears as the harsh truth about their position in the social hierarchy presses down again. The instructor sneers contemptuously and bluntly states that those who cannot obey are not kept here. He orders them to return to the 3rd grade, where a life worse than cattle awaits. Caught in the very center of the room, she freezes motionless, and the space explodes with malicious, sharp laughter of elite students. Their mocking faces form a ring from all sides, a solid wall of ridicule that cuts her off from others and leaves her alone with humiliation. Dropping to her knees, she could no longer hold back the bitterness of Defeather's shoulders trembled with shaking. He glanced back and dodged with a self-satisfied, merciless smile, mocking her tears and seemingly trying to convince her that he was simply teaching her the basic laws of this world. She clenches her fist so tightly that her knuckles turn white, and tears stream down her face as she forcibly swallows the greatest shame. A young man watches her from the darkness and understands the cruel truth of this world, where everything looks like a game. In such a merciless place, it is better not to feel anything at all. His grip tightens on her so much that she can no longer break free. Her face twists as he hurls a vile ultimatum. He mocks her beauty and pushes her to become his domestic plaything to escape the humiliating situation. He promises, if she submits, future children may avoid disgrace being second in the community but only on the condition that she bows her head and accepts her fate right now. Trembling in silence, she cries incessant lightars flow abundantly. Suddenly he bursts out with harsh laughter, moves closer and mocks her, reproaching her for silence and demanding that she speak so he can hear her submission. Nearby, a boy in a tracksuit watches this humiliation, and in his gaze grows a cold, silent focus. Suddenly he intervenes. With a clenched hand he firmly grabs the guide who is harassing the girl. He turns to the one who is sobbing and says she does not need to humiliate herself like that. The offender, confused by the intervention, demands, what does this guy think he is allowed to do? Meanwhile, the guy remembers how she was the true winner before and cannot be a target for such disgrace. The instructor snorts disdainfully at the interference and snaps a sarcastic question. What, supposedly, can this boy take away from defending his own defeat? The boy calmly asks for a private lesson in response challenge that awakens no less interest in the confident curiosity of the older man. He clenches his fist until it hurts. Glove's leather crackles plaintively from the strain. A thought flashes before his eyes. She could have turned away any morning when things got really bad, but then she chose otherwise. Stayed by his side. Fixing his gaze on her tear-streaked face, he understands. Her care for fragile things has not broken. Even in this cruel reality that has appeared, her spirit remains pure. With gloomy stubbornness, he clenches his jaw and announces the terms of their bet. He insists, if he himself falls in this fight, then he agrees to endure any humiliating punishment, even to the point of being nakedly humiliated before the elite and crawling before them. He declares that protecting the heroine is his duty, but still sets a condition. For his possible victory, he must receive payment. If the mentor loses, he is forbidden to touch her again ever. His gaze, like cold steel, is fixed on the man who tried to break her. He restrains himself when the instructor's merciless rage falls upon him. Alfred is boiling, his face contorts into a grimace, and he reminds the boy of his worthless place as second-rate among the students. He demands a harsh wager for this challenge. If the boy loses, he will have to become Alfred's slave for life. Kenya, however, does not react calmly, accepts the terms as if it is a trifle. But Porikaniava Kaguya fusses and tries to stop him, urging him not to engage in a reckless adventure, fearing he is condemning himself to death with his own hands. The young man gently interrupts her words. He raises a finger to her lips, silencing and suppressing objections. He explains that he is only repaying the debt they had since morning, so now the stage belongs to him. Kaguya is unable to do anything, only staring in a daze. His determination becomes clear, and from the sudden closeness of this gesture, her cheeks flush with a blush. Turning his gaze to the opponent, he asks if there are any objections to the agreement. Alfred does not back down an inch, and his face grows even sourer because the boy is not afraid at all. Kaguya stands behind, and her heart stirs with concern for her self-appointed protector. A self-confident smile slides across his lips as he speaks to the man demonstratively politely, feigning submission and calling him Lord Instructor. The cynical audacity of this gesture throws Alfred off guard, off balance. His eyes widen sharply because he understands that this student is not at all intimidated by authority or threat. The instructor feels sweat breaking out. His inner composure cracks as he begins to find out where this boy gets such unyielding confidence from. Somewhere high above them on the balcony, Lord Asgard watches the unfolding scene with a cold, calculating gaze, ensuring that no disgrace occurs in the presence of the royal personage. Finally, he snorts and waves his hand, brushing off the challenge as soon as he accepts it, confident that the hand-cutting system guarantees him victory regardless of this boy's mood. Kaguya lets out an alarmed cry, but the boy instantly and calmly replies. She doesn't have to worry about chances. Walking toward the inevitable clash, he leaves her behind with only one persistent request: believe in him. Calm confidence in victory sounds in his promise scene. Because of this, Kaguya loses her breath. Her gaze shines, tears stand at the corners of her eyes, which she has not yet let fall. She quietly agrees in a whisper, giving him her fate. In an instant, he crosses the threshold and bursts into the very core of the mechanism. The real control cabin finally comes within reach. He feels how every word spoken weighs on him and realizes, in his promise to Kaguya, he might have overdone it. His gaze slides over the familiar levers, and at that very second adrenaline spikes sharply because the controls perfectly match the simulations he perfected in the game. He stands straight, calm almost, with an impatient smile on his face. His posture is relaxed despite the full weight of what is happening. Next to him, a burly student looks much more threatening. He clenches his hand into a tight fist and wears a smug, predatory grimace, throwing out a phrase that the opponents are in for a truly thorough meeting. He settled into the pilot's seat and focused, as usual, scanning the tactical display with his eyes. The equipment layout was unchanged: rifle, shield, and one-handed sword. No adjustment, strictly fixed combination that set the limits of the approaching clash. Fixing his gaze on the row of dials and screens, he felt a strange wave of nostalgia. These instruments were more familiar to him than the faces of his own parents. His hand instinctively gripped the controller handle tightly, its texture and weight adjusted to an old, trained, muscular memory. A barely noticeable, confident smile slid across his lips as soon as he realized. Although this was his first appearance in this particular machine, the feeling of newness never appeared. The cabin was the only place in any world where he truly calmed down, a refuge of steel and data where he knew exactly what to do. High on the battlefield stands Koge, already ready for the clash. His gladius sword and scutum shield catching the rays shine in the light. The flash of the fight command ran across the interface. The trial has begun and any preparations stopped once and for all. On the observation platform, the observer saw their students freeze, not taking their eyes off, as if something decisive is about to happen. Distrust and anxiety mix on their faces. Samaka, steering a heavy combat module of the Serpent class, snorts defiantly from the side, scrutinizing the smaller machine, openly questioning why such a seemingly fragile hull is taken for a real battle. The heavy machine suddenly surged forward, but he did not falter for a moment. His hands slid over the control panel with the same smooth, honed confidence. To him, the mechanical joints of Eeks did not look like cold iron. They responded as naturally as his own hands and feet, obeying intent in perfect synchrony. While Kaguya watched the exchange of glances, anxiety grew within him, and for a moment he froze in confusion, drowning in thoughts about the mysteries of this world and his own place in it. He still had not grasped much, but the weight of control kept him grounded. It gave a sense of clear purpose despite the uncertainty. His thoughts were shattered by a burst of pure rage. On the communications screen flickered the face of Samaki, distorted, twisted into a mask of confident ferocity. She was screaming from the screen, shouting that a worthless creature like him had no place here. Meanwhile, the giant machine turned around, raising its heavy weapon, preparing to end the fight with one devastating strike and perhaps his life as well. He froze in shocked stupor, mouth agape in complete disbelief. His eyes widened as he realized his target had vanished from the battlefield. In panic, he frantically scanned the horizon, his voice trembling as he demanded, where exactly had his opponent disappeared? As soon as he tries to comprehend the movement, a silvery lubricant cuts through the Ira-swift whirlwind of mechanical precision that ignores the heavy physics of the simulation itself. IKES strikes with surgical precision. The impulse explodes with energy at the moment of contact, and the sharp jolt hits the snake-like body with devastating force. In the cockpit, the young pilot defiantly curls his lips and declares that he is the world champion as his machine towers over the smoking wreckage of the opponent. The massive Serpent lies broken, and its pilot is frozen in shock from the sudden turn of the battle. The simulation interface twitches and flashes, while the system officially broadcasts the contender's victory to the entire arena. Hearing this, the gathered students freeze in complete stunned silence, then burst into a wave of confusion and denial. They whisper among themselves, unable to process the speed of what just happened, and break out with the question, could what they saw even be true? The instructor's face turns pale, his hand trembles, he clenches his jaw, and in despair he tries to reduce the defeat to a purely mechanical failure. Nearby, Riane silently watches. Her sharp gaze narrows because she doubts that such a convenient excuse could be true at all. Exhausted but eager to save face, the instructor fiercely roars in response to the previous round that was a fluke and immediately twists the simulation's suspension to the maximum. He snorts angrily and declares, one precise hit from now on will mean total destruction for the opponent. And Kenya does not move an inch, only tightens his gaze, ready for the next match. He jumps up on the spot as Samek falls into a feverish panic. He cannot land a single blow, while his own machine is methodically taken apart piece by piece. The sturdy student shouts in confusion, not understanding why his attacks miss the target every time, while he himself is relentlessly struck by blows. Under pressure coming from all sides, Samaka loses control and hurls accusations of treachery, insisting that such a performance could only have happened through a trick. Kenya responds with a brief, knowing smile that understands everything and retorts, if anyone is guilty of dishonesty, it is the one who rigged the match from the very beginning. The mechanical knight glides forward with unreal smoothness, and speed afterimages remain in its wake. This is a demonstration of skill that almost suffocates Kaguya and leaves her frozen in admiration. She barely manages to catch the movement, and at that moment it becomes clear to her, Koge's capabilities have been pushed to the very limit. When the distance disappears, the panicked opponent begs to stop the attack. His ostentatious confidence completely crumbles the moment he realizes his strength is entirely insufficient against it. But Kenya is not going to stop. He clenches his fists and releases a predatory smile, deciding to test how well this simulator can actually reproduce reality. Under Riane's watchful, intense gaze, the young pilot concentrates, narrows his focus, squints, and prepares for the final, decisive strike. For the panicking Samaki, the enemy machine seems to vanish from sight. Only the feeling of inevitable doom remains. He tears through space with the supersonic technique of blade exit. The blade of his mech cuts the air with deadly precision. Samaka only shudders with horror and screams wildly as the silver arc of the armored bastion closes right above his cockpit. When the strike hits the target, a harsh explosion erupts. The heavy armor of the enemy unit shatters, and the pilot is thrown into a frenzied spiral path where cries of defeat echo. The simulation interface flashes a victory notification, recording the complete and undeniable superiority of the one considered an outsider. The white gold knight, surviving among digital fragments, stood frozen in a battle stance, precise, deadly. His blade still extended forward, like the continuation of the final strike. The battle was over, and there was no longer any doubt about the pilot's skill behind the wheel. He froze with a firm, unwavering gaze, and the mechanical knight loomed nearby, a silent witness to the power he had just unleashed. She exhales quietly and heavily in the cramped simulator cabin while the battle replays in her mind. He, however, feels that his gaming skill is not yet where it should be, but the excitement from the match remains, and now he wants to try more complex maneuvers. Still sitting inside, he draws attention. A crowd of classmates freezes like a pillar, and complete silence falls in the hall as all eyes are glued to the monitors. They have just shown an impossible piloting trick. Staring intently at the same screens, Alfred grits his teeth in disbelief, trying to understand how these guys with the second class can demonstrate skills usually only possible for elite Holy Knight training. Unaware of the instructor's inner torment, he endures the pause until the capsule hatch finally opens. The air immediately shifts to excitement. The students leap from their seats and swarm the victor, greeting him as a new beacon of hope, while meanwhile mocking those they have just caught in defeat. Against the backdrop of the growing bustle around him, Kaguya takes a step forward. Her usual fiery temper softens, and she sincerely thanks the boy who did not back down. Seizing the chance to lighten the mood, he twists his face into a playful, sly grimace and jokingly hints at a kiss as his rightful reward, and she involuntarily panics, flushing red with indignation. He immediately laughs off and brushes aside the proposal as a joke, then asks to drop the formalities and address each other only by first names. This demand makes her twitch, but at the same time she noticeably relaxes and stops holding the defense so tightly. He silently watches as she looks away, a blush creeping up her cheeks while she tries to keep herself together. She says that from now on he can address her however he wants, but immediately emphasizes that it does not mean he is someone special to her. Despite her prickly restraint, he reveals a broad, sincere smile, gives a thumbs up, and nods confidently, thanking her warmly. In a brief moment of shared silent understanding, she still utters his name, Kenya, thus cementing their new, closer bond. Samaka quickly retreats backward, his pale face shining with cold sweat. He mutters something incoherently, unable to comprehend the reality of his own devastating defeat. He can no longer endure the physical pain. Bending in half and weakly struggling free, he breaks into violent vomiting right onto the floor. The students around recoil, overcome with disgust. Their faces contort as they witness this pitiful spectacle. Alfred sees this pathetic show and responds with cold irritation and outright contempt. He pinches the bridge of his nose with 2 fingers and bitterly mutters about the pitiful state of his student. After that, he sharply barks orders for everyone to immediately clean up the mess and take the disgraced boy straight to the infirmary. As soon as the distraction disappears, the instructor turns his gaze back to the victor and solemnly acknowledges Kenya's dominance. Then he addresses the other students. His voice cuts through the silence with a challenge as he asks who among them dares to step forward and restore the Empire's honor. While the question hangs in the air, the crowd of spectators begins to part, clearing a path for the figure approaching from behind. The silence thickens as soon as the students recognize the one who decided to intervene. She freezes right in front of the victor. Her posture instantly draws all eyes. Alfred watches in surprise as Riene Sylphid pronounces Kenya's full name. Her gaze is fixed and unyielding, not wavering for a moment. Without hesitation, she points at him with her finger up close. A cold and majestic gaze reveals her mood. She declares that his speech stirred interest in her, and now he becomes the direct target of her personal attention. She is met not with submission but with a sly smile from the young man. He leans closer and asks what his reward will be if he manages to overcome her, hinting at a humiliating bare apology. These words strike Riene like a blow to the body. Her face twists with pure, unadulterated rage, and she brands him as a scoundrel and vows an unconditional counterattack. Kenya mercilessly teases her again, and she stands still, literally boiling with rage. He drops his manners so casually, as if that's how it should be, asking to remove all formalities and call him only by his first name, and she should do the same. Such insolence after his rude provocation throws her off balance, and she clutches at words in disbelief, gasping with indignation. His indifference throws her off track. She just freezes and watches as he calmly organizes everything, explaining that this idea will mean something special to him. In her head, the current seems to cut off. Her brain cannot switch from the heated confrontation to this quirky, too intimate request. Snapping a breath through her teeth and feeling the heat crawl up her neck, she finally gives in, agrees to his terms just to break this awkward deadlock sooner. He is immediately pleased by her stubborn compliance. Looks even sweeter in his eyes. He notes this silently with a satisfied thought. Next to Kaguya, the crowd erupts with enthusiastic applause, eagerly awaiting the start of the match, while Kenya suddenly becomes the target of playful, physical teasing from his teammates. Inside the arena, the tension that had just hung in the air dissolves, replaced by the loud, wild energy of a school competition. Against the background of the chatter, Alfred approaches the young noble lady. His tone remains restrained and official, and every word falls on her shoulders as a tangible burden of expectations. He makes it clear, he is counting on her to maintain the level and adhere to the standards they embody. Turning his gaze to Kenya, the teacher sharply changes his tone-cold, merciless dismissal. He states outright that no one in the second grade will ever be able to rise to the top of their class, thereby emphasizing the unbreakable iron social hierarchy of the academy. From the sideline, Lord Asgard watches this conversation with a stone face, and his men stand nearby. He sharply reminds those present, no one will tolerate such blatant contempt, especially in his presence, and demands to show the true strength of the first class. But his authority meets a harsher blow than he expected, straight from the mouth of the very same student he was going to support. She fixes Alfred with a piercing gaze and warns, as soon as he tries any underhanded interference, she will immediately stop the match and report his behavior to higher authorities, which makes the instructor visibly flinch and literally lose his footing. Kenya greets her warmly before the match, but she remains just as unmoved. She coldly states that she does not intend to get close in order to. When the battle signal flashes on the interface, the young pilot settles into his cockpit, feeling confident in his abilities and preparing to challenge the Ice Princess. Suddenly, energy explodes with a wild Sergeth Ryanae's machine tears forward at a blinding speed. And he can't get his bearings because it has already covered so much distance that it completely confuses him. Only she manages to start the attack. The mechanical knight breaks out from the blind spot behind him and strikes so sharply that he instantly realizes. In his initial assessment of the battlefield, he was too careless. He quickly assesses the situation, realizing that the blind spots of KOG are already fully mapped, and that he can calculate its location by matching the point where it disappeared from his sensors. Having received this fresh tactical data, he concludes, to finish the fight with one strike, he must hit directly into the enemy's control cabin, then he will narrow the trajectory of his sword. Two giant machines crash into each other with a roar, and she acknowledges his quick wit. He really found the right way to neutralize her. He politely thanks for the lesson but does not hide his surprise. Ryanae is only retreating, saying he should not have revealed his strategy so openly. Meanwhile, Kenya dryly retorts that it was only a matter of time before he understood her, undermining his confidence with feigned jokes and insisting the duel is already gaining momentum, so she must be taken seriously. She draws the attention of the entire arena to herself. Her skill shocks Kaguya, making her, sweating from realization, see the chasm between them. While the other students freeze in awe, Kaguya cannot shake the feeling that these two are on a completely different level, far beyond her current abilities. When mechanical giants clash in a fierce battle and a deafening roar thunders, pilots hang in a bloody internal struggle. Inside her own cockpit, the princess clenches her jaws and admits, she has never been rocked like this since training with her father. Her opponent merely smirks as if to say, he is just beginning to feel his rhythm. Suddenly, he loses his rhythm. Her unexpected mention of his father momentarily shattered his concentration. The incredible harshness of the comparison threw him off track, and while the fight unfolds, he frantically tries to maintain his composure. A dark thought slowly creeps in and clouds his mind as soon as he calculates the consequences of the decisive victory. Being of lower rank, he has no right to stand out too much, because those for whom he is a threat will immediately notice him and simply want to eliminate him. Imagination paints how the shadows of assassins close in on him as soon as he shows more than his true power allows. Barely changing his facial expression, he decides to retreat. Realizing that he survived in this environment, he is forced to keep his own visibility under control. He withdraws from the fight and forfeits the match right here, choosing safety over an empty victory in front of the audience. Feeling a breach suddenly appear in his defense, she freezes for a moment, wondering if this move is a trap. But the instant pressure leaves no doubt, so when the figure outside his car falters and breaks, she enters the final strike without hesitation. The strike is merciless. The weapon cuts straight into the heart of his machine and the connection sparks a swarm of sparks. The entire arena trembles from the echo of the power of this blow, marking the icy violent finale of their fierce clash. When her name flashes on the victory screen, he meets it with a calm, confident Smilia satisfied result, for he has enough reasons to hide in the shadows. She stands silently, as if sensing that his defeat was intentional, and he does not look away, keeping his course toward the distant game he is playing inside the academy. Alfred performed his role flawlessly and Samaka erupted with applause and cries of joy. Alfred marks the victory as brilliant, emphasizing that this was exactly what was expected from the daughter of the god of war. Meanwhile, Samaka sneers contemptuously and mocks the loser who is only moved to the second class. While the teachers celebrate, Kaguya and her comrades analyze the fight and its unexpected brutality. She admits, even despite the loss, the young man showed something truly incredible against the Ice Princess. Inside her own cabin, the winner feels not a drop of triumph. She replays the final exchange of blows and realizes his movements were not as they should be. It seems he almost openly pushed her to strike. Her fist trembles with the realization deliberately held back. She abruptly leaves the simulator. Her usual composure disappears, replaced by a cold, sharp rage that Kaguya notices even from afar. Paying no attention to anyone, she approaches him step by step, grabs him by the collar, and demands an explanation for his behavior. In response, he bows deeply and solemnly. His voice echoes down the corridor as he admits defeat. He loudly thanks everyone for their guidance, addressing it to the worthless second grader, and conceals his true plans with feigned modesty. His turn toward leaving instantly takes her breath away. She freezes, stunned. Nearby other students catch the laughter, mockery, and ridicule fall on him when they see only his weakness, not guessing the truth that haunts her mind. Her patience breaks, she bursts into a desperate scream, eyes wide open, mixed with anger and complete incomprehension. She demands an answer. Why did he do this, since everyone could see his skill far exceeds her own? He pauses and glances over his shoulder, even but threateningly watchful. Quietly urges her to stay calm, hinting that a person with her intellect should understand why he chooses this decision. After these words, she freezes in utter shock, not uttering a word. He bows low, speaking in a heavy tone, like an official apology speech for his own carelessness. Rione stands opposite and accepts his humbled gesture, and no thought or emotion can be read on her face. Holding a respectful bow, he freezes in place and she looks away and a gentle blush creeps onto her cheeks. She says, let him keep his mask in public, but when they are alone, she expects his full commitment in battle. At the very thought of being alone with him, her heart beats wildly, and she quietly runs through the conditions again, in her mind the words, only the two of us hang in the air, not rushing to dissolve. He flinches at her sudden demand. The young man raises his gaze, eyes wide open in surprise as he sees her turn away. She sharply turns on the spot and points her finger directly at him, and in her determination, mixed with a blush, the tension blazes. She demands a promise, emphasizing that this agreement between them is unconditional and not subject to any breach. In response to her pressure, he answers with a gentle, sincere smile so quiet that it confuses her. She remains standing, frozen with her gaze, and his name slips from her lips in a timid, barely audible sigh. Soft, transparent voices reach out to Kenya, and his name echoes in a dazzling, misty, empty space as if someone is sending it across a vast distance. Suddenly, he is pulled back to reality. A wave of wild emotion tightens his chest and forces a victorious, tearful cry to burst from his lungs. The young man suddenly becomes confused. His heart pounds wildly in his ribs as he realizes how great his success has been. Meanwhile, Rione begins to approach the group of freshmen coldly, restrained with calculated severity. She confronts the students with a sharp, scrutinizing gaze, and her voice cuts the silence as she questions their capability and demands a much more exemplary performance in battle in the future. After her sharp words, Alfred lowers his eyes and humbly bows before his opponent with a deep bow. He officially acknowledges defeat and thanks for the lesson he just received. Keeping their distance, the other students watch the scene and discuss the incredible outcome. The defeat was bitter, but the emergence of the first year's potential dispelled the heavy atmosphere of the academy. He suddenly feels that he is no longer a stranger. Classmates gather around, giving sincere smiles and friendly pats on the shoulder. This is a sharp contrast to the loneliness he experienced in his former life. Finally, the instructor demands silence. He taps a pen on the table, signaling that the day session is over, and warns that their real harsh training starts tomorrow. He barked at the young man, warning Mitsurugi. It's not worth getting cocky just because he showed a bit of promise during the exercises. When the instructor storms out abruptly, Kaguya throws a casual farewell and Keen is left to the mockery of his peers. Nearby, Samaka and his companion snicker, note, the guy definitely caught the instructor's attention in the worst way. Meanwhile, another student lies face down on the desk, completely exhausted by the day's events. Amid the noise, a figure with a calm, majestic posture approaches him and addresses him directly. Riane asks if he can spare her some time as soon as they are dismissed. Her sudden interest completely confuses him. The invitation triggers a flood of thoughts. His cheeks flush a deep crimson as he tries to resist the wave of joy that she noticed him someone of her caliber. But as soon as he recalls his old commitment, adrenaline instantly turns to panic. He hurriedly apologizes and explains that his day is already fully scheduled. He rushes away immediately after she accepts his refusal with a stone-cold, expressionless face. At the end, he promises to visit her the next day and disappears down the corridor. She quickly catches up to Kaguya as she walks through the academy corridors. As soon as she hears her name, she freezes in place and sharply turns around, a slight embarrassment briefly appearing on her face. Slightly out of breath from tension, he still manages to squeeze out a question, if she would like to have some tea. He explains that he has many things he is eager to talk about and learn from her experience. He feels her distrustful gaze on him as she figures out which imperial girls he was just so diligently courting. Cold sweat breaks out on him. It becomes clear that maneuvering among academic customs can be much more dangerous than any combat training, while the rest of the students watch from a distance, feeling hopelessly overshadowed. He listens attentively while she clarifies her position. A warm blush lightly touches her cheeks. She explains that her refusal was not born out of dislike, it was just inconvenient today, so she promised to come and go with him another time. Confused by such a sharp turn, the young man barely catches the words and chokes on a question to check. Is she really saying this? She freezes, stunned by the sheer scale of his shock, and has no idea whether he thought she was lying. Words heavy as nails strike him so suddenly that he doesn't even have time to prepare, and his eyes suddenly fill with tears that he can no longer hold back. He freezes in place, and a single shouted word of shock escapes his lips as realization slowly sinks in. Hearing the wave of emotions overwhelm him, he covers his face with his palm and cannot hold back what is spilling inside. He bursts into an open, loud cry. She stands and watches him, puzzled by the sudden outburst and trying to understand what could have touched him so deeply. And he tries to brush it off and convince himself that it is not worth attention. In the quiet emptiness of his own mind, memories of loneliness surface. Long hours spent alone in a shabby room where rejection was expected as the usual norm. For him, loneliness had long become a natural state armor that dulls the sting of being unwanted. But through the tears on his face, a genuine smile suddenly breaks through. He realizes the deep happiness he feels when there is someone nearby who truly wants to share their time with him. The warm promise of future presence breaks his old notions of loneliness. He wipes his eyes and inhales, pulling himself together. With new determination, he reaches for his device. He asks if they can exchange contacts. The unexpected request throws her off balance, and she responds by reaching for her own phone. As soon as the digital connection is established, she involuntarily feels as if he was driven by emotions rather than honesty, yet despite this, she still smiles. She dismisses the suspicions and decides not to cling to them, remaining satisfied. A strange but genuine connection has just appeared between them. She lifts her gaze to the device in her hand. A barely noticeable smile pulls at her lips as she reflects on the strange encounter with that boy from earlier. After an exhausting first day at the academy, she finally returns to her quarters. With a sharp jerk, she pulls off her boots and exhales a heavy, exhausted sigh. Early rest, that is what occupies her thoughts. Her relief lasts only briefly. But as soon as she notices the curtains swaying in the wind, her mind becomes confused. She clearly remembers that before leaving she herself closed the window. From the darkness, a silhouette suddenly jumps out and bursts forward with a swing, and the blade flashes momentarily in the moonlight. Panic grips her chest. She frantically wonders if the secret identity has already been revealed. Instinct takes the helm. She slips away from the first strike and immediately closes in on the one who lunges at the mast, unleashing a barrage of close combat on him. Even from surprise, her movements are sharp and practiced. With a sharp move, she pins the intruder to the floor. Her eyes blaze with indignation as she demands an explanation for daring to violate her privacy. The figure frantically slaps the floor with palms, silently admitting defeat and begging to be released. The tension vanishes instantly as the mask is ripped off abruptly, revealing a familiar face with a cheeky smile. She sharply inhales and freezes in shock, realizing the killer is her own father. He snorts indulgently and in passing scolds her for losing vigilance. When they finally calm down, Ishinakagami explains why he appeared so suddenly, reminding her of the true weight of the mission. She came to the academy not for herself. She acts as a representative of Amadora's to support her sister's path. He is the leader of the Yamato Liberation Alliance, known as Amaterasu. a resistance that grew from the remnants of the former Yamato forces who did not surrender. Under his leadership, these survivors do not give up, stubbornly leading resistance across various colonies, with one burning goal: to wrest back the lost homeland from imperial control. Despite his frozen, hardened restraint, he pauses only for a moment to fix his gaze on a photograph of Kenya's family. The full weight of his duty and the oath he gave to those who are no longer alive surfaces in his mind to protect their son. Opposite him, Kaguya takes a sip of her drink, her ironically skeptical gaze unrelenting. She demands that he stop sinking into nostalgia and finally state the real, urgent reason for his unexpected appearance. He slowly, carefully swallows his own drink, then admits, what is at stake is indeed a colossal event capable of turning everything upside down. As soon as he says that the Teiji Federation has finally begun mobilization, the air seems to crackle. Kaguya freezes, breathless, realizing the long-awaited moment to reclaim Yamato has come. This huge coalition, centered around the powerful state of Zhongwu, is the only force capable of matching the Earth Girl's empire on a global scale, embodying the combined might of Asian countries. She explains, although they survived under imperial occupation for a full 5 years, the turning point has finally come. With Zhongwu's support, the resistance is ready to shift from defense to a large-scale offensive. The commander lays out the details. A specific operation will be launched soon. Kaguya, with a burning gaze and firm determination, swears she will definitely exact revenge for each one. She listens silently as he breaks down the operation plan point by point. The key here is the capture of KOG units currently being transported from the Asgard Empire. By seizing these mechanical knights, the resistance wants to demonstrate its own military power and secure equal footing for negotiations with Zhongwu. He emphasizes, due to the weight of these machines, Kaguya must prove her mastery in KOG combat even before the mission starts. She agrees, but her thoughts already drift aside, and she recalls a recent meeting where she had to encounter a very interesting person. She describes the young man Kenyu and says that his strength seems almost unbelievable to her, especially considering that he grew up in Yamato. After her assessment, her father asked for additional details about this person. She answered without hesitation, in the Amaterasu resistance, there simply is no one who could outmatch him in a fight. Then her thoughts jump to the formidable Riene Sylphid, the Ice Princess. She weighs whether this mysterious young man is even capable of drawing the legendary power of the Imperial pilot to himself. While she speaks, the majestic image of the ruler of Asgard emerges in the background of the conversation. Her father reflects. At major turning points in history, monsters like the Second Prince always surface alongside humans, so he measures with doubt the opinion whether a true prodigy has finally grown from the people of Yamato. She adds, besides his incredible strength, that young man also impressed with kindness when the memory surfaces. A gentle, trembling smile appears on her face. Suddenly she flushes bright red, and her composure cracks right before their eyes as she panics and denies that anything is wrong with her. Her father, Ishin, fixes his gaze on her. It mixes confusion and suspicion because he notices the sharp change in her complexion and her obvious flustered agitation. He remains skeptical. Crossing his arms, he evaluates the capabilities of the young man she described. Yet he immediately acknowledges a man with such strength could become a valuable ally in their ranks. He emphasizes that ultimately the decision depends on the boy himself and whether he wants to join their cause. As the conversation continues, his gaze drifts off topic and settles on her restrained, with cold attentiveness as if he is analyzing her. She catches this look and immediately demands to know what he is thinking, unaware that he silently reproaches himself, regretting that she inherited too few traits from her mother, particularly her more voluptuous figure. As soon as he realizes his unacceptable thoughts, she is overwhelmed by cold, fierce, deadly rage. A dark, threatening aura spreads around her as she looms over him, giving him one last chance to explain before she unleashes painful punishment on his corrupted mind. The clash puts a full stop. A fresh bruise adorns his head, and he himself looks completely humiliated and miserable. She does not back down from her position. Not even the thought that a man with such dubious behavior could somehow be worthy of judging the character of the person she finally trusts and has learned to respect convinces her. He sharply pulls himself together. His face becomes stern and his gaze fixes on her as soon as a new focus appears in his voice. He states directly, if she truly believes in this guy and his character and abilities, then he has no doubts and relies on her intuition. After that, he orders her to bring the young man so that he can meet with them. Far from political tricks and family quarrels, Kenya collapses exhausted onto the bed in the silence of her room. Only now does the weight of the entire day catch up with him. He stares blankly at the ceiling, catching a moment of rest. He takes a long, weary sigh, and through it run thoughts rushing like a whirlwind through all the trials he has had to endure. New events fell one after another like an avalanche, so much that his body and head can no longer hold on. And now he needs only one thing to calmly gather everything together. He finally accepts that impossible truth. Now he has truly entered the world of Night of Giant into the reality he had previously seen only through a screen. He reflects, although the decorations and lore are already well known from his gaming experience, the feeling of the reality of this presence increasingly weighs on his shoulders as something truly tangible. He recalls the clashes he had seen before, that heated conflict where the confident Alfred loomed over Kaguya, and the whole scene breathed real tension much more palpable than any pre-edited cutscene. He notices, even the mechanical knights, once only controlled figures from the game, move in real combat with a terrifying, heavy elegance. The table crashes against steel and in every clash a deadly intent is felt. He realizes, his actions both helping Kaguya and the clash with Rione did not fit into the game as part of the original plot. Yet despite these deviations, the main events still seem to roll forward toward their own predetermined path, even when he tries to intervene. Retreating into the silence of his room, he reviews messages, stays in touch with Kaguya, and makes sure she is okay. At the same time, he decides to restrain his further involvement with Kaguya and Rione so that the timeline does not become too unpredictable. He cannot get out of his head the two girls who collided, their blades struck each other, stuck in a hopeless attempt to remake the future. This scene increasingly makes it harder for him to resist the desire to stay away. He feels, beneath the surface of this universe lies a much deeper complexity, and it becomes clear that his knowledge of game mechanics may prove insufficient to cope with the hidden variable trials that await ahead. Kenya sits motionless, immersed in silent reflections, eyes fixed on the digital display in his hand, sharply sensing the dark path the current branch of time is taking. If everything unfolds according to this scenario, the worst is yet to come. On the screen blazes the image of the Emperor of the Agassard Empire, a figure who will unleash global upheavals and drag every country into a bloody fight. As he intently gazes at the portrait, he is overwhelmed by heavy, deep irritation. World domination seems to him a worn-out, tiresome cliché, so he silently asks the world to stop and abandon these grand, destructive plans. She almost feels the weight of the inevitable catastrophe as the shadows of the future clash gather around. The inevitable has already come. A great world war has broken out. From the showerhead, water rushes in a continuous stream, and the steady rhythm fills the silence of the room with a soft hissing. Under the babbling stream, Kenya stands motionless. Eyes closed, warm water flows over his slender body and steam rises around. He already understands. It is necessary to carefully calculate the current schedule of events to get through the treacherous road ahead. The body stands still, but the mind races wildly. His thoughts stretch to Kaguya, to the fierce fight of the Amadara's resistance, which relentlessly struggles against imperial oppression. Noticing the pain hidden in her gaze, he concludes, her true joy depends on the restoration of Yamatonde. With each moment, this goal seems increasingly unattainable. And there is Rione, the daughter of the strictest and most dangerous knight of the empire, beneath whose cold mask a whole multi-layered complexity emerges, which he never fully managed to comprehend in the game world. These two women are natural enemies, and he fears, as soon as he chooses whom to save, this cruel reality will inevitably bring about the death of the other. Coming out of the shower, he dries himself thoroughly, as if trying to shift his own weight too great a task, to rise in the empire while secretly supporting the resistance. He recalls the old wisdom about chasing two hares, and catching none with each word. His face becomes sterner until a new result appears. To keep two women in his life, he decides to go against the usual rules. If he does not pursue both, he will never have a chance to protect each of them. Later, when he was sitting at his own desk, an unexpected call from his mobile threw him off track. A message from Rione Sylphid flashed on the screen. She sent an official request to meet in the simulation room at 7:00 the next morning. He freezes in front of the screen in complete confusion, struggling to remember when they even exchanged contacts and notes, and notices how impeccably restrained and businesslike her tone sounds. The next morning, the digital clock ticks past 7:06 while Rione stands in the corridor with her arms crossed, and her patience is clearly wearing thin. When he finally stumbles into the hallway disheveled, out of breath, tousled, he pours out sincere apologies, explaining that he spent the whole night searching, studying the intricacies of this world. He is immediately reprimanded for his tousled hair and constant inability to arrive on time. She warns that tomorrow there will be no excuses for being late. He barely nods in response, but his eyes are heavy with fatigue. He is saddened by how his usual nocturnal lifestyle has to be changed to the harsh truth of the morning sun. He is scrutinized closely while she notes the glaring difference between the focused figure she saw earlier and the disheveled mess standing before her now. When she approaches the terminal, he catches her gaze and she demands only one thing: During their joint training sessions, he will hide nothing and give himself completely. He clings to her with words poking, "Don't cry." But this only makes her worse. Her breath falters, her face flushes with shame. She sharply pulls away and snaps back, demanding that he stop looking at her condescendingly. Noticing her reaction, he can't hold back and bursts out laughing. She frowns at his amusement, sharply firing back for him to explain what exactly is funny in this situation. She takes a deep breath, pulling herself together, while behind her he quietly tries to apologize, embarrassed, lowering his gaze. Inside, she is boiling. She understands that any response to him instantly disrupts her rhythm, and the thought lingers whether this is a well-thought-out move on his part. Pointing a finger at him, she sharply reminds him of their places in this confrontation. He is the one who challenges, and she is the one who wins. And instead of being scared, he feels energy ignite within him. Her gaze, full of fire, lifts him from inside. Then a continuous whirlwind descends on him. Exhausting morning training and lectures that follow one after another and merge into a single memory, strangely warm and familiar. He pushes himself forward through physical exercises. The days blend into a continuous streak as he gets used to the tough schedule. Instructor Alfred Bellows stands by those who are lagging behind and reminds them. Piloting KOG requires colossal physical endurance because they are already falling behind schedule. After the exhausting session, he collapses, completely drained and parched, while Kaguya amazingly remains energetic. He takes a breath, thanks her for the support, and admits that the training was much harder than he expected. Meanwhile, she keeps him in her sight from afar. Her gaze day by day becomes sharper, more penetrating. He feels the weight of this endurance, a silent pressure that clearly hints their inevitable meeting is very close now. When the simulation ends, he lets out a victorious cry, his face lighting up with a broad, ecstatic smile. Above him, the word wind flickers again and again until his opponent on the digital battlefield suffers a firm, inevitable defeat. Riene, with her face frozen in cold vexation, remains staring at the scattered markers around her fallen units. Celebrating the victory, he turns and catches a glance. His companion is already waiting nearby. She meets him with a playful, slyly knowing smile and teases him as if to say, where did this sudden burst of strength come from, or is it the result of the morning training that was too intense? He scratches the back of his head and a shy but sincere smile grows on his lips. At that moment, they simply share a light mood, resting from the harsh demands of the fight. Their conversation is cut off by the sharp ringing of the academy's bells. The sound clearly marks the end of the day's lesson. The teacher, standing straight with arms crossed, formally dismisses the class, dryly indicating, time is up. While the rest of the students begin to disperse, the young pilot remains focused and inspired, clenched fist frozen in a silent vow to maintain this pace. As he prepares to leave, a familiar, stern voice cuts through the silence and calls his name, making him stop. He turns sharply. A silver-haired, brilliant student approaches, holding her back straight, her gaze fixed solely on him. Nearby, a red-haired comrade watches the meeting intently, and in his tone and expression, curiosity increasingly gives way to weariness as he senses a change in the air. Two women stare each other down. The tense, oppressive atmosphere crackles between them. The newcomer looks coldly and attentively, as if interrogating without words, while the other holds her gaze with stubborn, equally questioning determination. This silent confrontation is a test of character, with the young man standing awkwardly between them, unsure where to go. A woman of noble birth breaks the silence and calmly announces she urgently needs to talk to him. But he doesn't even manage to open his mouth. Her companion steps forward, and in her sharp, possessive voice there is a refusal. His entire remaining day is already scheduled with her. The tension thickens in the air. Neither side backs down. The argument quickly turns into a heated quarrel. Both women raise their voices. The red-haired pilot demands an explanation for why the imperial lady is so stubbornly clinging to a second-rate student, and her rival snaps back that she doesn't care what their relationship is like. Overwhelmed by sharp words from both sides, he remains standing and just looks at the scene in confusion. One provocative word hangs in the air, and the silver-haired girl involuntarily widens her eyes in genuine shock. Her companion, on the contrary, shines with triumph, an almost brazen trick, as if she just pulled an ace. She hints that their connection might be much closer than ordinary friendship, and the noblewoman momentarily finds herself completely speechless. She bursts out with a denial attack. Her cheeks flare with indignation as she rejects the very thought of any involvement with such a pervert. Outside of her, Kenya freezes in place, her eyes wide with shock, unable to believe this sharp, loud outburst. She does not subside. Her speech accelerates, her voice jumps to a feverish peak, and Kenya only falters in confused silence, convulsively trying to understand why the focus suddenly snapped off him so sharply. Nearby, Riino watches the whole spectacle. At first with complete bewilderment, then her irritability quickly grows and her patience is clearly already at its limit. Then two women completely switch their attention to the young man and literally squeeze him from both sides with opposing demands. Riene strictly reminds him of his promise to meet her in a duel whenever she wishes. while Kaguya relentlessly presses him with the question of whether it would be better for him to go on a date with her. Under the pressure of their burning gazes, he feels the atmosphere growing heavier and realizes he has got himself into a real social trap. He tries to retreat unnoticed, choosing a calculated maneuver, and politely says goodbye, hoping to break free from the escalating tension. His attempt to escape instantly fails. Two pairs of hands firmly grab his shoulders and pin him down. He is pulled back just as sharply with equal force. Their faces are tense, twisted with angry disappointment as they press him and demand a final choice between the two of them. He only croaks out in painful discomfort. His body is literally caught in a tug-of-war between his two classmates. Sweat streams down his cheeks and forehead. He frantically searches with his eyes for a way out of this hopeless trap. He understands, as long as they both physically restrain him, escaping the usual way is impossible. So he will have to find an option that can settle their rivalry. Finally, he throws out a compromise proposal, a 3-round mock fight where the winner will have the right to decide how to spend the rest of the day. His words touch their thoughts. Both women stop at this idea, and in their eyes one can immediately read how they feel the tension of the upcoming clash, from the first step to the end. He silently watches as the two women reach an agreement. Rione declares, no objections as long as in the duel she can stand against him. And Kaguya admits that extra practice will be beneficial, even if the situation is a bit unusual. He sees with relief that everyone has agreed. He snaps his fingers and immediately declares the matter closed. Nearby, their instructor watches this scene closely with a sour expression. The student in formal agreement clearly does not impress him. He makes his way to the entrance of the academic building and swipes his access card through the reader. A sharp, loud beep. During this, he remarks that they are lucky to have Rione with them, because the staff would never have granted access to him and Kaguya on their own. The trio walks down a sterile, brightly lit corridor, and an electronic clock on the ceiling shows noon. They whisper about how tension is rising within the empire. So far it is still bearable, but recently the atmosphere has noticeably tightened. Kaguya notices, Rione does not show the usual prejudices against people of lower status. Rione clarifies her view. She does not consider them worse. She is only convinced that breaking the established order of the emperor is a path to unnecessary foolishness. When she stops and sharply turns around, her posture takes on a restrained, collected readiness, and with one movement she makes it clear that it is time to stop the idle chatter. With a smooth gesture, she calls to start the duel, and her gaze sharpens, becoming coldly focused. Kaguya stands opposite her and outlines the rules of their sparring. The winner will be the one who first lands 3 clean hits. Kenya absorbs every word. Her frozen gaze reveals both anticipation and focus as the clash becomes reality. In an instant, the sterile corridor in the simulation chamber disappears, revealing an endless dead wasteland. In the space filled with steep rocks and swirling dust, 3 giant mechanical knights stand frozen, their metal bodies dazzling under the artificial sun as they prepare for the inevitable clash. They stand straight and tower like giantesses, if a living proof of engineering power. And the blade is already drawn and ready for the inevitable clash. In the digital cabin, Kaguya watches attentively. Rione finally showed that she can fight with 2 at Ansia style she had not used before. Rione replies dryly that today she is simply taking the matter with full seriousness. Kenya says not a word and only silently keeps her gaze forward, cold and unwavering. When the battle erupts, mechanical giants rush at each other across the simulated wasteland. Ahead races the young man's squad, and his voice echoes as he declares he will destroy the strongest opponent first. Blow after blow, a wild slaughter. Metal clashes with metal, a dull screech echoes and sparks fly over the battlefield. He pushes his machine to the limit, does not retreat a step, and insists that the clash has only just begun. Suddenly, the digital space dissolves into emptiness and 3 students find themselves again in the silence of the training hall. Kenya straightens up, gasping for air after the exertion, while Kaguya sinks down, bent forward from exhaustion, and the raindrops still remaining stop and drip onto the floor. The sharp simulation still weighs heavily on each of them. She looks up at him as if weighing whether he really wants to leave right now after the victory. He responds with a restrained smile and shows that he managed to deliver only one decisive blow. But Kaguya, with a hint of irritation, remarks that no matter how they act together, it all comes down to the same single result. Accepting the result, she admits, rules are rules, and concedes the fight for today. He thanks her for the challenge itself and says the duel gave him the needed motivation. Kaguya acknowledges defeat but at the same time emphasizes, this experience becomes excellent training for all of them. And just as she throws a cutting phrase and declares that this fight means nothing to her and was almost no burden, everything quickly changes. Kaguya flares up with rage and bursts into loud objections, while he can only watch helplessly, caught between 2 formidable opponents. She stands with her arms crossed over her chest, and it immediately catches the eye. Everything around her irritates her to the point of obvious anger, while the girl with silver hair pushes a rare word of approval to her comrades. The IS student admits, the strike was only one, but she executed it masterfully, and this very thought cuts the fiery girl's nerves even more. Finally, the two of them speak to each other without that instant hostility. The young man bursts with joy and satisfaction, is pleased that his efforts to bridge the distance between them seem not to be in vain. Beside him, his companion, accustomed to maintaining a stern mask, suddenly breaks down. A confused stupor overwhelms her as she tries to process the unexpected compliment, and her face flushes a deep red with embarrassment. Then he casually mentions their nearest plans, calling it a date, and she is immediately overwhelmed with rage, choking on her words. She demands an explanation of what exactly he meant when he said that word. While the other girl begins to walk away, her face is unreadable. She turns her back on the argument and leaves. She is overwhelmed with shame and panics, starting to make strange, cat-like sounds as if she could hide the truth about her feelings. He watches her. He doesn't understand but involuntarily follows with amusement, because it turns out she has a cat side he hadn't noticed before. He waves goodbye to the student with a joyful smile, wishing her luck and showing that their joint training session is over. She, however, still cannot recover from embarrassment. When the group finally disperses, she barely manages to put together even one coherent sentence. Quietly withdrawing into solitude, the impassive girl suddenly stops and clutches her chest. A genuine confusion appears on her face. She tries to understand why her heart is suddenly pierced by a sharp pain, a feeling she had never known before and cannot explain or shake off. From afar, the instructor watches the trio. His vigilant, thoughtful gaze seems to calculate every step. Inside, his mind is already boiling with thoughts. What he has seen carries consequences, and he firmly understands that he must immediately report everything to the superiors, especially about the boy's remarkable progress. For now, two friends are making their way through the academic courtyard. The girls continue to make strange sounds, either to drown out awkwardness or to linger in it. Others watch them leave, but they do not get distracted as they hold on to each other. Their vibe has already shifted, and now each of them feels it, but no one is ready to admit it honestly. Kinya walks beside him, and she silently listens as he awkwardly tries to justify himself, saying the date was just an excuse to find a quiet place to talk away from the prying eyes of the academy. Through an awkwardly chosen response, he immediately feels panic unraveling, regretting every word of his own. And she only slightly smiles and admits that a real date for her would be quite normal and not at all unnecessary. As they continue down the dormitory corridors, he measures with his gaze the thought of how hard it is to free even a crumb of privacy, especially when a girl is walking beside him. She remains silent, completely immersed in her own thoughts. Turning to Kenya, Kaguya blushed slightly. She lightly powdered her cheeks and finally dared to make a bold proposal, asked if he wanted to come to her place. At her invitation, he almost shudders with nervous excitement, and she dryly and threateningly aims with words. Any strange actions will end with deadly force. In a moment they arrive at the local supermarket guard mart, and only here does he catch himself thinking that he is hungry after all. Today he missed lunch amid all that fierce fighting. A sharp look full of determination makes him agree to the plan, and for a moment she freezes, stunned by how sharply his attitude has changed. While they gather supplies near the counter, she reacts with distrust to his words that he can cook, and he modestly brushes it off, insisting that his skill is only at an average level. He offers his help in the kitchen and says that at least he can rinse the rice or cut vegetables. But Kaguya does not agree. She declares that she can handle everything herself and asks him not to worry. She keeps everything under control, and he nods at this, suggesting they quickly take a shower for now. He immediately shows a confident smile, as if he feels at home in her house. As soon as the kitchen turns into a battlefield, the homely coziness collapses before their eyes. Kaguya, with a kitchen knife in hand and a terrifyingly focused look, pushes him out of the room. She sharply reproaches him for suggesting to cut the ingredients too coarsely. Her pride as a cook clearly still hurts from his previous attempts to help. After that fuss, they finally bring a hot plate of curry with rice to the table, and the rich aroma fills the entire room. They sit opposite each other, hands firmly pressed together in the traditional gesture of gratitude before the meal. Kaguya watches him attentively, eagerly, because she wants him to like the taste. He freezes for a moment. A thoughtful expression waves across his face as he contemplates this simple ritual. When she asks if he is okay, he admits, it has been a very long time since he shared food and heard those words of sincere gratitude. The first bite and he truly freezes with pleasant surprise. The dish turns out to be incredibly delicious. Kaguya watches him eat, and in her gaze mixes satisfaction with a subtle, not yet fully extinguished resentment that he doubted her ability. When the meal comes to an end, he quietly places the glass on the table, barely audible click. The tension immediately thickens in the air, and finally he utters the question that has long been on his mind. Why does she want to enter the Night Academy? He waits for her answer, but she deflects the conversation, only saying that she has a specific goal for which she came to the academy. She remains silent while he insists further and clarifies whether her goal is to stand in line and take up arms against the Empire. He reaches out to touch her palm and cover it with warm support, but she quietly refuses, saying that everything is fine, although there is tension in her tone. She freezes when he leans closer. His gaze hardens, and his voice, filled with determination, proclaims that he is on her side. The words hit her like a heavy blow. She gasps for breath. And when she drinks in his eyes, you see no shadow of deceit in them, only a sincere promise to be together. He freezes with his gaze when a shadow slides across her face. This brief coincidence of moments triggers a chilling memory in her, a vision of her broken and bloodied. And another thought pins her down, her brother Kenya, whose death will become an irreversible reality if she does not act in time. She turns away and returns to the photo dear to her, saying that her path is fueled by a thirst for revenge against those who took their lives and everything they cherished. She grips the frame so tightly that her fingers turn white, and her voice trembles with a wave of grief and rage as she swears to reclaim the sanctuary that once belonged to them, all a place torn from their hands by the greed of the Empire. She takes one last, deep, heavy breath and utters the name of the lost land she longs to reclaim, Yamato. 5 years have passed since the fall of the Yamato territory, and only the skeletons of buildings and shattered dreams remain in its place. While colonial infrastructure has not yet taken root in these lawless lands, the people of Yamato huddle in the shadows, constantly looking back in fear of the imperial soldiers prowling the ruins. Whispers of the Grand Purge carried out by the Empire ripple among those who survived, settling like a chilling rumor, a heavy burden in the air as they continue their precarious, dangerous daily lives. Against this backdrop of anxious uncertainty, young Kaguya Akagami walks alongside her older brother Jin. He carries a heavy burden, and she stubbornly insists on her own strength, saying she is already 10, so she is fully capable of helping. As they continue to make their way forward, Jin says their father went to search for new supplies, and the silence between them suddenly cracks with a loud, unmistakable rumble. Kaguya's stomach growls as if thunder is rolling. He cannot hold back and bursts out laughing at the sound itself, and she immediately blushes, beginning to flusteredly deny that it was anything like it might have seemed. Obediently deflating her pride, he takes out a small scrap of food and offers it to her. She tries to refuse, insisting that she is just keeping an eye on the passage of time and waiting, but he gently insists. After all, she is still at the age when her growing up continues. She finally gives in and takes a piece into her mouth. The taste lights up her eyes. Meanwhile, he watches with a gentle smile, and in his gaze is the thought that family turns even these exhausting days into something bearable. He gives his sister a warm smile and promises, as long as they hold on and support each other, someday they will eat their fill. Kaguya looks up at him and the words soften her face. He watches as she suddenly rushes away. A new strength appearing in her starts searching for food. A quiet hope flickers in his gaze and he presses the thought into his mind. If he does not stop believing, those happy days will surely return. His hope shatters instantly. A mad man with a crooked, disheveled smile jumps out of the darkness, and his appearance is a sharp, brutal break in the silence. He screams his sister's name in frenzy, tears the air with warnings, and reality immediately collapses into chaos. He silently grins and mocks the price of his sister's life, while noting how much young Yamato women are in demand among the debauched nobility of the empire. Despite fear, the young man does not back down. He shouts for Kaguya to step back and swears to protect her at any cost. His bravery is immediately met by cold steel. The soldier drives the blade into him and with a disgusting smile declares that in the new order there is no place for people. Despite her screams, the soldier watches as the girl stands mute with horror while her brother-in-law's strength begins to wane and retreat. He turns to her one last time, his eyes wide with the realization of the harsh truth that has caught up with them. Before her very eyes, the warrior pushes him away and lets him fall to the cold ground. His blood spreads over the soil, and in the end he sends her a defiant farewell, so contemptuous it sounds like mockery. Leaving her alone with the consequences of his own cruelty, the soldier walks away as she falls to her knees nearby. Her voice trembles as she begs him to wake up, unwilling to believe that their promised future was stolen in one senselessly brief moment. She convulsively shakes her brother's body, frozen lifeless, and through a broken voice begs him, "Open your eyes." The realization of his sacrifice has not yet settled, only raw, painful hope remains that he is still somewhere nearby. Her grief is abruptly and harshly interrupted by a mad soldier. He grabs her in an embrace, his zigzag smile widening as he leans closer and mocks her, forcing her to silence. Nearby, his comrade watches indifferently and coldly, urging him to finish what he started before they attract unnecessary attention. The attacker begins to drag her away, ignoring her terrified screams, while she struggles in his iron grip. His accomplice remains indifferent. He looks at the girl as if she were just a cargo to be delivered to their superiors. He looms closer, hot breath scorching her skin, and threats pour out one after another. Supposedly, although her age somewhere makes her a criminal, here she is just prey for him. Below, another soldier exhales a puff of smoke, his patience running out, and he snaps reproachfully. Why is his partner wasting time with such a child if they have to carry out the order? The brutal moment breaks when a bloodied figure stirs in the mud. His eyes flash with sudden, predatory determination, and he warns the invaders not to underestimate the people of Yamato. This is Isshin. He rises from the brink of death to challenge the one who wiped his family off the face of the earth. His voice is a muffled, dangerous, low growl. He suddenly lunges forward with a hoarse battle cry, momentarily confusing the attacker and forcing him to release his grip on the girl. She, through tears blurring her vision, stares wide-eyed and stunned as her father suddenly appears amid the brawl. Even his wounds do not slow his movements, they prove to be astonishingly fast. He holds his position despite the soldier's rage growing fiercer. He ignores the pain and pulls his body together under inhuman pressure while the attacker roars in mad fury. The soldier recoils. The feral snarl disappears, replaced by pure hatred on his face, and he prepares to strike back at the one who dared to intervene. He finally stands firm between his daughter and the threat looming over them. Broad shoulders lift the last defiant barrier, though he himself is all wounded and broken. He holds the position of a moving shield, ready to take whatever comes next to keep her safe. He stands like a broken guard post. Blood from his severe wound seeps through his vest. Kaguya calls to her fallen brother with a trembling voice. Meanwhile, while his parents' minds drift toward memories of family, he completely loses hope. He feels that his son has joined his mother in the afterlife. Although the pain tears the body, his gaze hardens, breaking into a harsh, unwavering determination. He gives a silent, iron vow. He will protect Kaguya even if he has to give his last breath for it. This resistance only fuels the soldier's rage. He hisses with powerless anger at the boy who stubbornly refuses to fall and stay down. He points the firearm at the wounded man and ignores Kaguya's desperate pleas to stop the violence. Before pressing the trigger, the warrior suddenly lunges forward, a flash of desperate speed. He ignores the burning pain from his wounds, rapidly closing the distance, becoming pure motion, and drawing a hidden blade, aims it so unexpectedly at the attacker that he completely loses vigilance. With one continuous sharp motion, he slashes the soldier's throat with a strike. A red splash tears through the air, and the man's defiant grimace changes to the last strangled breath of shock. When the threat finally subsides, adrenaline releases and he stumbles, his strength completely fades. Kaguya rushes to him, her screams tearing the silence in the clearing. He glances at Jin's motionless body and thoughts flash in his mind, terrible truth. Nearby, new enemies are probably already approaching. He drops to his knees and chokes on a cough. Spitting out dark blood, the body is already giving out. Through the pain, he fixes his gaze on his daughter, where sorrow and reproach pulse in her eyes, and silently asks forgiveness from his wife and son for not holding the family together while his own last spark of life trembles within him. The heavy boots thud and sharp cries suddenly cut through the silence. New Imperial units appear on the horizon. He turns his head toward the threat, and a grim concentration freezes in his gaze. The violent circle is about to engulf them again, and something pulls him upward. The body is heavy, strength melting before his eyes. She presses with her voice, ordering to leave this place immediately, and Kaguya follows closely, her gaze and face frozen with anxiety. Behind them remains a dark, torn trail of blood, sharply cutting their path on the floor. In a moment, a dull rumble of heavy footsteps rolls down the corridor. Imperial soldiers come upon the crimson trail. They understand the victim has not fled far. At the same time, Isshin struggles with every breath, coughing tears more blood from him, and his strength rapidly fades. Although he is racked with unbearable pain, the wounded man stubbornly insists that he is fine and tries to maintain a mask of strength in front of the children. But Gina is not fooled. His grip tightens as he feels the father's weight shift and press down on him more heavily. He reaches for his vest, takes out a small but decisive item, and forcefully places it in Jin's palm as if there is no other chance left. Jin freezes, stunned, staring at the object, his eyes widening as he finally feels the weight of responsibility unconditionally placed on him at this critical moment. In the dim light, the wall takes on long shadows as a heated argument flares between them. Isshin urges that they must move on without him because he only slows them down, but Jin from Kagi cannot agree with the idea of leaving. The young man's determination is forged, sharply pulls back and shouts that he will not let his father die here. He reminds Isshin of his vital mission to restore Yamato and insists that his own life must not be lost in the cold corridor. She bursts into tears, tightly holds her brother, and screams that she will not abandon their father to fate. Jean holds her firmly, and in his gaze mixes sorrow and firm will as he swears he will never surrender her to the Imperial forces. He gazes at them through the fog of pain, his face smeared with blood and his breath broken and ragged. When he notices how his children hold together with the determination that has just appeared in Gina, a brief shadow flashes across his exhausted featureless, either of hope or tragic resignation. With a trembling hand he reached forward, gently stroked his daughter's head, and gave a crooked, painful smile, trying to apologize for the horror he himself had caused her. When life began to fade in his eyes, he warned her. Trials and moments of utter despair awaited ahead, but at the same time begged her to give a solemn promise to endure everything. He continued to calm her, pressing the thought. As long as she is alive, she has no right to give up. There is always a way to endure, even when there is complete darkness all around. Turning his gaze to his son, the dying man gathered his voice into steel. He ordered Jean to take Yamato back for all of them and forced him to swear an oath of loyalty to their cause. He compelled the young man to take his sister and flee immediately, and just before death, breathing his last, assured, his son is the greatest pride and their chance for the future. Hearing his father's last words, the boy roared back the vow to fulfill the promise. Even when his heart was torn by the painful need to leave his father behind, his determination only grew stronger. Then he grabbed his sister's hand and forcibly pulled her aside, ignoring her desperate screams and pleas to call their father. As they retreated into the blinding glow of the exit behind them, the past remained forever. He pressed her to himself among the rubble, last gesture of protection before the world. They saw everything collapse into ashes and fade from memory. The memory of that day when she lost her brother burned in her eyes, and fueled a stubbornness in her that only grew stronger with each passing year. Several years later, she stared at the digital remnants of their past and explained to her companion. Her brother's last wish was for them to return Yamato to everyone. Across the table, the young man listened attentively, and the strength of his resolve grew with every word she spoke, as he realized the heavy burden she bore on her shoulders. While she spoke, he abruptly interrupted her coldly and clearly, like a blade, stating that only one way remained. He wanted to stand with the resistance. When she doubted his sincerity, he did not flinch, calmly explaining that the very fact of his coming into this world was nothing other than to be by her side and protect her. His face stretched into a confident smile. He tried to lighten the mood and declared that since he was the strongest, everything would definitely be fine. She did not believe a single word. Standing on the other side of the room, she only watched him closely, her gaze mixed with anxiety and skepticism about the dangers of battle and the lack of any guarantees that their lives would survive. He locked eyes with her and said evenly, anything would be better than seeing her die. She froze by the window, and in the silence of the room, his words hung heavily in the air as she realized how deeply he had decided this. Her gaze fixed on him motionless, stunned by the frankness with which he spoke his words. He burst out with a victorious shout, confident that he had finally conveyed his point. She could not hold back and quietly thanked him, admitting she had felt that he would say exactly that. Suddenly, he is overwhelmed by a heavy, unnatural lethargy. He convulsively grabs his head, and not understanding what is happening, feels his vision blur. On the table before him lie only the remnants of his meal, and they give no answer as to why he is suddenly, irreversibly drawn into sleep. When he struggles not to lose consciousness, Kaguya watches him intently and steadily with a calm, almost clinical gaze and sees that the medicine is finally working. She assures him it is only a sedative, urges him to relax, and as he sways weakly, she shows him her hand with a clear voice at the moment of sudden weakness. Betrayal burns more fiercely than the poison itself. He suddenly realized that he had been lured into a trap. She admits she is tempted to believe but cannot allow herself to be careless, especially when he looks obsessed with reaching his goals as quickly as possible. Unable to endure the darkness, he can no longer hold on. His strength fails, and his body heavily collapses forward onto the floor. She stands over the unconscious man, and for a moment doubt flashes in her gaze. Perhaps their bond was not strong enough to silence her suspicions. When everything is done, she sharply turns to the two men standing in the shadows. Their faces are not visibly in dark outlines under their caps. She tells them, with the current knowledge about the resistance, there is no way back for him. From now on, he belongs to their world no matter how much he resists. After betrayal comes oppressive silence. A quiet apology breaks it, which she will whisper to the man she has just betrayed. Time flows smeared, like a shadow curtain, until above the head a single lamp lights up. It flickers and hums, flooding the cold concrete with sharp, merciless light. He wakes up and immediately feels strong straps tightly hold him to a wooden chair in the middle of a bare, windowless room. His head spins from disorientation, no one nearby. He looks around the cramped space, and just as the reality of captivity begins to sink in, he tries to understand where they have brought him. He struggles trying to break free from the chains, but the heavy metal shackles on his wrists and ankles hold fast to the wooden chair. No matter how much he strains and pulls, the cold iron does not budge and he remains completely bound, with no possibility of movement. When panic sweeps over him like a wave, his thoughts wildly rush back to the last thing he remembers. Before an endless, insurmountable lethargy suddenly struck his head, he was sharing punishments with Kaguya. The realization bursts into him with a sharp, bodily jolt. He has been drugged, and now he is trapped in a place he does not recognize, and his heart pounds wildly, beating against his ribs. Approaching footsteps make him turn back to the door. There, in the darkness, stands a man with broad shoulders. The stranger speaks evenly and calmly, admitting regret for the rudeness, but explaining that his own role requires acting with utmost caution when dealing with a person of such stature. When the man looks up, it immediately becomes clear. Before him is Ishinakagami, Kaguya's father. He sits crouched at the edge of the table, holding a pistol in his hand so casually, as if it were nothing, and fixes his captive with a cold, habitual professional stare. Maintaining strict focus, he gives an official greeting and addresses the young man by his full name. The room thickens with tense anticipation. The resistance leader finally establishes direct contact with the boy whom his daughter betrayed. Kenya freezes in a simple wooden chair, his back tense, eyes wide with surprise as he looks at the man across the table. Ishin Akigami begins by admitting he heard that Kenya cared for Kaguya at the academy and now wants to express sincere gratitude for the young man's deed. He bows his head low, demonstrating deep respect. A decent, steady voice sounds as he sincerely thanks the boy who protected his daughter. The young man waves his hands incessantly, urging the older man to raise his head, and fervently insists that he only did what was natural. Ishin exhales slightly and relaxes, relieved to note that his first good impression still holds true, then shifts the conversation to the main reason for their meeting. His face suddenly hardens a mask of cruel, chilling tension, and he narrows his eyes, demanding to be told Kenya's real name. Kenya falls under the suffocating weight of sudden suspicion. Only sweat trembles on his skin, and words get stuck in his throat as the interrogation heats the air around them. Meanwhile, outside the sturdy stone building, Kaguya stands beside one of the guards in the shade of the trees, and the silence of the courtyard reflects her inner torment. The guard catches her distant gaze and asks what is gnawing at her, pointing a finger sideways. Apparently, since their return, she has been acting strangely. She looks away, frowns, and confesses with guilt in her voice that she was the one who let the stranger into their circle, and now wonders if she made a mistake. The commander steps out of the room for a moment to address his daughter and order her to wait until he continues the conversation with their guest. Watching her father leave, she cannot contain her anxiety. Will that idiot she brought withstand all this insane pressure? He refocuses on the boy and clenches a thick folder in his hands as he reports. Kaguya may trust him, but he exercised the right to conduct a private investigation into Kenya's background, and the findings have already cast serious doubts on very important matters. He slams the folder on the table with a bang, and the sharp sound echoes through the cramped room. With his finger, he points to a glaring inconsistency. Kenya's documents since entering the academy are flawless, but everything before that seems to have vanished without a trace, leaving his origin a complete mystery. The shock of the discovery drags the boy into a spiral of inner panic. He just realizes that he never once thought about how his own existence would be recorded in this world. Nearby, opposite him, the commander watches his gaze intently, missing nothing, and mentally notes, as if someone deliberately erased his entire history from reality. Under the indifferent, unblinking eye of the surveillance camera, the interrogation continues. The commander makes it clear. He cannot dismiss the thought that Kenya is an imperial spy and demands from him a full, honest account of his own life. Drops of sweat run down Kenya's face as his heart wildly pounds against his ribs. He is sure he has been cornered, and the silence will only add fuel to the fire and confirm someone's suspicion. But telling the truth now seems impossible, too frightening and absurd to sound normal. He feverishly rummages in search of lies, understanding. To claim that he is from another world, no one would believe him anyway. Noticing hesitation, the commander leans forward. His shadow cuts through the space, and he asks aloud if there is some unbearable secret that has sealed the boys' mouths. Suddenly, the man lunges forward. In his glove, he firmly grasps Kenya's hand. Just as the boy manages to move, a small mechanical device is pressed against his skin, and it makes a sharp, sudden injection. Trembling from shock, Kenya demands to find out what was just forcibly injected into his veins. The commander does not move calmly, without emotion. He explains that he just administered a super-powerful serum truth drug to ensure absolute honesty during their conversation. When the effect of the drug finally sets in, reality begins to waver for Kenya. Images blur, contours fade, and consciousness lets go of him. The commander looms over him, and his voice turns stone cold as he cuts off all hesitation. The fight to reclaim their nation is more important than sentimentality. They will show no mercy regardless of the age of the one before them. She continues the interrogation with cold, honed efficiency, demanding the real name of the boy and the place where he was born. Kenya, whose head was clouded by the drug's effect, can only barely whisper, Tokyo. Such an answer does not convince the commander. The boy shows no features of someone who grew up in the slums, and even the mention of such an origin only emphasizes how mysterious his past is. The boyish voice sounds muffled as he answers the next question about relatives. Dryly, without any digressions, he says he has no one he could call family. His lonely admission hangs in the air like a heavy sediment, sharply cutting the silence next to the stern, composed appearance of the commander. He lowers his gaze and on his face freezes a mask of restrained pain as he utters the bitter truth. They have abandoned him. These words seem to cling to him. He is as if chained to the chair, and under the influence of the drug, his spirit weakens for a moment. The commander presses further and asks what the war orphan can possibly manage here. But his question is abruptly cut off by a sudden intervention. A loud bang flies through the room, and the heavy door is torn off its hinges, forcefully breaking the entrance and cutting through the tension. She bursts loudly into the room. Her face, flushed with indignation, confronts her father as she accuses him of ruthless methods. She demands an explanation for why he stoops to such measures against an ordinary boy. The father stands firm. He defends the view that for the sake of their cause's safety, any means are justified as long as it exposes a possible spy. Despite her father's warnings about the burden of command and the need for caution, she still does not yield to persuasion. She watches the exhausted prisoner intently. The commander compresses these words into an order. She may choose blind trust, but his duty is to preserve Yamato, and this insanely difficult task allows no luxury of risk. After the voltage spike, everything freezes in silence. They watch as the boy works at the terminal and his skill is put to the full test. Everyone standing there can see lives are at stake. The decision to trust him is not based on anyone's sympathies. The weight of every life inside the Amaterasu resistance rests on him. He turns to the boy, accepting the daughter's pleading, yet still insists. Trust does not fall from the sky, it is earned. The last piercing gaze fixes on him, and the man prepares to ask one more question, stubbornly determined to uncover the truth hidden behind these tired eyes. He points the pistol from the side right at the young man's head and demands to know the real purpose. Kenya, when the cold steel almost presses against his face, clenches his fists and insists that he wants to be useful even if his words cannot convince them. During the interrogation, the boy is forced to confront his grim past. He once again feels completely useless. His gaze is glued to the school desk, torn and decorated with hateful images, and he suddenly realized there is no longer any place left for him in this world. Then he had already reached the limit. He was sitting alone in the downpour, shutting himself off from everything, when suddenly a hand reached out to him in the darkness. He is haunted by the faces of those who saved him. He lowers his head and says aloud that he came here precisely to never lose people again. He gives his life unconditionally and orders the commander. If his sincerity still cannot win their trust, let him pull the trigger. He makes a final pleafter in his eyes, begging to be admitted to the ranks of Amoras. His determination will not waver, even when the barrel of the rifle remains steadily aimed. When he sees the boys solving everything, the hardened fighter suddenly breaks down. Tears burst out, flowing down his face as soon as he reaches the truth. Kenya was among those the resistance fought to protect. He is overwhelmed by the realization, the bitter irony and beauty, that the boy returned to repay a debt the fighter had never even suspected. He leaves the rest in the room, stunned by the burst of emotions, and their tension melts and turns into awkward confusion as he explains. The effect of the truth serum is already starting to wear off. Soon everyone gathers around the monitors and Kaguya's brother explains. Despite the interrogation falling into chaos, they at least now understand Kenya's heart. He freezes in stunned silence while the elder man bows low and pours out a sincere apology for the trials he put him through. Isshin explains. It was a necessary step to earn the trust of the entire group. And the young man, in panic, fervently urges him to raise his head, assuring that he understands how important it is. After his sincere apology, Isshin extends his gloved hand solemnly, composedly, as a gesture of formal acquaintance and hospitable reception. Kaguya stares motionless at this palm for a few moments. His eyes widen, mixing shock and hope that only grows as he finally understands has truly been accepted. As soon as the man firmly grasps the outstretched hand, Kenya addresses him with respect in a familial manner, calling the man's father, and a hint of mischief rings in her voice. Isshin immediately snorts lightly with laughter and says that such closeness is still premature. although between them it is already truly felt that the bond has been established. Outside the walls of their negotiation room unfolds the true scale of the Resistance's secret refuge, with a whole network of tents and makeshift structures humming with the quiet everyday life of people living beyond the reach of the Empire, sharply contrasting with the impeccably sterile orderliness of the city. As they make their way through the noisy camp, Isin explains, beyond the city, Imperial control still barely reaches even 5 years after the conflict began. Kenya listens carefully, watching how people stubbornly hold on and have carved out a life in the shadow of the regime. He continues to closely observe the inhabitants and concludes, for the Yamato people who cannot or do not want to integrate into the imperial system, this hidden reality is the only way to survive. In the camp, the lives of families and individuals are vibrant, who in shared exile have built a fragile sense of community. The crowd's gaze follows them until the path leads to a huge, unremarkable warehouse building. It stands apart from the residential tents. Kenya can't hold back and asks where they are headed. Ishin replies briefly, he needs to show a place where something truly important exists. Hiding in the darkness of the cabin, he waits, stammering and groping with his hand in search of the switch while the sound signal warns, be ready for a surprise. When the lamps flicker repeatedly and finally flash, Kenya gulps. Erhai's throat tightens, his eyes widen sharply, and a pure shock escapes him as he sees the huge machine hidden in front of him in advance. He stands stunned by the dimensions of the mechanical giant. The armored hull gleams under the warehouse light, and from it presses a silent, tangible force. Ishin's eyes widen sharply. They flash with pure, flawless joy as he recognizes in the machine an excited Imperial mass production model, the Knight of Girls. For the young pilot, this is not just iron. It is a dream materialized, a true KOG. When he is asked to provide cover for the upcoming operation, the boy immediately nods without any hesitation. His heart pounds wildly at the thought that he will finally break free from the simulator. He climbs into the cockpit, and as soon as the systems start humming and come to life, his excitement soars to the limit. He shouts into the emptiness of the hangar, drowning out the echo, and celebrates this moment. The giant frame suddenly lunges forward. Its movements are amazingly smooth as it glides across the floor and executes a series of sharp maneuvers that contradict its bulky appearance. Watching the boy demonstrate his skill, Ishin realizes his daughter's assessment was accurate. The boy has a natural, almost frightening talent for control. Inside the cabin, he seems to be in his element. With a genuine, broad smile stuck to his face, he drives the car easily and confidently, taking control of the steering wheel. The training step cuts Kaguya off. She appears in the hangar and drives the holiday crowd away with a step. She throws a pile of clothes toward the pilot who was supposed to fly today and at the same time makes it clear to both. The work is not finished yet, and the rest are already waiting for them to stop wandering and get down to business. She irritably scolds her father for negligence and insists that the boy needs proper equipment for the upcoming mission. Ishin can only awkwardly mutter an apology. He says that such things often slip his mind when he is fully immersed in the technical details of the resistance. He thanks from the bottom of his heart for this gesture, and she sharply turns away, her cheeks flushing with a blush. She brushes off his thanks as if it were just a usual mind, but her eyes reveal, inside she feels pleased. She stands among a crowd of curious children. Everyone's eyes burn with both fear and curiosity. One of the younger girls tugs her sleeve and whispers why she brought a stranger to their shelter, even though they were explicitly told to stay away from the landing zone. A young woman blushes to a dark crimson color and begins to stammer, rejecting accusations, but her usual restraint crumbles under the straightforward curiosity of the children. Nearby, Kenya watches the quarrel. In her eyes, sometimes laughter, sometimes sudden realization. She wonders if her embarrassment stems from genuine anxiety for him during this transition. He is the first to extend his hand for an introduction. He says his name, showing it to the skeptically minded company. The children huddle in a tight group and quietly, in broken whispers, talk about how their strict, iron, older sister could hardly have brought a boy home to introduce him to them. Their relentless teasing instantly ignites her anger. The children scatter in different directions while she chases them with a threatening, playful growl. In a moment, as the chaos subsides, Kenya intercepts the conversation with Ishin and begins to contemplate the strange path that brought him to this hidden family. Meanwhile, the elder man notices that the arrival of a newcomer at their doorstep might have been too overwhelming for everyone. Years fly by as one continuous piece of shared warmth. This sharply cuts memory with the cold steel of KOG offices. They gather together for a loud feast where every dish turns into a battlefield for the hungriest. After that, the crowd heads to the bathhouse steaming with hot vapor. The boys' laughter echoes across the tiles, and in Kenya suddenly settles a feeling of home she had not expected so deeply inside the space of resistance. When it got dark, the frantic bustle of the day finally subsided. A quiet, peaceful pause settled in the space, and in the large room only the measured breathing of exhausted children hiding in their futons could be heard. Two stand at the edge of the sea of sleepers, and a young woman measures with her gaze how quickly the little ones fall into dreams after such a full day full of excitement and joy. She turns to him and meets his soft, tired smile, sincerely apologizing for all the mess and for dragging him into their tangled, noisy everyday life. He nods and his gaze softens as he admits, this noise and energy have become a pleasant change for him from the isolation he has already grown used to. His confession breaks the silence of relief and quiet, sincere gratitude in her eyes. He looks out the window at the pale, even moonlight and asks if she really carries this heavy burden of worries and responsibility every day. She silently stares into the night sky, admitting, the work is exhausting, the stakes are too high, but this is exactly the life they chose to protect and for which they fight for their family. She glanced around the entire room and quietly, almost whispering, explained, the Empire took the relatives from every child here. This is the age when they should be protected, pampered, and cared for, so in her heart pulsed a heavy responsibility to do everything possible for them. Watching the children sleep quietly and peacefully, she whispered a silent prayer that they would grow up healthy and strong, and that the war, which had already taken so much, would not reach them. He looked at her, giving a soft smile, and said that she would undoubtedly become a wonderful mother someday. This phrase suddenly threw her off balance. A wave of heat washed over her face, and then she began to stammer, objecting that they both needed to rest before the decisive mission tomorrow. When the light dimmed, they exchanged a final quiet good night, and a heavy shadow of the coming day hung in the air. Suddenly, a small hand emerged from under the blankets and stubbornly squeezed his fingers with such force that he flinched. In her sleep, the young girl quietly rasped about her father, and this stunned him, sharply making him feel his own youth, when he realized the role he had unwillingly stepped into. Her voice trembled as she begged her father, don't leave me alone, and this plea cut him from within right through the strings of his heart. He lowered his gaze to his daughter, pity and firm determination mixed in his eyes. The lies they had fought over became increasingly exposed, painfully so. The next morning, the silence at the base shattered, replaced by the hum of the docks, where a huge transport ship stood ready to depart. Next to the giant vessel, he stood still while the final preparations were completed. Heavy machinery clanged loudly with metal, and that sound sharply made it clear peace was over and the mission had truly begun. Together with the rest of the resistance forces, he took his place among the towering containers at the industrial docks. Every message crackled with sparks over the radio as Team A reported. Positions occupied, immediately confirmed by Team B and Team C. The air thickened with anticipation, and as soon as the last word sounded on the air, it became clear. Everything for the strike was ready. In the mobile command center, Isshin Nakagami addressed his team with grim composure. He emphasized, the success of this very operation would be a giant leap forward for the future of Yamato. Kaguya listened intently, and each time her father ordered everyone to keep their eyes forward and gather resolve for what lay ahead, her face hardened. As the final countdown loomed, the young pilot sat upright and focused within his cockpit. In his mind, he held one goal. The KOG capture operation was a game on the edge, where the stakes hung by a thread. The entire significance of the mission was reflected in his sharp, unwavering gaze. A thunderous command called for launch, and the giant mechanical knight burst into battle, cutting through the dense forest thickets. KOG was on alert. The war machine, from which there was no retreat, sprang into action to lead the desperate resistance venture. Lord Asgard sat opposite Isshin Akagami, and a mutual scrutinizing reading thickened the air. Isshin began the interrogation. Why had the prince appeared at the training academy? But the young monarch evaded, shifting the conversation, claiming that the appearance of a pilot with the legendary status of his war god Isshin required explanation. He leaned back into the soft chair, and the chessboard between them silently underscored their dialogue. He admitted that an old, unresolved remorse still scratched at his soul. In the veteran soldier he found understanding, sympathetic but cautious. His gaze fixed on the lonely knight on the board as he finally revealed the true purpose of his path. He was searching for his last piece. This search is driven by the harsh reality in the capital. His father, Emperor Orgold Asgard, has been bedridden with illness for over a year, with no chance of recovery. An inevitable change of power looms over them. He carefully weighs his rivals, the first Prince Odin and the first Princess Ymir. All three stand on the edge of ultimate power, but the road ahead is full of political traps. In the shadow of the imperial court, he freezes in place and assumes his dangerous position. His brothers and sisters have already pulled the influential nobility to their side, so he remains at the bottom of the hierarchy almost without chances until he manages to find the missing components and tip the scales in his favor. He turns his attention to what is happening now. Isshin quietly snorts, and the interlocutor catches this on hearing, wondering if a man with such a reputation is even capable of handling the demands that sound so exacting. When the prince is asked why he seeks such power in some school, he answers, The students there are uncut gems, rough stones whose potential has not yet been revealed. After that, he voices a philosophical question and asks the veteran what, in his opinion, true power really is. Isshin asserts, it is the unbreakable strength to believe in oneself. The prince finds this idea interesting, but it clearly diverges from his own cold, calculated view of power. He leans forward, his gaze cuts with cold, carefully calculated malice as he moves a piece on the board. To reach his main goal, the prince declares with a chilling smile that he is ready to reshape the world itself. Isshin remains standing and silently watching. A heavy burden of his ambitions hangs in the rough air. The heavy sectional doors of the director's office suddenly burst open, cutting through the silence. A flustered student rushes in. He stumbles as he moves, his face pales with panic, and he shouts, demanding General Siegfried immediately because he has an urgent report. Siegfried sits calmly, only sighs and reminds the boy that he should knock first. Seeing the royal guest sitting opposite the director, the student freezes in place. His eyes widen sharply in shock. Siegfried immediately stops him and corrects him. In these walls, he should be addressed as academic director, not as general. He bows deeply, humbling himself in apology. But in a moment, the messenger pulls himself together and hurries to announce terrible news. He reports that 10 units of KOG were intercepted and stolen from the transport ship that was supposed to arrive at the academy that very day. The news hits the director like a heavy blow to the chest. His brow immediately furrows in shock. He demands an explanation of how such a theft could have been carried out at all, especially since a whole security team of KOGs had already been assigned to protect the cargo. With a trembling voice, the student delivers the most terrible detail in the report. During that meeting, all escort vehicles without exception were deliberately shot at and completely destroyed. Leaning back, the prince can hardly believe what he has heard. It is hard for him to comprehend how a single vehicle could cause such destruction. The student does not back down. He says this is no joke and demands to watch the recorded video right now. The screen flickers and suddenly comes to life. A sharp movement blurs across the frame, as if the pixels themselves are fleeing, while a lone high-performance vehicle cuts through a line of guards. With a single precise strike, it tears through an armored opponent, leaving only complete ruin in its wake. Someone is swept away in the blurred whirl of movement. A mysterious attacker strikes with unimaginable speed, and only flashes of light remain in his wake. The shockwave tears debris into the air. The serial modules don't even manage to register the threat before the precision of the road machine immediately levels and neutralizes them. Against the backdrop of blossoming explosions, the rebellious machine glides through the ruins, moving softly and fiercely as it completes its destructive attack. When the screen goes dark in static noise, the student finishes the report by saying that this was the last film taken, dug up from the ambush site. He continues, and his voice trembles slightly as he slips. Even by the most restrained estimates, the pilot's level must match Holy Night. This conclusion plunges the room into silence. Heavy, immovable. Lord Asgard leans forward and asks if the machine itself was a specialized model, and the student clarifies. It is a regular, serial, mass-produced ECS, so the pilot's skill looks even more terrifying. The prince's gaze is firmly glued to the afterimage of those movements, and in his thoughts a momentary recognition flashes. A clear silhouette emerges, which pursues him and suggests a connection he had not even anticipated. Siegfried asks with concern, and it sharply pulls him out of his delirium. He quickly apologizes, drives away distractions, and once again gathers his majestic, flawless composure. He is overwhelmed by a wave of anticipation. Suddenly it dawns on him, maybe he has finally come across what he was looking for, a rough diamond with a chance to blaze with a dazzling shine. He holds this confidence before his eyes, even when an official representative approaches him with urgent news about reports to the homeland. Without succumbing to anxiety, he brushes it off, as if he will handle everything himself before any official messages are sent. His gaze still lingers on the image of the stolen device. Far from the imperial halls, the warm light stretching from the windows of the hidden shelter cuts through the night silence. Inside, the air is thick with triumph. Everyone raises glasses and cans together in a shared toast, and the roar of cheers echoes throughout the room. Ishinakagami stands before the gathered members of Amadoras and proudly fills the hall with words. The current operation has been a grand success. He emphasizes that obtaining such a significant amount of KOG is an important turning point for their cause, and they achieved this only through their collective dedication. After that, he shifts his gaze to the young pilot, calling him a true hero of the mission and acknowledging that such a victory would not have been possible without his incredible skill. The young man, caught off guard by the compliment, involuntarily scratches the back of his head and gives a modest, awkward smile. The rest of the group instantly closes in around him. Voices overlap one another as they recount what they saw, how he dismantled the Imperial Guard units with a single move without any visible effort. They admit they have never seen KOG operate so smoothly and precisely. While loud celebrations spread around, the conversation suddenly takes a playful turn and Kaguya, embarrassed and on the defensive, suppresses her guard as others tease her about her supposed boyfriend. Unable to withstand the sudden attention and innocent teasing, the young pilot politely withdraws, seeking a moment of silence. He quietly slips away from the festive noise, his gaze fixed firmly on the floor as he retreats into the silence of the night. Kaguya watches his departure for his sake. Her face darkens with a cloud of misunderstanding and anxiety as the distance between them grows. His consciousness is drawn back to the swirling chaos of the operation. Then, he surpassed his own standard and justified any hopes. The resistance expected to get at most 2 or 3 Imperial machines, but his skill allowed them to capture 10. An ordinary raid turned into a colossal victory. Standing in the shadow of one of those giants they captured, the young pilot lifts his head and looks at the mechanical titan bathed in cold moonlight. The first mission has already proven its undeniable effectiveness, but its burden hits much harder than the metal standing before him. He extends his hand and presses trembling fingers against the scratched, scarred armor of the machine. As if for his own reassurance, he quietly whispers, "It was not in vain they managed to complete the task without losing a single soul on their side." The silence of the night suddenly breaks with echoes of battle screaming in his head. Faces of Imperial pilots he shot down appear before him. He hears their desperate cries again and sees how his strike cuts through their ranks until their lives end in an explosive finale. A sharp physical memory hits him as if it were a real blow to the chest that forces out a strangled, hoarse breath from his throat. Losing balance with his foot, he hurriedly covers his mouth with his palms, and his stomach twists in a spasm. He is suddenly and fiercely turned inside out by disgust. Drops spill down his face as he sinks to the ground. The truth about the lives he took finally shatters his cold composure. He hisses a curse at his own weakness and does not understand why he is breaking down no long after the adrenaline has faded, and he himself chose this path. While he tears his chest from sobbing and tries to squeeze air through tears, a firm hand firmly rests on his shoulder. A calm, well-known voice breaks through the panic and asks if he is okay. Kenya tries to stay on his feet, and the other calmly places a hand on his shoulder, supporting him and preventing him from staggering. Noticing how the boys are trembling, he hands them a glass of water. The boys accept it and quietly thank him. Under the quiet watch of the moon, he asks if the boy has finally managed to calm the heart racing in a panic rhythm. In response, he receives fatigue but still a nod of affirmation. Looking away out of shame, the young pilot quietly apologizes for his own weakness and admits. His previous vows, as if he were ready for war, now sound like empty words. As soon as the young man heard the apology, Ishin immediately interrupts him, assuring that he performed his duties with dignity and has nothing to apologize for. Those words immediately evoke a barely noticeable grateful smile on the boy's face. Then he continues the conversation and asks if this was really his first sortie into a real battle, and the boy confirms. He nods, recalling, the power of that machine turned out to be much greater than anything he could imagine while only practicing the movements. Returning to this question, Kenya again catches in his mind the same heat of the moment, how steel strikes steel when colossal mechanical knights clash with each other, filled with deadly intent. He still feels the trembling in his body from the explosions. A picture of the destroyed unit hangs in his mind as he comprehends the full weight of the lives he himself has taken. He bent over as if the burden of experience still squeezed his chest, and confessing, admitted. The simulator did not teach him to face the harsh truth of the cockpit, where every movement seemed heavy and truly tangible. His face froze as soon as he admitted. In the heat of that moment, he was so desperate that he did not even consider the life of the person he was killing, he only thought about how to survive himself. The older man calmly explained in response, "Such is war, where everyone stakes their life for their own sense of justice." And he assured the boy that he would not have to bear this burden alone. Having laid out this gloomy truth to the end, he directly asked the young pilot whether he still wanted to stick to the course or was ready to simply retreat now, as soon as he felt the true, bodily reality of battle on his own skin. The question hung in the air while the boy fixed his gaze on his trembling hands and could not comprehend whether his steps were truly righteous. Nearby, the commander silently observed, making it clear that he would support any choice he made. Suddenly he froze with a firm, relentless determination. His clenched fists trembled as he swore to fight so that Kaguya would never have to endure such torment, and to realize this trial was only within his power. Noticing this fire in the boy's eyes, the veteran could not help but smile, silently acknowledging that his daughter had brought home a truly incredible person, paying a price for it. Having made his decision, he extended his hand and firmly shook the boy's palm, a clear, confident gesture, officially accepting Kenyu Mitsurugi into the resistance. At the Amadora's base, he intently, without looking away, stares at his own palm as if weighing the burden of his decision. Nearby, the veteran warrior approaches closer and throws out one last piece of advice for the battlefield. When everything disappears from under your feet, you must remember the unwavering goal that pushes you forward. This purpose already stands clearly in his mind, and it flashes in the faces of two women who have become his universe. He swears to find them. Every time he recalls how strong they are and the path they walk together, his resolve only grows stronger. Realizing this burden, the elderly man dryly states, he has already chosen the path to save these two, and he says that this path will answer him in kind. When the pressing weight of recent events finally takes its toll, the youth's gaze twitches, his eyelids tremble, and he collapses weakly into a deep, sudden sleep. His mentor silently watches. The tension seems to have broken, so rest is well deserved. While the young warrior sleeps, a foreign presence still lingers in the neighboring shadows. The veteran calls out loudly, as sure who exactly was eavesdropping on their conversation. Like struck by lightning, the girl steps out of her hiding place, her heart wildly pounding from being discovered. Noticing how flustered she is, the man cannot resist teasing her about the dark red blush spreading like a wave across her cheeks. She sharply changes the subject and feverishly assures that it is just a heat rash and nothing more. She listens attentively while the veteran, with an understanding smile, asks her to take the helm and look after the sleeping boy while he goes to check on the rest of the group. She quietly agrees and takes a step closer as the older man walks away. She moves closer and watches how steadily his chest rises and falls. Suddenly one thought clicks in her mind. Maybe he really is not sleeping and is listening. But his facial expression is frozen and motionless. It seems to hint that he is not. She stares blankly into his calm face, frozen in rest. It occurs to her how strange he is despite all the chaos surrounding them. Finally, she decides, just a little longer let him remain in this silence, in this sleepy calm. She gazes at him warm and grateful and whispers a quiet thank you for staying by her side through all the battles they have endured together. As night thickens, she does not leave him and stays close, bidding him a gentle wish for peaceful sleep while he recovers from what he has experienced. Far from that quiet room, the world shakes from the storm. The Amadora's operation to capture KOG units has already succeeded, but all involved do not yet realize they have paved their own way to total collapse. One of the captured mechanical knights looms gloomily over the battlefield, and in the pilot's helmet, a voice croaks cold and sadistic as he demands, "Let the last desperate scream of his victim sound." The giant machine rises above the shattered cabin, and the frightened soldier is frozen only by his gaze, unable to look away from it because death is already approaching. The cold countdown starts. The last seconds of life are already being counted. When the numbers drop to 0, the pilot screams in a panic attack as if fear is tearing his throat, and this shriek spreads through the deserted space. He mockingly laughs at the pitiful sound, then reports that the territory has been completely cleared. A female voice responds over the radio, disdainfully calling the hunt during the days boring, then reports a fresh report regarding Colony 13. Standing among smoldering debris and bodies, the pilot slowly reflects on this unexpected refusal of a child, and in the gruesome spectacle surrounding them, finds dark satisfaction. He immediately shows obvious anxiety and tension on his face when the news reaches him. It is Princess Emir herself who stands behind the brutal suppression. His voice thunders as if cutting through the room at the moment of realization. Nearby, an official notes what he hears and remarks that the princess has a keen sense for such operations, so her involvement is almost inevitable given the scale of the conflict. He clenches his teeth, and sweat floods his forehead as the weight of what is happening finally reaches him. The realization that the torture princess is descending on Colony 13 sinks into his chest with palpable fear. Her cruelty precedes every step. While the commander nervously fusses, the second prince keeps his face impassive, but his eyes reveal his hidden anxiety. He knows all too well, once his sister enters the battlefield, the casualties always exceed any need for victory. She appears and the bloody banquet begins. She stands in the middle of her own luxurious chambers. A predatory snarl stretches across her face as she prepares to leave. In her hands is a whip, and she exudes a bloody, deadly hunger. The first princess savors the moment when she will see her brother's face again, and her mind spins only with how exactly she will unleash destruction on the colony that does not even suspect the attack. Siegfried Sylphid sits alone at the breakfast table. The burden of his duties as a representative of the garrison forces in Colony 13 weighs on his shoulders. From the moment Princess Emir arrived to the appearance of the mysterious KOG, military calculations whirl in his head, but his thoughts stubbornly return back to his daughter, Riene. He is cut off mid-sentence by the moment she abruptly rises from the table. A slight irritation fades from her face. When he tries to utter awkward apologies, she brushes them off and says she has morning training she needs to attend. His question whether that boy is leading her on agony's met with a sharp, confident reply, "Today she will be the victor." She sighs and watches the figure walking away. His promise of a rare show fight for two falls on deaf ears. She only replies that she is already late, so maybe she will think about it some other time, and disappears, leaving him to finish his meal in silence, heavy and contemplative. Understanding hits him like a blunt blow to the chest and he slumps over the table, choking in despair. It seems to him that he can no longer endure it, because it turns out, his precious Rione now spends her days talking about Another, and yet such joy shines on her face. He is overwhelmed by a memory of her childhood. Then she ran to him shouting Papa with pure boundless love. Once there was no other man in her world, and now the fact that she is growing, strengthening, and becoming independent turns into a bitter pill forced down his throat. Out of concern for his paternal well-being, his gaze sharply shifts to professional suspicion as soon as he recalls Alfred's recent outbursts. Rumors that Myra's second shift student hides a power that stuns to madness do not fit into his picture, especially now when even Lord Asgard is closely watching the boy's progress. He decides that mere assumptions are no longer enough and heads to the training grounds. His appearance immediately takes Kaguya's breath away in surprise. Despite her distrust that the legendary god of war stands before her in person, he firmly states he wants to see the truth with his own eyes. He steps forward with a confident smile and, adjusting his sunglasses, addresses the rookie girl and her companion. The appearance of such a high-ranking official strikes unexpectedly, and Kaguya and Kenya freeze in place, not knowing how to react to this sudden intrusion. He stands before them with confidence as if it is only right and calmly lays everything out. He became interested after his daughter, Rione, says the same name every morning. Kaguya sighs with relief. He has not yet uncovered their true identities. And Kenya can only force a nervous smile, his face covered in sweat, while the figure of this man looms over him. Leaning forward with a predatory, relentless threat, the commander orders clarification. Is this really the same young rookie rumored to have caught his daughter's favor? Kenya freezes in place, caught off guard, because the legendary soldier suddenly stands too close, too authoritatively. He fixes the boy with a cold, appraising gaze and silently notes for himself. At first visual contact, the boy looks weak and unremarkable. But no matter how long the inspection lasts, Kenya still pulls himself together and offers a polite but shaky greeting, trying not to lose composure under the heavy gaze of the experienced man. The experienced veteran sharply raises his finger and points it closely at the boy, issuing a short, harsh challenge to a duel. Kenya shudders and recoils from pure fear. The thought flashes in his mind that he is being dragged into a clash with the god of war much earlier than he ever imagined. The digital world flickersand on the screen appears a devastated, ruined urban landscape, against which a large clash flashes and a notification flickers. This street environment is chosen as the most convenient location for the upcoming clash, where the stakes are too high. In the modeled ruins, a white mechanical knight stands ready, and its pilot, focused in the cockpit, watches the devastation of the artificial city. For him, it is the first time. He is navigating through such a tangled and cramped battlefield where the walls seem to press from all sides. The riot committee's vehicle moves forward, its heavy steps echoing dully through the streets littered with debris, kicking up clouds of fine dust. A commander's voice cuts through the radio, mockingly asking if the rookie is ready for what comes next. The commander's giant construct immediately intercepts the attack. It snatches the treacherous three-pronged claw ungula. Kenya's tightens inside and meets the blow head-on, and both pilots simultaneously release all brakes because this test is through the flames. He grits his teeth when his shots bounce off the opponent's armor and cause no harm. Siegfried mocks the pathetic fire, drawing a comparison to the peace shooter, and Kenya understands. The god of war is a close combat master who hunts only to quickly close the distance. The experienced pilot confidently dodges the strike, definitely not exposing himself. The recruit sees how he abandons firearms for a blade. Kenya immediately replies, the sword is exactly what he will win with. After these words, he earns a laugh and a sharp remark about overconfidence from the seasoned commander. Watching from the side, Kaguya turns to Rione and admits, she had heard about the legendary power of the War of God, but seeing it live is something else entirely. She asks Rione to speak up, but Rione falls silent for a moment. Later she admits, her knowledge is not limitless. She says that Siegfried took her in after she lost her memories at the age of 10. Because of this, the man she calls father remained a mystery to her until that moment, and she never knew his true combat record. Rione continues to explain and notes, no matter how many simulations she has seen, not once ever has her father ever been defeated. Kaguya absorbs these words and suddenly for the first time clearly understands. She and Rione are not related by blood. In the heat of the duel, Siegfried unleashes the devastating Sonic Fong, technically a continuous whirlwind of strikes at maximum speed, but Kenya does not retreat or fear. He shows a wide, crazy smile and shouts that he is having an incredible time which the veteran cannot comprehend at all. The striking power of the attack begins to knock the ground from under their feet, and Siegfried announces, "The boy's shield is already on the edge." With a blow that makes the air tremble, he shatters the protective gear to pieces, as if opening the enemy for attack from all sides. And as soon as the commander realizes this, he already sees the trap. Kenya suddenly lunges forward and tries to aim at the legs of his unit. Siegfried instantly restructures the course of the battle, decides to sacrifice part of the armor to break the enemy's offensive, and from the unexpected counterattack, the young pilot staggers, thrown off rhythm. He acknowledges the true power of the god of war and realizes that he did not expect to be pushed back so far. Siegfried, equally stunned by the defeat of the mass-assembled machine, declares, "The next strike will decide everything." Two mechanical knights collide in a blinding storm of sparks and flying metal, and their final desperate maneuver ends with a colossal blow that shakes the simulation chamber. When the dust settles, the monitors flicker with a bright flash picture, an unexpected result: a draw. Kaguya and Ryane froze in front of the screen, not believing their eyes. The tension of the duel breaks with a dull, unexpected pause: a draw. Exiting the simulation, the experienced warrior approaches the young man and praises his skill, calling him a samurai boy. The boy freezes in confusion, tries to catch his breath, and wonders at the strange title. Despite his ostentatious confidence, the commander's hands still tremble from tension and tries to hide it as he admits the boy held himself back. Ryane watches his palms closely, her concern for the young pilot's safety clear as she warns him not to lower his vigilant gaze and to stay alert. Only slow, steady applause cuts their moment. Majestic figure emerges from the darkness. This is Lord Asgard, the second prince. He approves the splendid performance he has just witnessed. The royal presence impresses them. They listen attentively as he explains that the rumors about training sessions lasting late into the evening sparked his curiosity. He admits, seeing their battle is truly worth the hitch on the road. Panic washes over her like a wave as the question spins in her head. Did the prince overhear their conversation during the scuffle? He responds with a restrained, polite smile, assuring that he did not catch any details, but his gaze reveals otherwise, is clearly interested in something entirely different from what she is experiencing. He approaches the young pilot with an absolutely casual appearance and addresses Kinya Mitsurugi directly. Kinya flinches in surprise. His eyes widen as the regal figure shortens the distance to him. The prince elegantly raises his hand and admits, having just seen the fight on the first day, he has since become an ardent admirer. He honestly confesses that what truly impressed him was how someone could match Siegfried's strength in a duel. This gesture knocks the young man off his feet. He gasps for air, and his thoughts race wildly, trying to sweep away the absurdity of what happened. His brain can hardly process that a representative of the imperial elite extends a hand and offers to shake hands with a simple secondary citizen. Maintaining a calm smile, the king confirms his offer and makes it clear. The decision to accept is solely Kenya's, while simultaneously warning conspiratorially that his own hands are already bloodied. Kenya stares motionless at the outstretched palm, considering the immense danger involved in being drawn into the imperial family. He is silent, his gaze sliding aside as he tries to decipher what exactly the prince is hiding and what true intentions he acts upon. Although he already understood how his dynamic with Siegfried works, this new conversation seems dense with subtext and likely to have consequences he does not yet know. In his head, this moment is firmly etched as a turning point, like branching trajectories of simulations he knows so well. His heart beats and rumbles under his ribs because he feels a single action can derail events and trigger a completely new, unpredictable chain. Seeing his own hesitation, he clenches his fist, then slowly extends his hand to meet the prince's palm. Like a gamer, he chooses to trust his intuition. If this flag is needed to save the heroine, he will take it, even if danger looms. The surrounding witnesses, Ryane, Siegfried, and Kaguya, freeze in shocked silence, as for a moment a bridge grows between the ruling elite and the common subjects. It seemed the invisible chasm between classes settled in the air like a heavy burden when the two men finally make contact. He firmly shakes the prince's hand, a simple gesture carrying the weight of doom. This meeting of two worlds becomes a spark. Later, it will ignite a conflict that will engulf the entire globe and set the wheels of fate turning. When their palms clasp, the prince feels how firmly the young pilot holds him. The strength of his grip is striking, and curiosity grows stronger. Casting a meaningful glance at the end, the royal withdraws, while the commoner remains to digest the weight of that moment. Watching the prince walk away, Siegfried confirms, with the demonstrated skill of the boy, he will handle that specific task they talked about. The prince just nods and already has the next step in mind. The experienced commander once again directs his gaze at the young man and begins to explain. He has a specific request that only a person of his level can handle. Although this series of events was not part of any plan he knew, the pilot feels that now might be the chance to finally penetrate the very heart of the Empire. His sudden readiness to take on a deadly dangerous task immobilizes his partner freezes in shock. He forces a stubborn smile and insists, if there is something only he can handle, then there is no other way it will be necessary to jump headfirst into the thick of the trial. This reckless self-confidence provokes sharp condemnation in the girl. Through clenched teeth she tears out a reproach to him. No matter how politely and smilingly they spoke, these people are enemies guilty of countless deaths. She cannot comprehend how he can stand so calmly next to the very men who caused so much harm. Ignoring the growing tension, the commander begins to lead the boy away, promising to return him soon. The girl rushes forward to intercept them, but her friend grips her shoulders, forcing her to calm down and wait for everything to unfold. When he holds onto the commander, suddenly the sleeve is tugged by something sharp and desperate as if pulling him back. He freezes and sharply looks around, not understanding why the girl silently begs him for safety, although fear is clearly read on her face without words. While he was about to take it apart, his sleeve suddenly twitched as sharply turned around and caught her gaze. It read deep anxiety, so he immediately asked what was troubling her. He gave her a confident, almost playful smile and dispelled the anxiety with a single tone, as if to say nothing like that is necessary. A sly glint flashed in his eyes and he teased, maybe she just wants to stay longer with him. At that thought she choked on her words and flusteredly denied, stumbling into an awkward refusal. He brushed off her objection, calling it just a joke, and turning back to the commander threw a contemptuous gesture as a farewell. She reached out her hand once more trying to find the words for what she truly felt, but he was already walking away, and her phrases hung in the air. He left her standing there as if rooted to the spot. Her palms clenched into fists as she scolded herself for not being able to admit what she felt, while the princess silently watched her nearby. Soon the princess approached her. With a calm, composed demeanor she stopped the anxiety and spoke about the young man being safe. She assured that her father would never treat a subordinate unfairly. But the girl just turned away and stubbornly insisted, she absolutely does not worry. She noticed the other girl's hands twitched on her hips, trembling, revealing every word. Even when she tried to brush off the reaction and reduce it to old memories of what she had experienced, the princess's gaze did not waver. It reveled in the obvious signs of distress. Suddenly the princess pressed her tightly to her so firmly and completely unexpectedly, so she exhaled and froze in shock. Placing her hands, she tried to understand this sudden closeness, and the princess explained. Her father once held her exactly like that every time she got worked up or her heart began to tremble to calm her down. She still held the frightened girl tightly, admitting, even though she did not have the same fury towards the Empire, she could still be a support to a friend in need of help. No matter how awkward this moment lasted, her quiet support was growing stronger and it was felt. She abruptly turns away, her cheeks burning and her eyes gasping for air as she tries to compose herself. She thanks the girl opposite, then immediately turns back, reminding herself. Her companion is still a princess of the Empire, and the guard cannot be relaxed. Despite a moment of vulnerability, she grits her teeth and stubbornly declares that next time she will be the winner. Her rival only barely smiles as if to say, such confidence is only allowed for now. Somewhere far away, a heavily armored transport approaches the gate of a protected industrial base-like facility, while armed guards hold their positions and vigilantly watch the entrance. Stepping over the threshold of sterile corridors, the commander leads the young pilot further into the complex, and on the go calls it the KOG Research Institute, an institution directly subordinate to the prince. They enter a cluttered office. A man has collapsed onto the desk and frozen, as if disconnected from everything, completely exhausted. The commander does not show surprise. He is confident that the man is simply in his usual state of exhausting work again. The man abruptly wakes from sleep as soon as he hears the commanding voice of the commander. Through the lenses of his glasses, his gaze darts around, trying to understand where he has ended up. When he finally recognizes his guest, he immediately apologizes for having barely slept, and the commander introduces him. Tanaka Seikoro, the chief technology specialist of the institute. The conversation sharply changes tone. The commander offers the young pilot to take on a specific task. Tanaka noticeably falters from shock and asks if the boy is really capable of matching the one called the Ice Princess. But the commander does not back down. He firmly states that the responsibility for everything will lie with him. Having accepted the situation, the two men exchange solemn greetings with the pilot, who introduces himself as Kenyu Mizurugi. They stop and together look at the huge hangar. Technicians bustle there, repairing damaged KOG units and testing new equipment, and this is how their new cooperation begins. Gathered as a trio, Tanaka and Siegfried, he stands next to the chief while the latter lays out before them his long history of KOG research, and all this becomes possible thanks to Siegfried's arrangements. Siegfried himself, casting a glance over the hangar, asks where exactly one particular person is now. Tanaka replies that this person should be returning any moment now. Suddenly, a deafening blast echoes throughout the building, a shockwave tears dust and debris in their direction. The team instinctively presses down and freezes, restraining the onslaught of the unexpected explosion. Their words break off mid-sentence, overpowered by the very roar. When the dust finally settles, several soldiers burst into the frame in fragments. They slip out of the combat zone, fleeing in panic. Siegfried does not lose composure, quickly assesses if everything is all right with his comrades. His voice barely breaks through the increasingly distant, muffled roar of the blast. The young man freezes, staring into the foggy haze, eyes wide, and on his face a mixture of shock and sudden understanding. What lies ahead seems familiar to him or simply too gigantic in power, so he exhales a sharp awe of disbelief. Through the veil of dust and dirt, a huge armored fist strikes the ground with terrifying force, bones echoing. The name of this mechanical titan, Takamakidzuchi, seems to shimmer in the very air as it bursts onto the scene with bloody fury. As the dust disperses, it crouches into a firm landing stance, powerful and composed. At this moment, a thoughtful, predatory silhouette becomes visible, sleek but aggressive. The machine radiates an aura of advanced technology, far above the standard levels seen on the battlefield. Tanaka directs his gaze to the head of the structure and announces, "Before us is a prototype that is still being refined." Then he calls it a sixth-generation machine, the most advanced of what has already been realized within their current research. The chief awkwardly chuckles and admits, in the pursuit of the ideal, they probably overdid it with the details and made this collection too complicated. Now it is such a whimsical, cumbersome machine that ordinary pilots are unable to take it into operation. They are only torn apart by anger due to the lack of suitable combat data. He watched the pilot's reaction as a wave of memories washed over him completely. Kenya emerges in memory. Countless hours of youth devoted to mastering the fastest machines in the world. A whole life about the same thrill of the wind and the poisonous taste of defeat in the virtual arena. Seeing the flame in the boy's eyes, Siegfried addressed him, "Surai boy." He began to question whether he understood the full weight of the machine standing before him and offered to take on the role of its tester. The boy was overwhelmed with gratitude. He lowered his head and sincerely thanked Tanaka for such an incredible opportunity. He stepped toward the huge structure and stretched out his hand to touch its cold armor. His chest was filled with relief and joy at meeting his partner. Clenching his fist, he grinned harshly and confidently and declared that it was such a test that he was called to be born for. Takemikazuchi suddenly surged forward. The giant blurred body plunged into a sharp, high-tempo turn during the mobility test. The test continues at the same harsh pace. The creature maneuvers through the air with such skill that its size seems to contradict the very flight, and every movement leaves a trail of kinetic energy behind as it pushes the limits of its maneuverability. While the machine glides effortlessly, Tanaki Saikyou measures the screens with wide eyes. He exclaims that the maneuvers were executed perfectly, and the corrections are already far ahead of schedule. KOG performs another thrilling maneuver, and the head of the technology department cannot help but marvel. How the pilot manages to tame such a rebellious machine with such apparent ease. Satisfied with the initial results, he briefly checks the pilot's physical condition, and only then asks if he is ready to test a specific, much more complex function. The young man agrees without hesitation. Returning to the control panel, the chief stretches his smile even wider as he contemplates the mystery of Kenya Mitsurugi, while the anxious assistant warns, the machine has not yet undergone full calibration and they need to wait. In the cabin, the pilot still sits at the helm, tense and focused on the instruments, with one thought spinning in his head. If this is really that machine, it may be capable of much more than anyone ever assumed. A giant transport ship towers over the training ground. Its engines hum steadily with power while observers on the ground watch as the result of all their efforts rises into the sky. The veteran commander stood at the edge of the hangar, sweat dripping from his forehead, as the heavy doors hissed open slowly. He understood that this arrival placed the colony on the brink beyond which there would be no turning back. When a figure emerged from the shadows, he barely bowed, greeting the royal guest within Colony 13. Much time had passed since their last meeting, and the air between them thickened with unspeakable tensions. Before him stood Emir Asgard, the first princess of the Empire. To many, she was known by a far more terrifying title, the Princess of Torments. Her posture exuded icy elegance and immediately commanded due respect on that bred fear. A little later, the camera shifts attention to the headquarters briefing room. Imperial strategists gathered around a glowing tactical table. All conversations revolved around the Amadar rebel group, its recent raids increasingly getting under the Empire's skin. The official waved his hand toward the map of the Capto region and began to explain. They had already narrowed the search to the sprawling quarters with slums, but the exact place where the resistance cell was hiding still eluded them. She listened to the report, sneering disdainfully. Her fingers intertwined as she inquisitively checked why their behavior was kept so cautious. In her gaze, any hesitation only added determination to the rebels. Her gaze sharpened, a predatory spark flared in her pupils as she voiced the final decision. There is no need to look for a needle in a haystack. It is better to simply burn down the entire forest, sweep away the slums completely, to doom those who survive to a life in the woods. Standing upright beside her, Jillian, her personal knight, confirmed everything without hesitation. He met her gaze coldly, calculatingly, and was already ready to carry out any ruthless order the princess might give. Fixing a wary gaze on the princess, he speaks softly and tries to interrupt the conversation, emphasizing that Jillian was very recently promoted to the rank of Holy Knight because of this sharp jump in position. In his opinion, it might cloud his judgment or push him toward dangerous recklessness. At the cynical and cruel proposal, the imperial official abruptly jumps to his feet. His face pales with despair. He begs the princess to reconsider, arguing that such a senseless attack will inevitably maim civilians and cause huge casualties among the innocent. The room sinks into a heavy, suffocating silence as soon as the weight of the conversation settles on the shoulders of all the others present. Kenya and Riane do not move a muscle. Their faces are filled with grim concentration as they watch the military command confront the civilian administration. Under the commander's dark lenses, his gaze contracts into a brief flash of sharp realization. He rages at his own mistake, for he was late and has already made a tactical miscalculation in the political game of this briefing. The princess rises from her seat with predatory grace, and he again scolds himself for not foreseeing it. Now he clearly understood. Missing the former soldier of the Yamato people in the realm of humor was a terrible mistake, and this alone only irritated her explosive temper. She tilts her head and a bold, mocking smile spreads across her lips as she addresses the official, trembling with fear. Her voice sounds smooth, like silk over a blade. She demands that he repeat his plea, as if suddenly awakened by a keen interest in what worries ordinary people. With anxious speed, she leans over the table, sharply grabs the man's chin, and forces him to look her straight in the eyes. A cruel pleasure twitches in her gaze as she mocks his sudden display of conscience. The distance between them becomes a direct threat. He freezes, paralyzed by fear. Her face contorts into a mask of dark maniacal rage as she leans even closer. Her voice falls to a threatening whisper. She devalues any humanity in him, breaking into a sarcastic sneer, as if to say he is just another one. When her hand slowly slides down to his belt, the touch becomes cold and calculated, confirming the plan she intends to execute. She squeezes the official's hand even tighter, and her predatory grip begins to press so hard that the crunch of bones almost drowns out his frantic screams. The other officers in the room only freeze, raising their eyes to what is happening. Horror and muted submission mix in them, for they understand. Any attempt to intervene will only draw her deadly attention to them. She pulls herself closer until only a few inches remain between their faces, whispering poisonous insults. She mocks him, calling him a dog who fled his own country and now wags his tail for crumbs. Her eyes flash with cold, sadistic pleasure as she reminds him. His very existence is a mercy she allows and can revoke at any moment. With a sharp, harsh movement, she drives a heavy stylus into the table. A sharp crack spreads through the silence, echoing like a gunshot. The official jerks his whole body. His breath falters, and he fixates his gaze on the instrument pressed just a few inches from his trembling fingers, a silent warning of pain that can no longer be averted. Despite his fear, she pulls further, the flexible whip slicing through the air from beneath her belt. The leather unwinds and a chilling hiss sounds. She looks calmly, and the official man can only stammer in disbelief. His eyes widen as he realizes. She intends to continue publicly humiliating him, treating him like an animal that still needs to be broken. The whip cuts through space with blinding speed, tearing the air and his endurance to pieces, until he, exhausted by the assault, collapses. Even the seasonal Siegfried can do nothing. He only stands and watches. A mask of grim concentration freezes on his face, for the princess demands. The official must remember his humiliated place, marking the rhythm with whip strikes. The heavy doors suddenly burst open, and with the appearance of Lord Asgard in the hall, the atmosphere immediately changes. Emir's face, a moment ago twisted with a mask of cruelty, lights up with genuine, almost childlike joy. She calls out to her brother, and her entire posture changes in an instant. She sharply lunges forward and clings to him with her hands, squeezing him in suffocating embraces. The previous victim vanishes from her mind in a moment. She loudly complains about loneliness, and her current voice, high and playful, painfully contrasts with what she had just fiercely been doing. Hold on to him while she clings. The second prince addresses everyone in the room in a calm, majestic tone, acknowledging their efforts. He takes responsibility for what happened. The emperor is absent, therefore, now he must lead. At the same time, he dryly reproaches his sister for her overly uninhibited play with the scepter. He calmly stands next to his sister while she continues to mock the official who trembles because of his own indiscipline. The tone of his voice soothes. He tells her that now, since he is already on site, she no longer needs to worry, and promises to show how strong power should behave. He again shifts his gaze to her and asks if she really plans to advance to the front line herself. She answers with a creepy smile joyfully, and without hesitation confirming that she intends to participate directly. Supporting her words, she shows she has already brought the Regina units, and her own squad is about to arrive. Massive mechanical knights stand frozen in the hangar, their cold metal frames silently testify to the violence that is about to burst out. Her eyes widen, and a sadistic joy flashes in them as she tells that such a spectacular hunt is a real pleasure she does not intend to give to anyone else. In response, he displays a polite, almost rehearsed smile and in a tone as if pre-learned states that he eagerly looks forward to following her example. As soon as she moves away, her cloak trails behind her like a train. At the end, she throws the last instruction over her shoulder and says she will leave the tactical preparations in his hands to preserve the commander's honor. He responds with a barely noticeable bow and thanks her for the entrusted responsibility. As soon as she disappears, the air thickens and Siegfried Sylphid approaches the place, his face heavy, full of anxiety. He addresses the prince directly, acknowledging that his request is not easy, and pleads. A strategy is needed that will not ignite unnecessary bloodshed. The renowned warrior bows low, and his voice trembles with despair as he begs for mercy for all those caught in the crossfire. The prince only holds an impassive gaze and dryly says he understands the burden of that price. He turns away from the spectacle of former cruelty. He frankly tells Siegfried that he will do everything possible to reduce the consequences, and adds without a shadow of doubt, he is not drawn to his sister's distorted preferences. He emphasizes that there is a fundamental difference between his approaches and her methods. The prince's palace intrigues have long ceased to warm the quiet academic bedrooms. Their Kenya Mitsurugi finally breaks down. He falls heavily onto the bed and lands face down. As soon as his body finds support, he releases a long, exhausted sigh, admitting without any embellishment how much the day has already worn him out. His life is torn between conflicting roles. By day, he is an ordinary student blending unnoticed with his peers. As soon as classes end, the test pilot awakens in him, relentlessly pushing himself to tame Takamikazuchi. And weekends bring no relief. He spins in the thickets, helping the resistance carry heavy work. Staring at the mattress, he freezes and runs through in his mind how incredibly harsh this new reality has become. Not long ago, he was sitting at home gaming without going outside, and now this exhausting pace hits mercilessly, like a sharp break from the life he knew. He raises his hand and still feels a ghostly echo of steering the KOG in his fingers. While Ike's units stand for strength, Takamikazuchi is a completely different level, so he already understands in advance. The body has not yet fully adapted to the precision required to pilot such a machine. The burden of his position weighs on him as he calculates the next step, between the threads tying him to the Empire and the secret work of resistance. His inner hesitation is cut short by the sharp vibration of the phone. Riane is on the line. On the academy grounds, she sits alone by a large window. The soft light of the afternoon cuts out her silhouette against the silence. She reacts with a hint of surprise. A direct call from him is extremely rare. He explains, tomorrow he is taking a day off, so he won't show up for their usual morning training session. She noticeably falters and asks why he even called with such a basic message, since a short text would have sufficed, but her voice still reveals barely restrained gratitude. The conversation abruptly takes a wrong turn when she suddenly asks what Kaguya thinks of her. The straightforwardness of this question throws him off for a moment. He completely loses the gift of speech, while trying to figure out how the relationship between his companions is changing. He sat silently, catching every word of hers as the confession went on. The voice weighed on his shoulders heavier than he could imagine. She spoke about loneliness. As the daughter of a military legend, she had kept people at a distance from the start, letting no one get close until Kaguya directly challenged her. Then her voice drifted into a thought aloud whether under different circumstances they could become friends or rivals. And suddenly she cut off the conversation. The call ended, and only a quiet, soft goodbye remained as farewell. She curled up in a ball at the edge of the bed, and the space of her room only emphasized how painfully lonely she was alone. Moonlight spilled over the sheets, and dark bands of shadow stretched as if reflecting the heavy burden she silently carried within. She let out a single stifled apology, and only then did tears break through her composed appearance. In the silence of the night, the ice princess disappeared. In her place was a girl haunted by the weight of decisions she was forced to make. Returning to his own room, he froze and fixed his gaze on the phone, and the exhaustion of his triple life finally caught up with him. He was unsettled by the feeling that something was off in her voice from the very beginning. He wondered whether she was simply ill or if a much deeper meaning lay behind her strange behavior. The next morning, a sharp, persistent alarm clock jerked him from restless sleep. As soon as he got up, his mind immediately picked up the conversation from the previous night. The anxiety that followed did not subside. While preparing for the day, he was suddenly gripped by her last words. Goodbye echoed again and again in his head, and it became eerie because of the all-too-familiar sound. It seemed to him that this was not an ordinary farewell, rather a final conclusion that did not fit at all between simple school friends. Scooping cold water and splashing it on his face, he forced the sleepy haze to dissipate, and the puzzle pieces suddenly began to fit into a single picture. And the way she pronounced the words was not just a farewell. It was a coded message he had heard before, but under a completely different set of circumstances. His eyes snapped wide open, fully alert from the cold realization that pierced his body with a surge of adrenaline. This farewell was a prearranged signal meaning the start of a major operation, the very moment he had feared. He freezes before his own reflection, and only then does the situation truly reach him. The words "event battle," 1 against 100, echo in his head, exposing the cold reality. Now he will have to carry the fight against forces that vastly outnumber him. His consciousness races through the tactical scheme of the game's progression, and a panic strike hits his heart. The timeline has shifted. He feverishly considers whether his interference accelerated everything and whether it pushed that terrible battle encounter into the previous schedule, when the resistance had not yet had time to prepare in any way. The boy sees where the sharp escalation will lead too early, too harsh. The mechanical knights of the Empire descend into the slums of the defenseless, leaving behind only charred ruins and an ever-increasing price, the lives of innocents dying one after another. This is a vision of total destruction that he has no right to allow to become reality. He jumps out of the building, presses the phone to his ear, and frantically tries to reach Kaguya. Every second is precious, and the hurried, broken tone in his voice reveals how urgent the warning message he must deliver is. He rushes through empty, quiet streets, ignoring the bustle on the other end of the line. He growls, ordering her to appear immediately. He explains that they need to get to her father, Isshin, as soon as possible. Words come out in fragments, his ragged breathing falters as he squeezes out the maximum. Finally, he notices her near the academy grounds. He brakes sharply and stops on the spot, looking as if he was just pulled off the road, disheveled, tousled. She tries to question why he even showed up here, but the burning tension in his gaze silences her before the phrase can form. He grabs her by the shoulders, and his voice trembles with despair as he breaks into insistent words. This is not a joke. He presses her with his gaze and warns if they do not move right now, everything they hold dear will be in mortal danger. And the coming clash looms over them, a solid dark cloud above their heads. Fixing her gaze on his panicked eyes, she notices a sincerity that disrupts her reasoning and finally nods involuntarily, grimly, with understanding. He implores her trust once more. A heavy burden of a man who already knows what horrors the next hours will bring is frozen on his face. Heya and Kaguya rush through the city in a small delivery van, the engine roaring as if they are winning a race against seconds. In the cramped cabin, he stubbornly questions whether his slow transport is really the best option. She does not back down. A conspicuous vehicle will only attract the Empire's attention. As they make their way through the streets, she manages to establish a connection on her own device, and relief flashes across her face. A familiar voice has just sounded from the other side. He holds his gaze on the gravity of the moment, feeling that the presence of Princess Yumur confirms. This is truly the catastrophic disaster he feared so much. A sharp turn happens when a voice from the radio announces. They have already set off to intercept the target, and she is suddenly paralyzed by this instant escalation. Despite the risk, he declares that he will enter the fight anyway. His determination only grows stronger as the connection between him and his allies continues to hold. At the Resistance headquarters, the air seems to chill. On the monitors flickers the image of Princess Ymir, and her sly smile accompanies the demand surrender immediately or be destroyed to the last. They froze in place and did not look away from the broken transport. The realization of what had happened slowly washed over them like a wave, and this sight took their breath away. Before them stretched the ruins of the orphanage, now only a deserted field covered with broken stones and twisted metal. In the silence of these walls, the weight of loss pressed on their chests. The young man suddenly widened his eyes, frantically searching with his gaze for the living, and his voice trembled as he blamed himself for not coming earlier. Nearby, his comrade crouched close to the ground, carefully examined the trail and noted, "It is still fresh, so the danger might be very close." Suddenly, a dull rhythm of heavy footsteps cuts through the silence. It echoes among the debris, while someone desperately runs through the rubble. Several children were rushing loudly through the narrow alleys of the ruined city, and above them loomed the giant mechanical shadow of the KOG unit chasing after them. The pilot's voice tore through the silence from external loudspeakers and demanded, "The resistance must appear immediately and surrender." He struck a devastating blow to a building nearby, and dust and debris fell on the fleeing orphans, burying them completely. The pilot coldly issued an ultimatum: "Surrender, otherwise, the children themselves will pay the highest price for the resistance's disobedience." He lunged forward, overwhelmed by the despair to save them, but suddenly he was sharply pulled back. His companion grabbed him by the collar, held him firmly, and would not let go, forcing him to stop. She fixed her gaze on him, as if trying to determine whether he was sane when he intended to go against the mechanical titan without any equipment. Her voice cut through the air with cold authority. She emphasized that a headlong charge with bare hands was doomed to nothing but suicide. She raised a small device. Her face was composed and firm and responded to Kenya's explosive protests, which came one after another. He insisted passionately, "Action must be taken right now to save the children," but she did not lose her rhythm, calmly explaining that she has a plan specifically for such situations. She clearly understands. They cannot rush forward blindly without tactical advantage. Inside the warehouse, the mechanical knight looms over a small group of orphans, and the pilot's voice echoes with cold metal. He mocks their helplessness and makes it clear, now they are only bait to lure out resistance. He wants them to run. That way the hunt will last longer and his sadistic amusement will be fueled. Standing before the giant machine, the children huddled closely together, their whispers trembling with fear yet clinging to desperate hope. The eldest girl tried to calm the little ones, swearing they would hold out as long as possible, though doubts swirled in her mind whether escape even existed when they were so small and so unequal in strength. Such fear suddenly breaks off. Instead, a joint roar of defiance explodes. They shout back at the mechanical monster, insist they are not afraid, and reproach the pilot. He supposedly abandoned the children like pawns. Their thin voices suddenly pierce the silence of the warehouse, sounding confident and unexpectedly strong. The pilot's response bursts out as a sharp, intensified command of silence. The very air around him trembles from it. The inhuman loud tone and poisonous anger in his voice force the children to settle in place. They clutch their heads with their hands, writhe in pain, and choke on sobs, and the moment of their courage is immediately crushed by the merciless power of KOG. The kid trembles with fear. The pilot does not stop, continues mocking, hammering in, their only value lies in the screams they will eventually let out. Nearby, someone's fingers clench into a fist. A quiet, white wooden rage squeezes the palm to pain. The tension breaks at the edge as the mechanical knight freezes before the strike, preparing to kill. KOG sensors flash sharply. A loud rhythmic signal scatters through the composition, and this sound pierces the space. The slasher animal pulls its massive armored head toward the entrance, suddenly distracted by the unexpected noisy intrusion. Tearing through the perimeter, a transport truck with a golden logo painted on it speeds wildly to the clash site, kicking up dust and debris. And this very surge shows the confrontation has sharply turned harsh and merciless. The truck cabin looks like a ghost ship. The steering wheel obeys it itself, working with mechanical precision. Outside it, a mechanical knight growls an order, demanding the machine stop immediately. His voice cuts through the silence, amplified and distorted by the external speakers of the armor. Instead of slowing down, it accelerates even more. The engines roar so loudly that the echo rolls through the warehouse as the machine rushes straight at the enemy. The pilot, enraged by the brazen defiance, hisses that they dare not ignore him while bringing his weapon to combat readiness. The shockwave tears the entire structure from its place when the transport explodes upon collision, a one-time casualty in a broader, even more hopeless game. The flash cuts through everything around with a dazzling white-black avalanche, and the explosion tears the air to pieces with pure, fierce force. Among the smoke curls, the children huddle together and peer into the darkness, trying to guess if their rescuers have finally arrived here. The pilot instantly realizes the crash was not a real fall, but a diversion maneuver, a smoke screen deployed by the resistance to hide their course and confuse his sensors. Breaking free from the haze, they order the orphans to run while there is still a moment. The children's faces light up with hope as soon as they recognize their protectors. And the boy wonders how his companion maintains such composure when a deadly threat looms around them. The tragedy explodes at the same moment. One of them stumbles, her eyes cloud over, and she collapses to the ground powerless. Catching a pause, the pilot cruelly mocks their pathetic attempts to call it heroism and unleashes a hail of fire, intending to leave no soul alive. No one will escape from this formation. She reaches out with a trembling hand, but the path to salvation stretches on forever. Her protector suddenly leaps forward, his face contorts with a grimace of boundless despair as he realizes he is too far away to intercept the blow that is about to hit the girl lying on the ground. When the decisive blow is about to strike the target, a giant, torn metal plate crashes into the ground with a roar and, exploding with a clatter, erects an impassable wall before them. The entire squad freezes in stunned silence, eyes fixed. They were pulled from the jaws of death, so who could have caused such an obstacle? He darts aside from the shockwave as the huge metal barrier crashes into the ground with a roar, barely shielding the children from the furious rage of the mechanical titan. Above, the KOG pilot shouts in shock. His deadly attack is interrupted by the sudden appearance of a torn, jagged wall. In a moment, the young man reaches out to the trembling child, and she springs up and grabs him, throwing herself into his arms with a loud sigh of relief. She holds him tightly, and the fear that had just barely reached her finally breaks down into tears, and through her sobs, she calls his name. When his companion rushes to join them, he pulls the girl closer and continuously praises her bravery, assuring her that the threat has at least passed for now. Then they quickly check the other children, making sure everyone is intact while dust settles over the battlefield. Their relief is interrupted by the appearance of the veteran commander. He lets out a deep sigh from his chest, making sure everyone is safe. His daughter immediately notices blood on his hand, but he sharply brushes off her concern, grimly saying that the Imperial Guard has already engaged in battle, so escape will become even more dangerous. The leader shifts his gaze to the group and confirms, the other orphans have already been securely taken under control. After that, he utters rare praise for the two boys for successfully completing the rescue operation under such inhuman conditions. Despite the approving words, the young swordsman does not relax. His gaze is fixed firmly on the smoky horizon where the others are still stuck. The commander does not take his eyes off him, feeling the weight of responsibility pressing down on the boy and noticing a new, burning determination in his eyes. Sharply focusing, he makes a firm decision and announces he will have to face the threat face to face. He rejects the commander's objections, insisting that only he can do what is necessary to protect the home and the people who sheltered him. His voice is cold and unshakable as he swears to destroy those who dare to trample on their lives. His companion watches him go, and anxiety grows with every second. She feels a growing alienation between them because tense energy radiates from him, the kind she has never felt before. Meanwhile, the commander sharply issues orders, demanding to hold distractions, but he himself does not take his eyes off the youth rushing back into the heart of the storm. He stands with his arms crossed, a cold, unwavering determination frozen on his face. He reassures Kaguya, everything will be fine, and passes on the protection of the others to her, swearing that only he himself will destroy every enemy that crosses their path. Beneath him, the city unfolds as a continuous picture of complete devastation. Imperial mechanical knights march through smoking ruins, and their heavy steps echo dully amid the chaotic flight of civilians and the silent suffering of the wounded trapped by debris. Against the backdrop of the slaughter, Jillian drives his machine with sadistic pleasure. He presses down on the fallen resistance unit, crushing it beneath him. Through the comms, the voice of Princess Emir mocks, branding the rebels as pitifully weak, and he catches himself responding mentally, pondering that one formidable mechanism they encountered earlier might have been just a coincidence. From the wall of the command center in complete safety, Emir watches the slaughter and grows increasingly bored. She wants to find out if the resistance is really so cowardly that it won't dare to appear even now. Nearby, Lord Asgard remains calm, addresses Jillian, and asks if his sensors have managed to detect anything noteworthy amid this chaos. A sharp alarm signal clicks on the tactical display, and Jillian involuntarily shifts his gaze to a single marker at point H. It flashes across the screen with a quick movement. For a moment he freezes, not understanding what he sees, and reports the strange anomaly to his superiors, trying to grasp why a single enemy dared to attack against their insurmountable advantage. A brief confusion instantly shatters. A strong blow forces one of the Imperial Knights to fly backward and sink into the ruins. A moment and Jillian's boredom disappears. He suddenly sees clearly and informs the princess that the long-awaited machine has finally entered the battle. He turns the KOG to meet the alien's gaze, and through the communications bursts a resonant laugh. He sizes up the opponent from head to toe. Then he mocks and throws a question to the pilot. Is this single combat apparatus really the best the Resistance has? They say they have an ace. While the Titans prepare for the duel overhead, the Earth remains a grim witness to the cost. It is covered with motionless bodies of people caught between the sides of a war they did not consent to. She contacts him and harshly demands an explanation for why her troops are slaughtering defenseless civilians, slumped in her command chair. He feels her outrage in her words, but she finds his moral anger amusing, stating that his perspective is deeply flawed and that he is simply incapable of understanding the truth of their world. She leans forward, her face twisted, eyes wide with a sadistic, predatory smile. In her world, people are just cattle, pigs in human skin. She mocks him and asks if a hunter really needs permission to call her. The mockery hits and he lowers his gaze, a dark, confident smile sliding across his lips. He admits, when she speaks like that, it really makes things easier for him because her cruelty simplifies everything at once. His eyes narrow into a cold, deadly sight, and the inner doubt vanishes. He finally sees the true, monstrous nature of his enemy. Now he understands he can take them down immediately without any hesitation or wavering. She is unimpressed by his words. The princess orders Jillian to extract the boy from his machine, but with one condition: keep him alive. Jillian, a loyal and ruthless servant, gladly takes on the task, burning with the desire to subdue the arrogant outsider, while two mechanical giants surge forward and clash in a furious confrontation. The clash ignites instantly and strikes hard. Kenya executes a dazzlingly fast maneuver, and his blade turns into a silver smear. In the cockpit, Jillian's howling alarms rise as Blair realizes too late he has already been covered by the surgical precision technique, Mirage Slash. The Imperial KOG tears apart with a shockwave. Sparks and debris fly upward as the hull begins to explode. Kenya stands unmoved amid the ruins, calmly noting in his mind, this battle in his head had already been decided and finished 5 minutes before it even started. When the broken machine crashes down with a roar and its sword pierces the ground, the princess watches the broadcast and freezes if her breath was cut off. She demands, who is really behind this pilot? Her answer comes through the channel. His voice crackles, and he only drearily says that he is nothing more than a gamer. He froze in stance, calculating to the second the moment when the opponent would enter his striking zone. As soon as the distance closed, he already understood. The result was decided in advance. A sharp lunging, he rushed forward so fast that his movements merged into a continuous blurred trail as he closed the distance. As a result of this sudden explosive acceleration, the enemy's defense was left unprotected wholly as the palm of a hand. He aimed a strike directly at the vulnerable neck of the enemy machine and confused the pilot. She gasped in surprise but was too late. The blade had already been pulled out, held ready, and it was about to cut her down before she could understand what exactly he had done. The blade struck without hesitation, cutting through heavy armor as if it were made of paper. From a favorable position, the princess froze in horror, her gaze fixed on what had happened, and her mind could not accept the defeat of her own combat protector. She burst into a scream and shouted aloud that this could not be. Her pride shattered as soon as she realized. She trembled with fear before the one she had considered no more than a part of her way of life. When the mechanical giant fell into the mud, her composure shattered to dustinly wild, primal desperation remained. She howled madly to the sky, rejecting the very thought of her own death, and screamed piercingly that her thirst for slaughter was not yet quenched. Her eyes filled with a furious spark, and her voice broke as she begged the world to bend to her bloody whims. Despite her frantic pleas, he loomed over the ruins, the sharp silhouette of his machine cutting the horizon against the battlefield. In a cold, even voice, he reminded her of the law by which her empire lived. The defeated must submit to the victor, and he asked if she now refused to follow the same cruel rules she had so eagerly imposed on others. His face darkened, and his eyes flashed with a cold, eerie power that took the breath away and chilled to the bone. He made it absolutely clear to her, no title, not even that of a princess, would save her from his wrath after she dared to encroach upon what he considered sacred. He spoke everything with icy finality. She was a monster in human form, a creature no longer tolerable among others. Suddenly, a new opponent intervened. A flash of steel stopped his final strike just as the blade was about to land. The opponent recoiled, and his sensors flared with a warning glow as he tried to scan the one who dared to stand between him and the target. A clear voice ordered the princess to retreat. Meanwhile, they would deal with the situation. The rookie stood firm. His machine held a defensive stance, radiating confidence and authority. He ordered the princess to flee immediately, promising to hold the line against the gamer who had already dismantled their forces. And just as they picked up a new pace, the battlefield shook again with urgency. A new defender took the stage. Just as he barely managed to intervene, a familiar sound suddenly tore Kenya's attention away. The young pilot's face was flooded with boundless distrust, recognized the voice, and his breath caught in his throat as the incredible reality finally sank in. When another mechanical night fell upon him amid the forest ruins, he snapped into Manhwa. Was she on such a bloody battlefield? On the cockpit screen flashed confirmation of his fears, Reyna Sylphid. Yet he could only utter her name in stunned disbelief as she sat composed and unwavering, her gaze drinking in sharp resolve while the inevitable clash approached. The Asgardian ruler looks down on the battlefield. Her gaze rests on the skill just displayed, and admiration involuntarily breaks through. "Wonderful," she says aloud, demanding the name of the pilot who fought so skillfully. Riene names herself without unnecessary words, and immediately a cold smile appears on the princess's face, promising to remember that name. Kanuya watches this predatory intention. He sits in front of the monitor and clenches his teeth as if they are about to crack. With each passing second, he is overwhelmed by growing fear and cannot come to terms with the thought that Reinu was drawn into such a dangerous confrontation in exactly this place. She remains a helpless witness. The tide of battle turns, and the resistance forces are forced to retreat in despair. Despite the cries of his comrades, who cannot understand and go mad because Riene risks herself for their cause, the mechanical knights cannot hold the are defeated and pushed back by the superior imperial force. The clash destroys everythingly desolate ruins remain of the once magnificent city. Weakened buildings stand, crumble, like mute witnesses of the devastation unleashed by hostile factions. In the cramped cabin, she stares motionless ahead, and the heaviness in her chest prevents her from taking a full breath. Riene quietly apologizes to her father because she is irresistibly drawn to personally verify the truth of the world with her own I7 if the consequences of her actions strike back. From the very day before the operation, she prepared for this moment. Now she is visible as she walks down the sterile corridor of the academy. As she approached the inevitable path, the full weight of the decision that would soon determine her fate was already readable on her somber face. The steady step suddenly breaks off with a sharp stunned scream somewhere behind the wall. The nearby door opens, and you can hear someone inside reacting too clearly to the news. The mission starts tomorrow, and much earlier than any of them expected. She stands behind the door, and anxiety is frozen on her face while Siegfried's raised voice flies outside the walls from inside. Her father rarely speaks so sharply, and she tries to understand what could have thrown him off balance like that. Inside, the commander clenches everything in powerless irritation. He feverishly speaks on the phone, warning about the fragile peace in Colony 13. He insists no actions that could add fuel to the fire and stir up a new rebellion, especially since the princess on the front line is behaving completely unpredictably. When he utters what cannot even be thought of, it feels as if her body is struck. Words about the likelihood that civilians living in the slums will have to be destroyed. Troubled by the burden of his own command, he clenches his head, briefly sinking into the silence of private pain, then sharply barks orders for his soldiers to reduce losses at any cost. Unable to stay aside any longer, Rena steps into the room. Her appearance immediately throws him off balance. He sharply realizes that she's for his soldiers to reduce losses at any cost. He exhales, acknowledging her presence, and says that the operation date, scheduled as planned, was suddenly moved to tomorrow. She whispers an apology for eavesdropping, and he waves it off. The gravity of what is happening makes no room for any breach of etiquette. Despite the pressure, Siegfried maintains his posture and immediately reveals the essence of the mission. It is a hunt for the resistance led by Princess Immer herself. He lowers his gaze to the table and notes. A wave of resistance in various regions forced the Empire to make a move, and now they are dispersing it sharply and brutally. He reviews fresh intelligence reports on a portable device. The screen shows a chaotic clash where a transport ship was intercepted. The data confirms one Thingon's single, extremely skilled resistance fighter managed to neutralize an entire escort KOG unit, and this result has already clearly attracted the military's attention. Standing next to him, the young pilots seem to absorb the weight of what happened, their faces frozen between shock and cold, bitter sobriety. While the others try to recover from the news, the girl with silver hair does not utter a word, fixed on the screen as she swallows the thought of such a formidable opponent. She turns away sharply, her thoughts racing, why her companions ended up in this conflict so unjustifiably close. Doubts flare in her eyes as she tries to grasp the answer: is it a coincidence or a planned move? But the solution does not appear. Trying to uncover the truth for herself, she confidently heads to her father's office and without hesitation makes a firm demand to be allowed to participate in the upcoming operation. The experienced commander lifts his gaze from his desk, and genuine surprise is evident on his face at how sharply and persistently she insists. He stands in place and paces the room, explaining with his voice. This time it is Princess Yuma who will lead the attack from the front line. He admits that he does not want to involve his own daughter in the mission, where the death of civilians is inevitable, and says that it is natural for a father to want to protect her from such a cruel theater of war. Answering, she meets his gaze with unwavering determination and reconfirms. She is ready to pay the price. When he asks if she is truly prepared for the horrors she might see, she does not hesitate as says she finally wants to become truly useful to the Empire. He caught the fire in her gaze and finally gave in, but immediately set strict conditions regarding her participation. He made it clear, she does not interfere in direct fight. Your role is to support the KOG sections. She accepted this, responding with a deep bow of gratitude. In the depths of the Imperial hangar, alarms roar. One after another tense reports of a sudden clash burst into the air. Technicians and officers bustle and loudly read out new shocking facts. It turns out a specific threatening squad has already destroyed 5 of their vehicles in mere moments. Reina's subordinates reported to her about a strange unit around which very loud rumors had flared up. They spoke with noticeable anxiety. An unknown attacker is already heading straight to the department led by Princess Amir. Without hesitating for a second, she rushes to the nearest KOG unit, shouting a crumpled apology on the way and forcibly takes control of the machine. Ignoring the technician's frantic attempts to stop her, she is already charging the launch. She has only one thought in her head to find out who is at the pilot's wheel. 2 mechanical giants collide, scattering sparks, their blades biting into each other with fierce force. She feels the weight and rhythm of the opponent's strikes and a cold realization tightens in her chest. This move is familiar to the last motion. There is no doubt so Kenya is the same resistance pilot. In her head flickers a chilling memory. A young boy cries among the charred remains of his home while she watches him fight. She understands his rage against the Empire is entirely justified, yet still begs him to use the temporary gap in the siege and flee before the chance disappears. From the cabin, she continues her broken plea through the surrounding silence, her voice trembling with the full weight of what is happening. She warns, if Princess Emir falls, the Empire will stop at nothing to preserve its dignity and then the resistance will most likely be completely wiped out, along with everyone it cares about. She waits for an answer. Her face softens, but a deep sadness cuts through it as the silence from the opposite unit drags on endlessly. Carefully, she calls his name, hoping to reach the boy. She longs for something new but behind the cold mask of the enemy pilot. Only KOG opposite calmly prepares weapons for the next strike, movements cold, soullessly precise like a mechanism. She understands that he will not retreat and will not even heed her words. Then KOG gathers her last resolve and realizes, now she will have to stop his advance with her own blade. He hears her words but does not flinch. His gaze burns with cold, grim determination. He understands. Even if the princess is spared, the Empire's wrath will still turn into a massacre against his people today, and then all he can do is silently apologize to Riene while preparing to finish what he started. The young man's determination hardens, contracting into a cold, deadly edge. He already understands the enemy standing before him must be destroyed at any cost. Riene, watching from her own cabin, feels a sharp, frosty shift in the air. This is not the boy she just begged. Before her is a terrible warrior she saw during their very first meeting. His aura now radiates a single, cruel purpose. He lunges forward with wild fury, and his machine smears into a solid flash of steel with the intent to kill. Even if he has to tear the opponent's KOG to pieces, he will not retreat a single step. With a roar spreading through the communication channels, he demands, "Get out of his way!" Strikes land with force calculated for total destruction. In the distance, the second prince watches the operation with the refined composure befitting only a ruler. His subordinates report that the evacuation of civilians is nearly complete, so he spares a moment to recall his sister's stubborn obstinacy, knowing well that behind her proud mask hides a will so strong it is almost impossible to break even amid this chaos. Then he shifts his gaze to the tactical screens next to the God of War. The news there is much worse. The report makes it clear. Jillian has been neutralized and his unit completely destroyed, so the battlefield is falling into ruin. Orders are immediately given to the recovery team to take control of the debris and assess the consequences. The prince concludes that without a direct personal assessment they will not understand how serious everything is. He informs the commander. They will both go to the front line immediately to find the princess. Although the veteran is momentarily surprised by the persistence of the royal persons to rush into battle, he politely bows and takes the order to carry out, preparing for the journey. Soon they reach the edge of the forest, where the echo of battle has faded and a terrifying dead silence hangs. The commander's breath falters as he spots debris through the trees. Once a majestic royal squad, now broken and abandoned, a sight that seems unbelievable for what was supposed to be invincible. He freezes and stares at the twisted metal, trying to piece together what he sees with everything his military service has taught him. He cannot accept it. Never before has he seen a princess in such a pitiful, battered state as KOG. The size and nature of the destruction speak for themselves. The violence here is striking not only in scale, but also in the staggering precision. The prince, despite the complete mechanical destruction around, rushes to the control cabin with desperate speed. He calls his sister, and nothing remains of royal restraint, imploringly asks if she is safe. No answer is heard from inside the broken hull. This silence hits his head, fueling the fire of his growing panic. He exhales, noticeably relieved. Among the shattered ruins, the princess is alive. Emir, who looks more irritated than wounded, meets him with a disdainfully casual nickname and immediately pours her anger on him. She blames the defeat on Jillian's incompetence and her own brief lapse in judgment, then ends the pause and instantly orders to replace the combat unit to break into battle again. Fried sits nearby and watches silently. She finishes her sharp speech, and with each memory of the fight her face darkens. Aloud she wonders how her opponent could have known her exact combat patterns. The blonde warrior standing nearby suddenly has a terrible suspicion. She asks if she means Riene. Emir confirms and adds that everything would have been different if that girl had a moat. The news throws him off balance. Traces of genuine shock freeze on his face as he imagines that Riene could have been involved. But Emir remains cold and contemptuous cuts in that even if it were her own blood relative, the girl would not have walked away from such a clash without paying a very high price. He places his palm on his companion's shoulder calmly so that he understands there is no need to worry about Riene. The prince's own voice sounds eerily even, sharply cutting through the battle chaos. The soldier looks on, bewildered that the prince shows no concern for his own sister. He turns away from the group, his gaze fixed firmly on the horizon as he quietly mutters that everything is going exactly as he planned. His vague phrase confuses Ymir. She frowns, furrows her brows, and tries to decipher the dark meaning hidden in those words. Suddenly he pulls out a hidden weapon and shoots without any delay. The bullet flies through the princess's leg, and she bursts out with a piercing scream from unbearable pain. This betrayal, instant and cruel, distorts her face, in her eyes pure shock, on her features agony. She lashes out at the scorched earth, and pressing the wounded limb that cuts through the pain to herself, stares at him with complete distrust. Through the fog of pain she demands explanation. He did this, but he only looks down at her with eyes as cold as ice. He stands at the same level, holding a smoking weapon, and calmly, as if dictated, rewrites reality. The prince proclaims that Princess Emir died in battle against the resistance, a falsehood hidden beneath his secret plan. Siegfried freezes in horror and shouts for him to stop, but the prince's determination is unwavering. He freezes and watches as his sister's face contorts with complete confusion, her thoughts desperately trying to absorb the weight of what he said. She begins to stammer. Unable to comprehend the threat he just unleashed on her, the sister admits in a trembling voice. She does not understand what he means. Cold as if carved from ice, a smilliant, he calmly asks if she really cannot understand, insisting. His intentions fully coincide with what he has already said. In his steady, firm gaze there is no room for any doubts or double interpretation. Understanding finally overwhelms her, her eyes open wide, mixing horror and something like disbelief. She exhales a question and her voice barely flutters in a whisper. Why did he even want to kill her? He does not flinch, and when he tells her that the reason must be absolutely obvious, his face hardens. The silhouette of his profile cuts through the darkness with a cold determination to do his duty. He aims the pistol straight at her and fires out a confession he has carried for years. He says he has always hated her and how she treats people as if they were just pork meat to her. She can only freeze with a shocked look, her breath catching in her throat, while the barrel still presses motionless right against her chest. His thoughts briefly turned to the conversation with Siegfried, then he firmly declared his decision to follow this path. Despite the difficulty of the choice, his loyal subordinate did not step back. He promised to stay close and follow him, regardless of any consequences. He stood frozen as a dark figure against the horizon, revealing the cold logic of his betrayal. In the current state of the Empire, no one else has the power to stop it. He is convinced. As long as it lives, the world will continue to sink deeper into unnecessary slaughter, a cycle he intends to break once and for all. Gazing intently at her and holding icy determination within himself, he declares, as her brother, he must put an end to her life. He insists that at least her final moments must pass under his hand, a duty he feels towards her as his own kin. He does not move from his place. The cold steel of the pistol is firmly held in his hand. Then a wave of rage breaks through his sister. She bursts out chanting and shouting for him to stop his games, her face twisted with shock mixed with fury. The prince does not flinch at her outburst of emotions. His gaze is icy as he presses the question about her audacity. In response, she growls. The number of lives she has taken is immeasurably greater than anything he can imagine, and insists that he is not even worthy to stand in her shadow. Her consciousness abruptly returns to the burden of her own upbringing. A life in which being born of royal blood meant an unconditional duty to rule. She again sees how she was constantly surrounded by people who desired her death, and how she was driven into a world where even her own kin gave no refuge and the only command was one, to conquer the world. Turning back to the present time, she suddenly collapses to the ground. Her fingers convulsively dig into the soil as if they could break out through it, and tears flow endlessly down her cheeks. She whimpers piercingly, denying that she is evil, and insists that every cruelty she committed was a forced sacrifice for the sake of the Empire. This, she says, was a duty she performed with pedantic precision. She drags herself across the dirty ground and her voice breaks as it dawns on her. She was never allowed to live in peace. She blames the emperor and the very matter of the world, claiming they are the ones who made her a monster. She had only one choice left, to kill or be killed. Raising her eyes to him through a tearful veil, she feels her face slipping into pure grief without a shade of hope. She can hardly believe that this is how her story ends, betrayed by her own brother, the only person from whom she expected understanding, and now she is doomed to die in his hands. He grips the weapon even tighter, his face shadow-edged before pulling the trigger. In this final moment, a cold clarity overwhelms him. He decides that now he can forgive her sins if he ends her life. A memory of simpler days flashed through his mind back to the time when they first met. Then the young, energetic version of his sister spoke to him. She gave a sincere, radiant smile, introduced herself, and openly rejoiced that she would finally have a younger brother. He remembers simpler times. A bright smile of a young girl and a cheerful greeting that once connected them come to mind. Memories burst into dust in the forest, a deafening crack tears the silence. One shot fired into the sky and it settles, choking on desperate bitter sobs. She gasps sharply for air, her eyes widening in confusion as she realizes the bullet missed its target, and her body shudders while trembling settles on the cold ground and smoke rises from the barrel. Standing over her, he freezes the weapon already raised and aimed until his brother approaches him. The brother asks why he is stalling and what he thinks he is doing. The elder prince mocks his determination and asks if such a half-hearted effort can truly carry their grand designs. He cuts through the silence with a sharp, trembling command. The younger brothers must be silent. Despite the mockery, he insists on his own. This is a burden he must carry alone. But as soon as he says this, his brother's face twists into a predatory smile, explains what determination really means and for which moments it is meant. Grabbing his older brother by the hand, he declares, "The plan was born from his idea from the very beginning, so he must be the one to see it through to the end." At the moment when the tension is bursting at the seams, he pushes the weapon back into the correct position. Suddenly an empty, insane laughter bursts out of him, a terrifying sound that even the experienced commander nearby involuntarily watches the prince, feeling his condition increasingly unraveling and sowing anxiety. He trembles, covering his eyes with his hand, as if shielding himself from the gaze of the woman before him. Emir, her face frozen in a grimace of twisted happiness and bitterness, whispers that now he finally has the same cold, merciless look as their father, the emperor. His finger tightens on the cold metal of the trigger as he quietly utters the last, heavy farewell phrase. He calls out to his sister one last time, and at that very moment a deafening crack shatters the silence. Then a sharp, stormy splash floods the darkness. Mechanical giants collide at blinding speed. Their blades explode with sparks as they exchange blows right in the sky. One machine maneuvers with deadly precision, driving the opponent into a panic-stricken, impenetrable defense. A sharp, harsh blow sends waves of echoes into the air. And in a moment, a piercing scream of pain breaks off. One of the fighters is thrown back by the colossal force of the explosion. Inside the cabin, Ryune is out of breath and step by step her gaze climbs the stairs upward, staring at the indicators they destroyed any faith. She felt a terrible chasm between what they practiced in simulators and what real combat looks like. And now one thought haunted her: how much her opponent had restrained himself until this very moment. Kinya Mitsurugi coldly and attentively watches the battlefield. He notes, the ally has become stronger, but Mitsurugi himself had to discard the flying unit to maintain the advantage. He acknowledges this as an accurate measure of his own strength. While their transport machines stand side by side, the resistance forces and coordinators work in concert on the ground, confirming the evacuation of civilians is proceeding according to plan and the perimeter is held under reliable control. Isin Agagami maintains communication with Kaguya. He admits that Kinya's aggressive maneuvers successfully diverted the enemy's attention. Now the rest of the operation is in their hands. Kaguya listens attentively, her face mixing relief and a still unextinguished sting for her comrade. On the comm screen flickers the image of Kinya. He persistently urges Ryune to move to a safe place immediately. While inside he holds a secret determination before staying and finishing what was started, he apologizes to her. She watches his figure receding on the monitor, reaching forward as if wanting to stop him. Her voice sounds as a quiet plea, let him wait, before diving again into the very heart of the conflict. In despair, she stretches out her hand, her voice breaks as she begs him to wait. But the further the battle drives them, the faster the distance between them grows. Hunched over in her cockpit, she stares motionless at her trembling hand. Realization slowly seeps to the bone. She will no longer be able to reach him. Now there is a chasm between them, and it is no longer just the steel of their machines. And in the secret resistance camp, the dust finally settles. The survivors gather around the gigantic frame of Takamikazuchi, and at this moment it becomes clear another exhausting battle has ended. Finally, he reaches the place and he is met by the faces of comrades who relax with relief, although he himself is exhausted and covered in dirt. He barely manages a tired smile and quietly confirms that he has returned to the squad, which had so far held on under tense silence. He barely managed to utter a word when she clung to him with her whole body. The sudden jerk almost knocked him off balance, but her strong embrace held him like the last supportant in that trembling breath, relief pierced through, fearlessly torn from pain. She presses her face to his shoulder, her voice sparkling with tears as she reproaches him for making her worry so much. He can only gently, warmly laugh and call her silly for not believing him. A warm moment is abruptly interrupted by the loud, deliberate call of her father stands nearby, and his gaze mixes understanding and impatience, as if to imply, the matters are not yet finished. She shuddered, her face flared bright red, and she, flusteredly waving her hands, hurriedly justified that she was just checking him for wounds and shouted for him to stay away immediately. While he silently watched her outburst, his gaze mixed confusion and discomfort, and then, Kenya stands amid the clamor of old underground metro tunnels as the evacuation proceeds smoothly. Civilians make their way to safe places, and it is clear that the Empire's forces have not pursued them far. Kenya sighs with relief. The escape start has already worked, but caution about what lies ahead still lingers on his tongue. He lowers his gaze, and a cloud of regret thickens on his face as he talks about the meeting with Rione. No matter how hard he tried, everything went wrong, and he was so close to catching the princess, but at the last moment, she slipped from his hands. The experienced commander silently and attentively absorbs what he hears, processing the news within himself and confirming it with a restrained nod. He notices that the Empire's movements have suddenly become strangely quiet. Kenya's intervention, although it did not bring the matter to complete success, still managed to disrupt the enemy's plans, unsettle their coordination, and halt the course of their combat-ready offensive. She sharply turns to Kenya, and her gaze flashes with a new wave of urgency. Taking advantage of the temporary pause in the clashes, she dismisses any hesitation. Now they have no right to lose the moment and must immediately evacuate everyone from the combat zone. The tactical conversation is abruptly interrupted. A scout bursts into the room, gasping from running, pale and panicked, quickly reporting to the commander about an emergency broadcast already breaking through all frequencies, and all eyes involuntarily fixate on the trembling monitor. On the screen, the second prince of the Empire stands in formation with his mechanical guards, a cold voice without a trace of mercy. He announces to the resistance the final ultimatum: lay down your arms now and receive a crumb of mercy, or continue this futile struggle and then inevitable death awaits you. He leans sharply forward, his face twisted with a mixture of rage and calculated, cold regret as he makes a stunning statement. He proclaims to the whole world that Princess Emir was killed and places all the blame for this crime squarely on the resistance. The news spreads like a troubling wave through the hidden base, and the rebels noticeably sink under the weight of accusation. Seizing the moment, the prince declares, the time for negotiations is over. By his direct order, the imperial troops will immediately begin a campaign of total extermination against the resistance. The young man freezes in shock. His hand trembles as it presses to his face until the meaning of the news finally sinks in and falls like a heavy burden. They say the princess, very one they were supposed to meet, is already dead. He finds it hard to piece together the reality twisting right before his eyes. He tries to find out who could have killed her and why the Empire's movements so sharply diverged from what their intelligence reported. His confusion is interrupted by the scout's report contact has just been established with the arriving forces. In the heights, a swarm of mechanical knights blocks the sun with a solid mass, their smooth hulls cutting through the air as they advance forward in a huge coordinated formation straight to the resistance positions. Noticing the approaching threat, the young man realizes the very moment of fate he was warned about has come. Calmly, he asks to name the exact number of enemy units and adds that at least 30 are already visible on the front line. He sharply turns to the resistance leader, fixes his gaze on him, and insists that there is no other way. After that, he himself takes on the role of bait to draw the enemy's fire onto himself. His statement immediately meets sharp resistance from his comrade. He demands that he explain exactly what he is holding in his head. But the hero does not give ground, to remain steadfast, and insists that he alone can get enough time for the evacuation to succeed. The girl sharply turns to her father and desperately begs him to stop this onslaught. But the older man does not respond, he remains silent, his gaze fixed on the boy who stubbornly does not back down from his decision. When she sinks into his eyes, there is no shadow of hesitation left, only a chillingly clear determination that instantly silences all her objections. She watched from the side as her father scrutinized the young man. Ishin caught the expression on the boy's face. The youth's gaze was unmistakable. This is how one looks who has already definitively decided and accepted his fate. Overwhelmed with anxiety, she is torn apart by sobbing and continuously apologizes. She bitterly realizes her own weakness, claiming she is a burden to him and laments that all the hardest trials repeatedly fall upon him, while she is left only to stand aside. He gently cut her off mid-word and made it clear no apology was needed. After that, restrained joy spoke in his calm tone, could finally fight for her and for others. His voice did not betray the tone even when a threat loomed ahead, waiting specifically for him. Beside him, an older man looked away, his jaw clenched. It held a mixture of self-reproach and cold necessity. For a moment he doubted whether he was forcing the youth to make a painful choice again, and sought silent confirmation in memories of his son and those standing before him. Turning back, he pressed the pistol into the boy's hand and admitted his determination had reached where it needed to. It was a bitter admission, but there was no choice now. He would have to hold on to his strength. He begged, survive at any cost and do not give up, even when it gets hard. He took a step forward and brushed off the boy's words about having no one to call family. With a stern and fatherly gaze, he declared, the young warrior already belongs to their clan, and from this pronouncement, the boy involuntarily wore a genuine, tearful smile as he accepted this bond. When the young man turned to face his fate, it froze in place, as if the hopelessness she had painted for herself pressed her to the ground. Despite the promises she had made earlier to become stronger so as never to feel this, Aginch failed to restrain herself. She could only watch him walk away. She fixed her gaze on his distant back, a shadow of determination against the backdrop of a foggy future. Again she was left behind, reduced to the role of a spectator, while the one she cared for walked alone straight into the heart of the storm. She calls him, and her voice trembles with a determination she has never shown before, explaining that she needs to tell him her feelings right now because living on will be burdened forever by guilt. Saying nothing more, she leans closer and gently touches his cheek with her lips. He freezes from this, and his head bursts with confusion and bewilderment. Distancing herself, with a face reddened to deep crimson, she quickly rejects this step as if to say, it is only a meager deposit. She admits that anger overwhelms her because she cannot do more for him and emphasizes, if he wants to bring this gesture to a proper conclusion, let him return alive and safe. The weight of the upcoming clash hangs over Theme and tears splash across her face. She tightly clenches her palms and pleads with him, begging him to promise he will definitely return to her side under any circumstances. He revels in her gaze, glowing with a bright, confident smile, and firmly gives a thumbs up, as if promising by oath he will return. He jokes that with the reward already waiting for him, he will find his way back even from the very edge of death. She wipes away tears and makes a promise Sesh will wait. Over the city, a convoy of armored vehicles maneuvers through the streets, preparing everything for the breakthrough. Final preparation is about to start. The plan is already set. First secure and ensure the escape route, then engage head-on when Kenya leads the attack from the front lines. Inside the command vehicle, the veteran commander coldly and harshly warns his daughter, hold the perimeter and cover the advance, but do not get in the way. She immediately responds with a sharp, decisive nod, her gaze fixed only on what lies ahead. The resistance unit breaks forward together with her while her father, Ishin, commands the final phase of the escape. He orders Kenya to distract the rear guard, and when the front line is breached, the main forces disperse immediately along several routes. Kenya sharply confirms the execution of his plan with a decisive shout. He clenches his teeth so hard they crack, and his gaze burns with a harsh, unyielding fire, and he vows to clear the way for his comrades. The burden of the task falls on his shoulders, but his determination cannot be shaken. Within the sterile walls of the Imperial Command Center, Siegfried and Lord Asgard watch the chaos unfold, devising a plan to deploy 30 units to Point E to encircle the resistance and cut off any retreat. Siegfried emphasizes that victory demands ironclad, flawless certainty. While the commander keeps his face impassive, the prince leans forward slightly. A barely noticeable smile flickers on his lips, restrained but expectant. His desire is to see what this boy is truly capable of when faced with such a force of circumstances and advantage. Outside, the titanic-framed Takamikaduchi pounds over the battlefield, almost alone, compressing the space between itself and the year of challenge, pressing against the pack of Imperial KOG. The air crackles with the tension of its advance as it crashes right into the thick of enemy units. Deadly blows one after another tear apart the opposition, and the mechanical knight breaks through everything in its path. Its movements merge into a continuous Haziach step honed for destruction. Imperial pilots cry out in shock. They cannot comprehend how a single machine can possess such terrifying power as their comrades are blown to pieces by explosions. In the cabin, he freezes in a mode of maximum concentration, his gaze fixed on the tactical display. He clearly understands that he must exploit the enemy's brief confusion and thin their ranks with the most effective strikes possible within the limited time. Despite all his attempts, the main caravan enters a crisis. Cargo transports forcibly tear away from their KOGS citadels. Imperial units flood the vulnerable machines, pilots mock the desperate resistance and tighten the ring to finish them off. He pushes his own body beyond the limits of possibility. Takamikazuchi slices through the frame with a continuous motion as he catches several Imperial units at once. His entire being is focused on a single goal to cut down the enemy's force, for in this deadly clash of blades, one moment of inattention will be his last. As long as he holds the position, the transport convoy remains an open target. The surrounding ridges relentlessly launch missiles, bombarding it with a merciless barrage. The air is thick with smoke from explosions, and the trucks maneuver frantically, carving a path through the impact zones. Seeing the threat, the pilot sharply shifts attention to another, and in a desperate attempt intercepts the flying shells before they reach their target. Through clenched teeth, he curses under his breath pressure and number of enemy attacks already threaten to break through his defense. He understands. A direct hit on the transports will mean inevitable death for everyone inside. From the height of their shelter, Kaguya and Isshin watched the catastrophe unfold, and fear grew with every moment. They realized that the Imperial troops completely outnumbered them. Their hearts sank as a stray rocket flew past the defensive perimeter heading straight for the main transport. A deafening blast wave roars into the canyon, and for a moment the battlefield is shrouded in a haze of flames and debris. Kaguya screams in fear, her voice barely piercing through the roar of fire fears that the worst has finally begun. And as soon as the smoke clears, Takamikazuchi is still standing in place. The pilot squeezes out effort, pushing the machine through a high-speed, sharp-turning maneuver to clear the way for them. He roars, ordering the entire column not to stop, and does not allow a single second of their fleeting acceleration to go to waste. With renewed fury, the warrior unleashes devastating sword Techniqueth blade cuts through Imperial ranks relentlessly and without mercy, like boundless power. He stands as an unshakable barrier between the enemy and the survivors, challenging the Imperial Knights to test whether their steel can withstand his unbreakable resolve. From the command post, Lord Asgard watches the clash unfold and acknowledges. The young pilot has a strong spirit and truly skillful technique. Yet his face remains cold and focused on calculations, is confident that on a real, brutal battlefield, one raw talent is usually not enough to turn the tide of war. From afar he watches as the young pilot finally comes to the cold truth. This is no longer a simulation. The battle unfolds according to the ruthless laws of the real world. Kinya freezes, and his eyes widen sharply in shock as a scorching energy beam cuts through the distorted cityscape, delivering a clear signal. The course of the fight has changed. The young pilot strikes with a bladed blade unfailingly finds its target, piercing the body of the enemy knight with a disgusting, crunchy slice of metal. A stifled cry of pain bursts from the cockpit. Sparks and fragments scatter from the force of the impact, tearing into the air. He gives his opponent no chance to break free. His voice breaks from strain as he recognizes the one in control. It's Gillian's sadistic pilot. Now she looks disheveled, convulsively clutching her head and thrashing in a fit of manic despair. Kenya roars that this is revenge for the princess. The blow ignites anger, weighed down by the burden of revenge, and he is already preparing to deliver the final, devastating strike. Turning back to the command center, Kaguya and her father stare at the monitor, and anxiety grows with every frame. Their request crackles through the communications. They desperately demand an answer. But Kenya remains silent, standing with his head bowed, weighed down by the gravity of his own action. He exhales an empty apology, realizing that unlike the games he skillfully controlled, in reality there are no pauses or second chances. So Kaguya screams, shouting his name into the void of the connection. Metal rings clang across the entire square as two mechanical crowds latch onto each other and pull in a hopeless struggle. In Jillian's cabin, his face is a solid mask of rage. Eyes wide, filled with unbearable incomprehension of what is happening. He growls that the sacred knight of the Empire cannot fall to such a pathetic opponent, and pride does not allow him to accept reality. He still does not stop the furious attack, but his movements increasingly fall out of rhythm. The machine takes blow after blow. Cries of denial cut through the radio airwaves, and in them can be heard a desperate refusal to accept the merciless force pressing on him from all sides. And then the entire space disappears in a blinding flash of light and fire. The explosion tears the air, and through it becomes clear. The clash is over. The fragments of the Imperial machine are scattered across the entire battlefield. Kane watches from his own cabin. The silence that covers after the rumble presses on the chest with the full weight of victory. Far from the fury of battle, the operator of the Imperial Command Center monitors the fading signals. He reports, both the Jillian unit and the enemy marker disappeared simultaneously. Standing nearby is Lord Asgard. His face reveals nothing as he looks at what might indeed have been an inevitable outcome. No matter how skilled the pilot was, against such an incredible number of opponents, this was bound to happen sooner or later. He shifts his attention to the figures left on the board and orders in a steady voice to search for other KOG pilots who participated in the clash. Returning to Isshin Akagami, the prince immediately states his intentions. The one responsible for the death of the imperial family must be brought back alive. He demands that they personally carry out the execution. Isshin, standing straight in tactical gear, only coldly and clearly confirms the order with a short, sharp agreement. Smoke spreads over the ravaged land where the machines landed, and now everything is frozen as if a bloody testimony of cruelty. A hesitant voice is heard. Maybe the pilot decided to end his own life rather than be captured. But the answer comes without delay, decisive, without doubt. There is no such chance. Against the backdrop of smoldering ruins lies motionless the broken KOG hull, an empty shell without any movement. Yet stubbornness does not let go. The pilot is somewhere nearby, driven by a goal not yet accomplished. A fate that will not let him die right now. He hid while the Imperial search group combed the perimeter. Their voices echoed through the ruins with orders to turn everything upside down, and they were sure their target could not have fled far. The young pilot curled up in the shadows, pressed against the darkness. Blood slowly ran down his face as he assessed the hopelessness. The reinforced KOG cabin capsule held him after the crash, but he already understood. If they find him in such an exhausted state, it will be a death sentence. His consciousness returned again to the exhausting training with Riane. Her merciless grip had thoroughly honed his instincts to the limit where every impulse becomes precise. It was those sessions how to sense a deadly intent even before the strike lands that gave him a chance to survive the ambush. Breaking out of his makeshift shelter, he watched the mechanical silhouettes of Imperial troops patrolling the sky overhead. They knew no fatigue, endlessly circling over the place where his allies fled, and they had no intention of retreating from the height. He gripped the handle of the side weapon tighter, and his gaze became hard, as if a new determination had been tempered within him. One escape was no longer enough now, he would have to strike first. His task was to capture the enemy machine, to create a distraction that his friends were counting on while they broke free, and all of this was held together by the promise to return alive. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, Riane raced through the sterile corridors of the command center, out of breath, until she was intercepted by Lord Asgard and General Siegfried. The prince met her calmly, quietly asking how she felt after her abrupt departure. When the general demanded explanations for her unauthorized appearance at the front line, she did not back down and stood her ground, quietly apologizing. She insisted, the truth exists and it must be seen with one's own eyes. However, Asgard intervened. He immediately diverted attention by intercepting the question and hinted that the true motives belonged only to her. Her surprise only grew when the prince leaned closer, his voice dropped to a soft but knowing tone. He told her to calm down and not trouble her mind. The prince already knew about the princess with her witty involvement and about the young pilot's situation. She froze, struck by how accurately he saw. He stands silently and holds the position closely behind Riane while she reviews the tactical screens and reports. They are detecting an unidentified KOG signal carrying their own military identification code. Siegfried joins her, instantly reacts with shock when she adds that the signal is approaching at an incredible speed, and completely throws the experienced commander off balance. Meanwhile, deep inside the facility, among the labyrinthine corridors, the squad grows increasingly irritated, and Nervousti are losing their ward on the lower levels and cannot keep him in sight. They do not notice how Kenya is pressed into the shadows among the debris, watching closely. One of the pilots is preparing to get out of the cockpit to search the area on foot. While he grips the weapon, his fingers grow strong to the point that the knuckles whiten. Closing his eyes, he forces himself to gather into a single moment of complete concentration despite the mounting pressure and his own fear. His voice suddenly jerks right in my ear. It's Chief Tanaka, who somehow managed to bypass the jamming and reach him at the last moment. He demands explanations on how such a connection can exist at all. His eyes twitch sharply towards the heavy machines lurking nearby while he tries to remain unnoticed. He bursts into a sprint from the spot while the boss despises the question. He insists that he brought a gift to the boy to help him survive this desperate crisis. From the loud crackling in the headphones, he catches the voice of the chief from the control room, mixing professional pride and absolute urgency. Tanak admits, having finally found such a rare talent, he has no intention of letting him go. He praises the young pilot for straightforwardness, but immediately cuts off any further explanations. Will have to wait until the situation becomes more stable. He barely manages to hear the warning to protect his head when a young boy with a bewildered sigh barely catches the moment to react, and then the world above him cracks and collapses. A thunderous explosion tears through the ceiling. Shards of stone fly in a cascade, and a blinding light crashes down on his position. The blow from the collapse knocks him off his feet, is thrown backward, and his cry of alarm drowns in the rumble of the falling mass that pours down and crashes. He lies down to defend himself as best he can, yet still feels the earth itself tremble under the weight of the stone crashing down. When the dust finally settles, a giant armored hand suddenly emerges through the shattered debris, its metal fingers opening and closing with a fierce, flawless plasticity. Against the crackling in the speakers, the technician's voice cuts through again. He assures that this device was fine-tuned to the smallest detail specifically for him to guarantee maximum performance. The realization of what stands before the young man takes his breath away. Recognizing the legendary figure, he rushed forward through the settling grate and shouted the name of the mechanical titan Takamikazuchi. The machine bursts from underground to the surface, born in the depths, and emerges as an engineering masterpiece called Night of the Girls. Its smooth, faceted armor panels catch the dim light, and as it sheds the last pieces of debris from its hull, a sense of all-conquering power spreads around. Optical sensors flash with cold blue light, catching the gaze of the pilot standing below. A loud, familiar voice cuts through the trance with a single question: will he, having his power at hand, be able to find the desire to fight again? Standing before the giant mechanical god, the pilot feels his fear recede, giving way to a wave of renewed confidence. He declares that with such a partner, he has more than enough advantage to turn the tide of battle. Somewhere high above in the command center, a satisfied, quiet chuckle is barely audible over the radio. This is exactly what his mentor wanted to hear. While he settles into the pilot's seat, the leader adjusts his glasses and, holding a confident smile on his lips, orders his pilot to stun the Empire with their power and show it the true potential of the new ally. Surveying the punished results, the commander-in-chief notices. Imperial soldiers demand to know who dared to intervene. But their words are cut off. Takamikazu disappears in a flash of speed. Before they can comprehend even a moment, a single, final strike pierces the enemy unit and scatters it into ruins. While the attack does not weaken, panic spreads through the Imperial ranks. The fighters vainly try to take control of the unrecognizable machine. They quickly realize that their ground formations cannot withstand the dazzling speed. The phantom-like unit moves so swiftly that the eye cannot keep up with it, methodically wearing down the opponents. The battle erupts into complete chaos as mechanical giants clash in a deafening pressure. Orders tear through the headsets. Garrisons are commanded to lure the enemy into the skyrate where artillery batteries are deploying on the course. Against the backdrop of loud explosions, the pilot's scream of pain breaks out. High's unit is caught in crossfire as the clash intensifies. Creaking as it emerges from the smoke, Takamikazuchi rises to fight. Her two paired bladed swords are held low as she prepares to engage in combat with the numerous and superior Imperial forces. Keep your eyes on the screen from a distance. The release shot gives a dull recoil, and inside shock and disbelief, and people demand to name who is hiding behind that mysterious machine. But Lord Asgard only bursts out with a cold, triumphant laugh. Then he turns to the head of technology and with a sly smile notes, even the impassive engineer finally decided to take someone's side in this clash. The realization hits Siegfried like a blow to the chest. He holds in his mind only one person capable of taming such an explosive prototype, and now he wonders if that lone pilot has the power to turn the course of the entire war. The sky darkens over the battlefield. From above, a huge swarm of enemy reinforcements descends to the ground. Their engines roar dully, intermittently, and threateningly, and this sound promises total destruction. Insurmountable odds press down, and you have to contact the chief and declare. He has nowhere left to retreat, only to unleash their secret weapon. This is exactly what the exhausted engineer grimly and wearily repeats as the situation rapidly becomes critical. He met the warning with a firm affirmative nod, fully understanding that the tension in his body would be much harsher than anything he had experienced before, while the technician warned him about the colossal load that the next maneuver would place on his systems. At the Obi command, the accumulator wildly activated. The mighty Takamikazuchi hull was enveloped in a radiant, flickering glow, pure power in the air. When the final system synchronized, the machine's optics flashed with a deadly red glow, a signal that it was already ready to unleash its full potential. In a moment, the ground cracked and shattered from the sudden jerk of his acceleration, and behind him remained disturbed air and scattered debris. Imperial troops, unable to contain their panic, unleashed a continuous, desperate hail of lead and feverishly shouted to their own, maintain an unrelenting barrage of fire. But they froze in horror when a white, ghostly silhouette slid through the machine gun fire, as if dancing with such unreal speed that their targeting systems could not even comprehend where it disappeared. The collision exploded into a catastrophe. A dull, thunderous blow rolled as a shockwave through their ranks. Soldiers broke into a shout they could not believe their own eyes and demanded explanations for how this machine could withstand without a scratch after such a direct attack when it crashed into their very mass. A whirlwind of destruction spun around, throwing armored soldiers aside like autumn leaves and effortlessly cutting through their formations with harsh, uncompromising precision. The white glow of lightning burst out of the darkness, the machine crashed into the battlefield and carved a path of destruction, a single elemental force that disregarded any usual logic of war. It releases a devastating wave of destruction. The very air cracks and tears under the weight of its power, and explosions flare across the battlefield, unfolding into deadly flowers. Seeing this impossible trick, the Imperial troops freeze. They are gripped by both trembling and pure terror. They cannot comprehend how a single machine was able to methodically destroy an entire unit of over 100 KOG units, even the elite guard. When the smoke finally clears, the mechanical titan stands amid the ruins it created. Its energy-dispersing blades spread like the wings of a vengeful deity. At that moment, silence fell, and everyone realized this lone appearance had forever reshuffled the course of the war. Far from the front line, Lord Asgard receives the news. The battle is already over. Siegfried confirms the end of the clash, emphasizing that events deviated slightly from the original plan, but the outcome was still favorable. The charred remains of the Imperial vanguard, including units commanded by Princess Ymir, are scattered across the scorched earth. The survivors are left only with the grim duty to survey what remains of the once proud military force. Lord Asgard addresses his inner circle with a cold, eerily calm manner and explains, "The resistance has already been completely subdued as retribution for the Empress's death." He recounts everything as if these events were merely lines in a play he wrote long ago. The prince reaches forward toward the monitor where the victorious machine is frozen, carefully noting, "The main objective has already been accomplished." What was destroyed on the battlefield was not just a skirmish, it was a necessary step in a broader design. His face twists into a dark, predatory smile as he thoughtfully contemplates the future. With the power of Takamikaduchi fully revealed, he finally understands. The last piece of his grand puzzle has fallen into place. He turns to his companions and remarks, "Once Siegfried intervenes, everything moves much more swiftly." Calmly, without a shadow of doubt, the prince suggests they set out, casually inviting Riene to come along. She is briefly paralyzed by the unexpected request. Nearby, the gigantic Takamikazuchi stands motionless against the backdrop of the settling gunpowder after the clash. His monumental stance became a silent testament to the power that had just brought them victory. In the machine's cabin, Kenya Mitsurugi leans his whole body on the controls. His breathing breaks into ragged, intermittent gasps as the adrenaline wave subsides. Over the loud comms, Chief Tanaka's voice crackles. He confirms that enemy forces have fully retreated and proclaims the hard-won victory to the young pilot. Straightening up a little, the exhausted young man nods to the technician and sincerely thanks him for the support. Tanak waves his hand, dismissing these words. He insists that the victory was achieved only thanks to the boy's own skill and iron determination on the field. Exhaustion tightens his consciousness with ever heavier chains, and he involuntarily listens as Tanaka weighs their fragile future. The leader understands. The road home no longer leads anywhere, for execution awaits them there. So he suggests another option to try to find refuge within the Teiji Federation. The scientist, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose, freezes for a moment with a feeling of absolute impossibility of what just happened. They really defeated the forces of the supposedly invincible Lord Asgard until this moment. Such a feat seemed like a dream from the distant future, just a few hours ago. While the scientist weighs the next step, the world blurs for the young pilot's eyelids twitch and he involuntarily closes his eyes. Darkness thickens, covering everything around, but a wave of gloomy satisfaction still washes over him. He has passed that deadly episode that was supposed to be the end. As he is about to lose consciousness, the Imperial news cycle is already rewriting the past. On screens across the country, a message flashes a cold tone, announces that the rebel Kenya Mitsurugi was executed for the murder of the princess. And now in the eyes of the Empire's people, he is branded a traitor. The death of Princess Ymir shook the Empire, becoming the impetus that would overturn everything. At her memorial before the portrait, a whole crowd in uniform stood. Frozen officers stood silently, grim and motionless, and the air grew thick with the weight of tragedy. He froze ahead, his face revealing no thought as the political landscape around him shifted. After the sister disappeared, the whole world fixed its gaze on the second prince and the struggle for the imperial inheritance took on a new, far more dangerous face. While the empire was drowning in mourning, the resistance ship Amaterasu was tearing through the waves, cutting the country's path to the past. On board, the crew, intently watching news broadcasts, held course for the Teiji Federation there, where they hoped to find refuge and allies. She could no longer hold back her tears. The pain from recent losses broke through her icy composure. Her father held her tightly as she sobbed, but beneath the wave of sorrow in her chest, a new fire was already igniting righteous anger. Several days passed while the dust from the clashes settled and silence finally reigned in the corridors. The prince walked through the quiet halls of the secluded residence. His boots thudded on the floor until he stopped and confidently struck the heavy wooden door with his fist, knocking firmly. He entered the room and immediately saw the young man. He was standing by the window, and his silhouette was highlighted by a trembling light from behind. The prince noted how strikingly the boy's appearance had changed and emphasized that with the new silvery strands, he looked like a true representative of the Asgardian nobility. The young man turned sharp-lithe dark mask already covered part of his face, hiding his real name and essence. The prince called him by his new title sword Sylphidan, thus began a new life where lies and intrigues intertwine much more intricately. The sky exploded with the roar of steel and flame as the Imperial forces converged on their single target. One pilot sharply commanded. He brushed off the enemy like a green rookie and ordered an unrelenting barrage of fire so that he could not slip out of the tightening ring. In the whirl of chaos, the lead pilot clenched his jaws, and an irritating anxiety grew. He could not comprehend how everything had come to such a desperate confrontation. The tension crowd flared up with the final decisive commandant. He ordered his group to finish the job once and for all. The frame burst into a memory that happened a month ago. A young pilot lay broken, confused, as if struck by a blow. As consciousness slowly returned to him, the image floated, and reality felt distant and cold. He found himself in the arms of a woman who was sobbing bitterly. Her tears streamed and fell on his face as she expressed deep relief with words. She feared they would never meet again, and her voice trembled. Heavy sorrow and sudden hope battled within it. Raising his eyes to her, he barely managed. A weak voice almost did not break through the silence when he asked if she was okay. She answered with a gentle, tear-filled smile and assured him that she was fine and that her heart was overflowing with joy. Opened his eyes again. Suddenly he sprang up, and anxiety for Kaguya and their other companions flared in his mind, preventing his thoughts from stopping. The woman's expression softened as she confirmed that Kaguya had also found shelter among the resistance ranks, and in this was a heavy, grim realization. His confusion was cut short by shock. Cold metal clamped onto his wrist. Immediately realized he was handcuffed. While she hurriedly apologized, citing the strict protocols of their hidden base, Commander Tanaka entered the room and reported that the resistance had already completed the evacuation. The young man was left alone with his own mouth. He faltered in his words and stammered, trying to apologize for his previous aggression. The commander stood nearby, his motionless figure watching the scuffle, his face remaining unnoticed behind dark lenses. He admitted that the use of handcuffs became necessary after the boy fell, while the technician kept his eyes fixed on the glowing monitors in the command center. He glanced down at the boy and, naming him fully Kenya Mitsurugi, spoke in a cold tone, acknowledging the trouble he himself had caused. The young man froze, not lowering his eyes, while his mind raced as he realized even Siegfried was already entwined in this story. A calm, well-known voice broke the tension and began praising the brilliant battle Kenya was leading. The boy's eyes suddenly widened in shock, and he shifted his gaze to the figure sitting upright at the next table, holding a cup of tea. The prince stood motionless, his majestic figure filling the entire room as he coldly and politely inquired about Kenya's well-being. In the next moment, the young man flared with rage, lunged forward, grabbed the royal by the luxurious collar, and demanded how he even dared to appear here. He shouted at the prince, his voice breaking into a hoarse cry as he demanded, "Does Asgard know how much lives have already been sacrificed because of his empire's actions?" That momentan Siegfried drew a pistol, pressing the barrel right against the boy, and ordered him to immediately release the royal prisoner. The prince did not lose his composure. He raised his hand to signal the guards to stop and declared that this rage was entirely justified. Meanwhile, Ryouchi stepped forward with a desperate hope to ease the tension, while he insisted that Siegfried lower his weapon and acknowledge the boy's explosive anger as a natural consequence of war. When the flag of the Asgardian Empire tore and fluttered in the cold wind over the deserted wasteland, the prince unhesitatingly admitted, it was his state that was behind the massacre of the people of Kenya. He did not call it any one single terrible loss, spoke of it as a harsh political truth that the boy was ultimately forced to face. He fixed his gaze on the trembling eyes of the boy. He explained that such atrocities are just everyday routine, happening somewhere in the world every moment. The nihilistic truth, with its cold mass, descended upon Kenya and forced the very foundation of his understanding of the conflict to waver. The young man fiercely argued, passionately proving that no innocent civilians should be dragged into the resistance fight. The prince only glanced at the ruins of the distant battlefield and briefly clarified, The last operation was planned by his sister, Princess Emir, so she would have proceeded at the same cold-blooded pace anyway even if the boy had not been there to see it all. He clenches the glove into a fist grimacing in frustration because he admits, unfortunately, he does not have the authority to control his sister's impulses. He suddenly lunges forward and grabs the young man by the collar to immediately press a harsh truth into him. All this beating was disrupted because of the boy himself. He attracted too much attention loudly and involuntarily caught the princess's gaze, showing that raw power without a strategic mind becomes a trap. The young man shudders deeply inside, weighing the burden of his own accidental consequences, but a familiar voice sharply cuts through his despair. The girl in uniform explains, in the sectors directly under the prince's command, not a single one has died. When the camera captures how displaced residents are processed and registered, the whole truth becomes clear. Their homes and slums have been leveled to the ground, but now they are classified as third class, not as victims, but as nobody. He glances at the prince and, understanding washes over him like a wave. The insurgents and civilians surviving was no accident. When he asks if the whole story was a calculated maneuver, the blonde of royal blood answers without hesitation sharply and without any excuses. The prince admits, the strategy was a risky bet, but he still went for it because he believed in the incredible strength of the boy. Next to the young pilot towers, the gigantic Takamikazuchi frame a silent proof of that very power. Meanwhile, observing the consequences from a safe distance, the tired senior technician adjusts his glasses and admits, the results exceeded his initial calculations. Nearby, the commander notes that another important figure was closely monitoring the boy's successes. The commander finally steps forward. His figure immediately draws the attention of the entire gathered group. He looks directly at the young pilot and orders him to announce the next step, making it clear that the boy's future depends on what he answers. He stands aside while the prince utters the ice-breaking ultimatum, choose his side or perish right where you stand. He continues, revealing the thought, an unpredictable variable like Kenya cannot be lost from sight if he intends to disrupt the entire design. This conversation reveals how fragile the state of the empire is. The current emperor, though bedridden, holds on better than his illness allows. It is precisely this that he carries on himself, the only thing now stopping the relentless advance of their armies. The throne looms like a sign of inevitable doom. If the succession continues on this course, Prince Odin will seize power and ignite a war of conquest across the world by cold, ruthless force alone. While his brothers and sisters Odin and Ymir each pursue their own dark plans, the prince desperately demands an end to this cycle of violence, regardless of the methods that must be used. After this, he makes a stunning declaration that takes the breath away in the hall. He wants to seize the throne himself and radically rebuild the future of this country. Nearby, the chief technician and the experienced commander discuss the prince's risk. He recruited the young pilot not by chance. This decision was born from the awareness of his incredible power. Against the backdrop of these political maneuvers, the young woman's thoughts drift to her lost companion. She clenches her heart, burdened by a firm decision, never again to endure the pain of constant party torment. She resolutely proclaims her intention with wild, piercing strength, promising to fight alongside him to finally become a true friend of Kaguya. Kenya freezes, watching her, for in her eyes is only shock at the depth with which she believes what she says, until Lord Asgard crashes into the moment. The prince shifts his gaze to the youth and asks the key question, what is he really fighting for? He clenches his fist, and faces of those he loves flash before his eyes in fragments. This is not about grand ideas or political power. He suddenly understands clearly, his purpose is much simpler. He wants to protect a world where Rione and Kaguya can live without hiding their smiles. This conviction is held even more firmly by memories of his allies Tanaka, Siegfried, and Rione herself. Each risked absolutely everything to bring them to this decisive turning point. Their sacrifices seem to press on his shoulders. They root his determination and keep him from faltering. The prince instantly releases the tension with a sharp laugh. He even feels that the young man's sincerity has some charm. Kenya immediately becomes tense and sharp about this, but Asgard stops without hesitation and openly apologizes, admitting, such frankness is a rare trait that truly helps. Maintaining a tone of unquestionable royal authority, the prince extends his hand, a solemn gesture of alliance. He directly issues a challenge and simultaneously extends an invitation. The prince insists that Kenya Mitsurugi stand beside him his knight. He holds his gaze, and the weight of the proposal settles on him like a tangible shroud. Serving side by side with Lord Asgard is a path filled with uncertainty, yet the position draws him to the choice with the force of gravity. He lowers his gaze to his own hands and wonders, could they already have absorbed the blood of this war, or does the entire burden of the prince's request only seem so excessive? In the weight that each of them carried, he suddenly feels a strange kinship. While his true intentions were still shrouded in fog, the prince gazed intently into those eyes and caught a truth that could not be dismissed. The confidence there was genuine in it was this knowledge. At least for now, that was enough to guide his next move. He lowers his gaze to the heavy metal handcuff binding his wrist to the prince's and realizes he does not have enough strength to push through everything that lies ahead. He needs this alliance. Turning to his new partner, the young fencer asks if he may ask just one single question. The prince calmly replies that he should speak. He issues a stern warning: there will be no place for treason. But the prince only pulls out a smile and without hesitation puts his own life as a pledge in case he ever breaks his word. The technical director and the others, keeping their distance, do not hold back and comment on the prince's eccentricities. He is a true deviation from the norm in the imperial bloodline. Suddenly, the prince pulls out a device and orders the young man to raise his hands. The directed beam shatters the chains to pieces. After this, he solemnly declares that the resistance member's identity is henceforth officially considered dead. With a flash of solemnity, the king announces a new name for his companion. From now on, he is called Sword Sylphid, the secret son of the legendary god of war. Such a brazen assertion throws everyone off balance. Both the experienced commander and the young man freeze, mouths agape, unable to silently believe. It bursts out of them as continuous, loud disbelief. Over the following weeks, the one who would later be called Sword immersed himself in exhausting training. He washed away his past to become a true support in the prince's cause. He is delivered straight to the heart of the empire, to the training center Asgard Night Force. The sleek transport rushes to the restricted facility, gliding past heavy security at Gate 3. The journey ends. The prince and his companion are caught up by a high-ranking official. Lord Asgard raises his hand in a light gesture of greeting and asks how things are progressing with Colonel Starr. The appearance of these people throws the colonel off balance, a man with a recognizable eye patch and disheveled hair. He meets the prince with a loud, sweeping greeting, and Ryouchi responds with a restrained, official bow, emphasizing that a lot of time has passed since their last meeting. He does not waste a second and immediately explains. He has come to choose a new knight. The prince inquires about the status of one particular person, and Ryouchi replies that she has already given all the necessary instructions regarding the candidate. This news pleases the colonel. He exclaims with fervent enthusiasm that such a reinforcement will undoubtedly raise the fighting spirit. Unable to contain his impatience, he addresses the prince and asks which of the candidates has finally been deemed worthy of this prestigious position. She watches with a light, confident smile as the prince hints that the choice might go to someone stronger than her. He immediately confirms the decision has already been made and waves his hand toward a figure approaching from the far end of the corridor. From the darkness emerges a young man now called Sword Sylphid. He makes his entrance in a dark uniform and a mask that hides his face. He solemnly introduces himself to the colonel, speaking evenly and disciplined, presenting himself as the rank demands. The soldierly expression disappears from the colonel's face. His excited reaction collapses into complete incomprehension. The officer recoils, tightening his facial features, shock mixed with burning suspicion as he now sees this mysterious warrior in a mask before him. His body trembles from shock and his voice thunders as he demands an explanation about the name Sylphid. Lord Asgard remains composed and calm. This is indeed a new recruit. Meanwhile, the masked youth stands silently, enduring the colonel's intense, heavy gaze. Sensing the tension, Ryouchi steps forward. Her cheeks flush slightly as she introduces the newcomer as her older brother. The colonel immediately bursts into loud laughter, mistaking their relationship for a romantic connection between the youth. And the boy behind the mask only gathers sweat in his palms, reacting confusedly to the awkward turn of events. Despite the laughter, the veteran officer does not let go of his skepticism. He firmly states that even a royal petition cannot bypass the requirement of proven merits. He insists the candidate must reach at least the level of Holy Knight to be taken seriously, and he will not lower this threshold for anyone, regardless of their identity. Hearing this, the young man sinks into thoughts about how the hierarchy of this world is structured. A path flashes in his mind from an ordinary knight to the coveted title of hero. He realizes that here, just like in those games he once chased, climbing the ranks is the only way to gain true recognition and power. The colonel's face darkens as soon as he speaks of the recent defeat of Princess Ymir and her knight Gillianthe were overcome by an unknown force. He warns that the Empire's elite heroes will not let such contempt go unanswered, and the pressure on the recruits will only increase. Feeling that the dead end was near, the prince calmly asks how many prepared fighters are currently held on the territory. When he is told that there are about 100 soldiers in the program now, a sharp, cold gleam calculated and infallible flashes in his eyes. Then he makes a truly shocking challenge. If the masked swordsman manages to defeat each of these 100 cadets, his value will no longer need to be proven, it will become indisputable. This is a bold bet designed to force the colonel to make a decision squeezed from an obvious demonstration of strength. This sharp statement twists everyone's thoughts out of their hands. The room fell into a deafening silence. Riene and the young pilot froze, unable to believe the scale of the plan. Even the stern colonel loses his rhythm. His single eye widens as soon as he catches the sheer audacity of the prince's bet. Kenya stands aside and listens while Lord Asgarden repeats this absurd proposal again, and he seems not to tremble even under the weight of the challenge. The experienced officer doubts whether the prince has truly lost his mind, and Asgarden only laughs as if to hint, it will be difficult, but Kenya is capable of it. The prince's face still holds a slight, playful smile, a sharp contrast to how the colonel is increasingly irritated, perceiving it as a tasteless prank. Asgard leans closer. His gaze flashes with cold determination as he confirms that he is absolutely serious during the trial. Finding no way out of the royal decree, the veteran officer finally gives in, but his frustration simmers beneath the surface. He roughly orders his men to prepare the rookies for a demonstration fight, and Asgard throws Kenya a brief, casual encouragement as she warily prepares to go to the front line. When the simulation starts, the colonel freezes in shock, watching as a single mechanism maneuvers with incredible ease and speed as if the laws of logic have broken down. He expected a quick humiliation, but his cadets cannot hit even once. Their formations crumble under the very pressure of the alien's attack, knocked off place by its screw impulse. The battlefield turns into a chaotic mix of steel and flame. Kyoto of Kenya cut through opposition ranks with surgical precision. The trainees shudder at the screams. Their squads are torn apart one by one, unable to keep up with the pilot who seems to have fallen out of his own time and flies in a different time plane. When the dust finally settles, a huge message of victory confirms the impossible, the complete defeat of the 100 force. Nearby, Star trembles and his head is feverish. He tries to rank this talent clearly above an ordinary knight and perhaps even equal to the legendary Holy Knights. Meanwhile, Riene watches everything with a completely different, sharpened attention. After demonstrating unstoppable strength, the prince looks away from the spectacle and thoughtfully surveys everything around. Soon the events will become much more interesting. He frankly tells the stunned colonel that Kenya is an unpredictable factor, a real wild card, which he will keep close as the political cards are reshuffled. Next to the digital remains of his victory, the young pilot was officially entered into the hierarchy. Now he is not just a guest, but a fighter secured in rank. The sylphid sword in his hands recorded him as 50th among the knights, a man destined to be the prince's own blade. Within Colony 13, Lillebolt Aints has long and faithfully worked as General Siegfried's assistant. He was suddenly interrupted by the general. A new task appeared right before him: to become a guide and mentor for 2 designated people. He suddenly took off and rushed back to the imperial capital with a suitcase in hand and a heavy burden on his body, because he had to complete the job. In the qualifying matches of the 3rd block, to achieve enough combat accomplishments so that these newcomers would pass the selection and become holy knights under the command of Lord Asgard. The first of these people looked suspicious. He kept his face under a mask, hiding from strangers, and was known only as Sword Sylphi. Rumor had it he was the general's illegitimate son, and this news instantly unsettled the auxiliary squad as if something irreparable had thundered. Despite those dirty whispers and gossip, the boy's abilities could not be denied. He took control of the arena. In a matter of moments, he rose from 50th place higher and higher up to 14th. The second to appear was Riene Sylphid, the general's adopted daughter, and a pilot with cold, devastating efficiency, for which she was given the title Princess of Silver Eyes. Previously, she was ranked as a person without any ambitions, but that was instantly crossed out. Now she pressed forward with a new harsh speed, stubbornly trying to close the gap between herself and her brother's rapidly growing reputation. She took the victory again without any difficulties. As soon as the match ended, her name flashed on the screens, and nearby her comrades silently watched the final moment. She climbs the service ladder with incredible speed, and because of this, Lillebolt, Aints, and Ave can only shrug their shoulders. He comments on how impressive it is that she reached such a high status so quickly, yet emphasizes, the total number of her played matches significantly exceeds the indicators of her companion. Thanks to their tireless work, the ranking board already shows their names almost at the top, Sword in 11th place and she in 12th. Sword quietly apologizes for the delay and says that his rise made her wait. However, Lillebolt assures, for the Holy Knight trials they stand exactly where they should. This realization immediately gives birth to a new anxiety in him. He understands that future clashes will require real mechanical units. So he freezes in thought and begins to look for an answer where to get the necessary KOGs for such a level of combat. As soon as the need arises, Colonel Star rushes to the place next to him is a man with disheveled hair and glasses. The colonel introduces him as Tanaka, head of the technology department. He arrived with a clearly defined purpose. He waves to the group in a friendly manner, informing on the go that he brought a special package on behalf of Lord Asgard. With a sweeping gesture, he directs their gaze to the hangar behind. In the frame, two custom KOG ECAS units tower and press with their dimensions. One Folger, aimed under the sword, and the other Glacies, a machine assembled specifically for Rione's use. The near side of the machine stirs the sword with excitement. It does not take its eyes off the smooth armor of the new partner. Tanaka explains that these are not exactly fresh shots, they were simply re-equipped with special mechanisms tailored to specific combat styles that suit them. Fired up by the thought of immediately testing the limits of her new unit, she insists. Training will start right now, and this catches Sword by surprise. When they are already preparing to board, Tanaka and Lilbelt watch them, fully understanding that the real test of skill has just begun. She walks away, her face reveals nothing. Tanaka, full of anxiety, calls her back, trying to make sure she hasn't gone too far. Kenya watches her with his gaze, and memories of their recent achievements still hang in the air like a heavy burden. Outside, the main residence of the Sylphs rises as an unshakable fortress. Modern glass and concrete form a monumental facade that sharply cuts through the heat of the training ground. Inside, he finds himself chest-deep in the hot, steaming waters of a luxurious bath, and calmly assures some invisible attendant that the temperature is perfect. The heat sinks into the muscles, spreading throughout the body. His face reddens, but not only from the steam. Finally, he is overcome by the thought that he lives under the same roof as Rione, and it makes him recall Siegfried's stern warnings to keep himself in check. Next to him on the table lies a whole selection of official papers, documents, IDs, and birth certificates, and the conclusion of his new life is solemnly sealed with a polite word of thanks. Later, he sits opposite the formidable Siegfried, who admits, complete trust has not yet been achieved, but he cannot deny the young man's skill as a pilot, just as he cannot deny how Rione has started smiling again since his arrival. The gray-haired man leans forward. His voice sounds heavy, as if burdened with all paternal love. He admits that Rione is dearer to him than his own life and honestly says he may not always be there to protect her, but for her sake he chooses to trust the one she herself has let into her confidence. Then he fixes the boy with a piercing gaze and demands an answer whether there was a lie in his words spoken during their first meeting. He shudders with surprise when the young man suddenly extends his hand and grips his wrist with unwavering strength. Kenya confirms his loyalty sharply and unequivocally, leaving no chance for doubt. He quietly lets out a muffled laugh as if admitting that promise weighs too much, and he sees it immediately as a fire ignites in the boy's eyes. Kenya's gaze does not waver for a moment, and his determination cuts like a blade. Kenny's gaze shifts aside to the framed photo on the table. A memory of an old friend from Yamadoha rises like a wave from within, and then Kenny begins to doubt whether such stubbornness is inherent in all his people. He places a heavy, soothing hand on the boy's shoulder and solemnly entrusts him with the responsibility for safety. Kenya, although slightly thrown off by the sudden change in tone, convulsively utters a polite agreement. His newly gained trust quickly turns into an annoying, fatherly caring affection, and Kenya is completely bewildered to catch himself in this, even following him to the bathroom to stubbornly insist he must help him wash. He is suddenly interrupted by a sound. The door slides open, and Rione appears in a robe in the doorway. Her face is frozen in shock, completely bewildered and humiliated. They both seem to turn to stone as Rione demands an explanation of what is happening in her house. She calmly, without any emotion, explains that she just came to fulfill her duty and washes back, as if not noticing how indecent it is. Kenya's voice sharply breaks upward desperately, panic-stricken, to immediately clear up the misunderstanding. She remains calm and states that she needs to discuss something truly important, while Kenya chokes with embarrassment and Siegfried has an emotional breakdown in the background. She explains, according to Kaguya, in Yamato there is a tradition of naked communication. Communal baths help people relax and exchange information more easily. Kenny stands in the water, his face flushing with embarrassment due to this sudden intimacy. He curls up inside and continuously screams to himself, trying to understand why Kaguya even taught her, but quickly realizes the linguistic and cultural misunderstanding most likely happened unintentionally. When she apologizes and fearfully thinks she might have offended him, he immediately dispels her worries, assuring her that everything is fine, although he is clearly uncomfortable. Then the young woman passes behind his back and begins to scrub his back, so he suddenly cries out, scared and thinly, with a high-pitched squeal he immediately regrets. While he tries to pull himself together, she gently reminds him he had something he wanted to ask her. Taking a breath, he asks how she became so powerful at Alland, how long she has been fighting a real battle. She falls silent, immersed in memories of the many clashes she had to go through, while he puzzles over whether he will ever be able to reach such strength. He continues, and his voice sharply darkens, becoming sober, almost merciless. He says he feels a desperate need to prove his own worth because he believes his presence means nothing if he cannot be useful. She does not look away. She feels the heavy determination pressing on him. Fixating her gaze on his back, she suddenly realizes, before her is a boy just like her, simply her peer. But his very posture reveals something else. On his shoulders lies a weight that should not belong even to years. She looks him straight in the eyes and bluntly asks what exactly he is carrying on those small shoulders, and in her voice one can hear calm, sincere concern. The question catches him off guard, is momentarily left speechless, convulsively searching for an answer. She is silent. Her thoughts again drift to those vague words Kaguya once said about his past and what drives him. He understands. No matter how much he tells her the whole truth about his origin, she is still unlikely to believe a single word. While she energetically scrubs everything around, he cannot stop the thought thighs naked. Social intimacy turns out to be much harsher and more physically exhausting than he had imagined. He moves closer, and a playful spark flashes in his eyes as he challenges. If she can defeat him in battle, he will reveal all the secrets of his past. Refusing to speak frankly, he squeezes out quiet apologies and explains. His past is not a story others should hear. She responds with a sharp jerk, starting to scrub his back with such anger that he has to beg, touch more gently. The silence and focused closeness of the bathhouse rooms quickly disappear, and instead, the harsh reality of the 5th training ground of the Imperial Army of Asgard opens up, where the morning sun brightly reflects off the concrete structures. In the sterile corridors of the institution, a loud voice calls 2 people at full volume, and a tall man with spiky hair approaches closer and asks if they enjoyed their stay at the academy. A young woman stared at him with an indifferent, cold gaze, and he shuddered, feigning a scorned offense, just realizing. She remembers neither him nor the humiliation he endured at her hands. Zoidkirk puffs out his chest and loudly shouts his name, proudly holding on to his status as the 8th Knight. And Kenya, clenching her jaw irritably, recalls all the moments when she failed to defeat this arrogant brat. The displayed showiness does not impress her. She does not look away and remains silent while Zoid introduces her to the partners, Ron Dyak and Fumitraz. After that, he announces that the 3-on-3 team fight has been officially sanctioned by the colonel. Nearby, in some office, the frightened combat Legalilla belt attacks the drunk Colonel Veteran, claiming he gave the order for a clash without warning. But the old soldier only snorts crookedly in response, and insists that anyone who wants to serve the prince must be able to endure such sudden trials. Zoidkirk immediately took the initiative as soon as he imagined the scene for the clash and began mocking his opponents. With a contemptuous snort, he blurted out whether Kenya was simply afraid of another humiliating defeat. Riene did not flinch in response. She only slowly stretched into a creepy smile and hinted that it was time for them to hasten the inevitable. Her composure further fueled Zoid's confidence and swore that this defeat would be remembered by them forever. Watching this quarrel, Kenya felt an unpleasant chill from Riene's uncharacteristic harshness. She turned to Lord Asgard, seeking permission, and received a calm nod from him without any confirmation of approval, which only cleared her way to the duel. In a moment the arena hissed, and the speakers cracked loudly. The announcer ordered all technical staff to immediately clear the field. The official sanctioned clash between levels was beginning. Inside the Tanaki observation post, it was hard to believe. He froze with an expression of shock when he saw the tactical plan. Kenya remained unshaken, confirming that he would stay out of the fight, while Riene took on the battle against 3 high-ranking knights one-on-one. Her determination left no room for doubt. Stared only at the monitors, her gaze sharp and focused. If she says she can handle it, Kenya is ready to stand by and watch words turn into action. The sudden silence of the arena shattered as massive KOG units burst into action. Steel clashed against steel in a storm of high-speed maneuvers and powerful energy discharges. She moves with such measured grace that contradicts the heaviest technique she employs, cutting through the chaos of the battlefield with surgical precision. Her opponents are thrown from side to side. They cannot comprehend how she closes the distance so quickly and manages to deliver blows that destroy everything. A blow with such force that it cuts the air hits the targetone of the opponents is immediately thrown back, and his sensors choke on terrible warnings. The young pilot, Lilibel, can only helplessly wheeze in shock as his machine buckles on the spot after the collision, and the system is already failing before he even manages to attempt a counter-maneuver once. The remains of his unit are torn to dust and mud, and Zoe explodes in fury with a roar demanding an explanation for why his comrades are being taken apart so easily. The answer comes from the speakers. The battlefield announcer confirms the harsh truth. Lilibel's equipment is officially out of order, so the two who remain have to hold the blow one-on-one. He decides to take everything into his own hands. His face twists with echoes of rage and despair as he pushes the heavy KOG into maximum mode. Disregarding the ally left as completely useless, Zoid lunges forward. Sharplito crush the girl, mocking their rule. While he blindly charges forward, Colonel Star from the observation platform closely watches the display, his gaze sharp, calculated to the smallest detail. Nearby, Lillibolt freezes in stunned silence. His former confidence shattered the moment his own vehicle was irreversibly neutralized in speed and precision demonstrated by Riene with her tactics. While he watches, another thunderous roar cuts through the stadium. The car of Ron is pushed, thrown askew, and slides across the ground until it completely breaks down. Riene stands in the clouds of dust rising around her, and her dark silhouette eloquently testifies. She fully controls the battlefield and is already heading toward the final clash. She stands victorious over the second shattered ship, and Zoid can only freeze and stare in shock at the ruins of his crew. The realization of how vast the gap between their forces is finally breaks through him. He already understood that she was incredibly dangerous, but the scale of her growth simply could not have predicted. The shock shows on Kenia's face. She freezes and stares while Riene prepares the decisive strike. A sharp shout, and she launches a night maneuver at full throttle. Her car shoots forward like lightning to put an end to this match once and for all. She performs the dancing spiral, a steel tornado that completely staggers the opponent. Zoid, trapped in the very epicenter of the storm, remains rooted to the spot and silently watches as the strike unfolds with such speed that it defies all logic. Through this devastating blow, he desperately tries to push his car into motion, but the steering wheel does not obey. The controllers are dead in his hands. The shadow behind him calmly whispers to her, all his attempts are in vain, for the decisive blow has already been dealt. In an instant, the giant mechanical frame of the unit let out a piercing groan. Saidan collapsed to the ground, scattering a cloud of dust in all directions. Soon, authorized alarm signals thundered throughout the arena, officially declaring the fight over and victory already guaranteed. When the dust settles, the faces of the participants reveal the whole story. Riene remains impassive, Lord Asgard wears a sly, confident smile, and Lilibel is frozen with her mouth agape in pure shock. The announcer's voice echoes in the air, solemnly declaring the opponents the undisputed winners of this match. At this moment, the digital leaderboard flickers and comes to life. Riene rises to the 8th step, followed by Mech and Zoid. Lord Asgard acknowledges her incredible feat. She single-handedly destroyed 3 high-ranking opponents. Riene modestly thanks for the support. On the observation deck, Colonel Star turns to Lord Asgard, gives a speech, and throws him a question, whether he intends to leave as well. After that, he begins to inquire where another person should be. No, it seems as if they have vanished without a trace from this place. The young prince silently turns around and simply walks away. No words, only the colonel's confused shout after him. Nearby, Riene finds a moment of silence and exhales deeply. She is sure her power has truly grown. Suddenly, he approaches her directly, his posture firm and majestic, like a throne within a step. He praises her fighting style, for the grace and nobility he noticed earlier, then asks her name. She looks up and briefly names herself, Riene. He reached out his hand and gently took Riene's palm in his. When his gaze locked onto hers, he said that her name was incredibly beautiful, and this sudden closeness so sharply threw her off balance that Riene froze, shocked and confused. He still held her hand. He leaned forward and, spreading a confident smile, asked if she would agree to honor him with a date. His bold request hung in the air. She stepped back a little, and her face suddenly cooled as she coldly said that she did not know him and had no interest in anyone weaker than herself. He froze at such frankness, instantly apologized for his arrogance, realizing that his reputation was not advancing as he had expected. Nearby, Zoid, not believing his own eyes, watched the scene and recognized the man, the youngest Holy Knight commander, a contender for the role of the next hero. Meanwhile, as soon as he realized whom he was seeing before him, Zoid began trembling, and the prince fixed his gaze even more firmly on the young woman, on her fiery zeal and stubborn determination not to back down from threats. Then he issued a challenge, eagerly proposed a conditional duel between them to settle the question of strength. With a spark in his eyes, he declared that if he emerged victorious, she would have to acknowledge it that very day. She stared at him, shocked by the shameless audacity of his proposal and the confidence with which he said it. Outside them, Zoid's panic was escalating to the limit. He realized how massive the confrontation about to unfold would be. Zoid broke the silence with a frantic cry of disbelief. The reality of a duel with the royal commander became undeniable, and everyone around held their breath. A long, heavy blade of the bardage crashes into the ground with a roar. A shockwave rolls across the training ground as the duel reaches its climax. Standing aside and not interfering, Siegfried closely watches the duel, measures its tension, and admits, the Silver Prince's strength is undeniable. But it is Rione's straightforwardness that strikes him the most. Beside him, his companion remains calm. It seems she is not yet ready to face the captain of the Holy Knight. She lunges forward and fires a desperate strike, but he effortlessly parries the attack. A calm, icy voice reports, one such simple case is not enough. This is insufficient for true high-level interaction. The force of the counterattack throws the mechanical module to the ground. It lands with a crash in the mud, and the metal screeches from the furious impact. He looms over her. The bulky weapon is poised to strike, a silent testament to the power growing from his position. Rione can only stare upward in shock, and the impression finally cuts through her mind. This is what the might of the Holy Knight Captain means. When the simulation ends, they stand face to face on the field. He asks with a confident smile if he met her expectations, and she admits, his strength is truly impressive. It looks as if he is genuinely glad to find an equal opponent capable of such a fight. Suddenly he stretches out his hand and pulls her towards himself. His palm firmly rests on her waist, and he suggests sitting on the food to get to know each other better. Then he promises to personally become her guide in development, behaving like the perfect example of a first-class knight, and leaves her stunned and at the same time uncomfortable. Before the situation could escalate further, Kenya bursts into the frame and loudly, with a sharp command, orders the prince to stop. Steps back a step to the side, then sharply cuts into the conversation in the guise of a masked stranger with spiky light hair. He confidently declares that he is Rione's brother and calls himself Sword Sylphus. The novice tries to maintain his dramatic exit, but ruins the whole scene with a sudden sneeze. Meanwhile, Lord Asgard recalls rumors that Siegfried supposedly has a hidden adopted son. The young man hidden under the mask sharply points a finger at the prince and accuses him, demanding a duel to prove he has the right to meet Rione. While everyone present in the hall only looks at each other in confusion. Kenya allows the thought that this stranger might be someone from the lineage of the god of war himself. Rione, meanwhile, stands silently frozen with shame, while the man in the mask insists that he is fulfilling her father's request. Lord Asgard accepts the challenge, spreading a bold smile, and eagerly awaits any competition to come to prove. He is truly the highest level. To everyone's surprise, the first round takes place in a quiet classroom. Both opponents sit at desks, in front of theme of formal academic exam. A massive opponent rides a wave of panic. His confidence crumbles as soon as he realizes this fight is fought with brains, not mechanics. The dark-haired young man does not take his eyes off the studies. He scrolls through the KOG archive and notes that a true knight must be equally skilled in both the sword and knowledge from books. He stared motionless at the intricate formulas. His hand trembling involuntarily. It had just become clear that the high school level program was far beyond what he was capable of grasping right now. He is despairingly whining about the meager 32 points. Absences caught up with him and are now settling the score. Meanwhile, the opponent calmly shows a perfect grade in the notebook, as if to say that result was to be expected. His sister, whose restrained face breathes cold resentment and disappointment, says that later they will have to have a very serious conversation, and from this humiliation only deepens, while the prince prepares for the next stage of their game. The picture sharply jumps to a professional kitchen. The second round starts, a culinary duel on the edge of stakes. The prince declares that a true gentleman must possess culinary mastery of the highest quality, and this makes the masked challenger realize another defeat will turn into a complete fiasco. Therefore, he has to resort to a hidden technique. She agrees to act as an impartial judge in this culinary duel. Meanwhile, off-screen others grumble. They are still not allowed to start due to ongoing mechanism repairs. Both focus intently on their work. The masked young man carefully prepares the ingredients, simultaneously doubting whether these domestic skills will ever really come in handy on the battlefield. In a few moments they finish cooking, and the prince steps forward to solemnly present the finished dish, making a dramatic gesture. He offers the team, who are waiting impatiently, his masterful work, a beautifully arranged aquapazza. He immediately receives a powerful and indisputable reaction. Zoe exclaims with delight, Lillebolt examines the level of mastery with surprise, and even Rione admits the taste is truly incredible. The crowd freezes as the masked contender steps forward. He places an ordinary, litter-strewn bowl before the princess and prepares for his move. He shows his offering, a modest bowl of miso soup, a traditional dish from Colony 13. Zoe brushes it off, calling it mundane, and Lilibet reproaches that it does not compare to the prince's gourmet creation. He silently watches as she raises the bowl to her lips, despite others' doubts, and slowly, thoughtfully takes a deep sip of the hot, steaming broth. An instant shock flashes within her. Her eyes widen in shock, and a single quiet tear begins to slowly run down her cheek. Others rapidly surround her. They panic, fearing she has been poisoned, but she calms them, stating that it is just too intense for her and a deep nostalgia spreads in the taste. He sees in her the key to his own plan, and recalls how this particular soup becomes the decisive bridge to her past a secret he once grabbed from a detailed guide settings that he studied carefully. He freezes in stunned silence as the prince slams his palm on the counter with a crash. The ruler's voice echoes as he admits defeat in the culinary duel. The masked youth can hardly believe his own victory. His bet on ancient recipes truly made someone from the court concede defeat. He silently watches as the prince admits defeat. His gaze warms as he observes Rione quietly sobbing over the bowl of soup. The royal figure acknowledges the opponent's skill but still says, "The final result will be decided in the next round." And the masked youth silently apologizes to the girl for the painful memories his preparation has brought out again. The prince is immediately led away as the camera sharply cuts from the kitchen to the spacious, open training hall. A voice, rolling under the vaults, resounds throughout all the Rafers. The start of the third match, a test of physical strength and combat skill, is announced. The prince stands ready, gripping a wooden training sword. He steals away his last doubts, vowing to fight to the last to protect Rione's honor. Next to him, the opponent tightly holds his own weapon with trembling hands and silently admits to himself. His only combat experience is the daily harsh training that Rione conducted with him. He freezes as the prince sharply exhales and calls him forward. His posture is flawless, the pressure in his entire gaze. The masked youth takes a breath as before a verdict, realizing there is no retreat, so he must put every drop of strength he can gather into the fight. Suddenly the air in the hall thickens, as if darkness settles on the breath. Pressure begins to leak from his body, tearing everything living from its place. He stands motionless in the very center of the arena, and the silhouette, caught by sharp light, hides and at the same time reveals how his spirit flares and grows. He makes the prince's eyes widen sharply, for the royal heir is already on the edge. He is about to be crushed by the incredible weight of pressure rolling in from the pier. The prince finally recognizes the true origin of the man before him, the infallible aura of the son of the god of war. And he understands the opponent has adjusted so that the prince makes the first move. He bursts forward, launching an attack, but the masked youth springs from his place with such speed that it is hard to believe. In a blurred whirlwind of movements, the opponent parries the blow and immediately responds with fury, through which the prince barely manages to stay on his feet. He freezes in place, trapped so that the cold tip of the training spear presses against his neck, while the prince declares the duel over. With a light, almost playful smile, the gathered youth raise their hands as a gesture of surrender, acknowledging that he has been defeated. But Lord Asgard is still tense. His brow is furrowed in confusion, for he cannot believe how quickly and easily the course of events shifted. Stepping back a step, he awkwardly apologizes to Rione for the lost fight. Inside, he replays the opponent's short but insanely fierce attack and wonders if the prince really gave his all. Rione watches them both closely. The masked guy has clearly become much stronger since their first meeting. He watches them and remains with an obsessive doubt. He cannot shake off the strange feeling of power he sensed during that clash. The prince concludes that he can truly unlock his opponent's potential only when he continues the confrontation further. Turning to his team, he makes a bold proposal: the final, decisive battle, where they will deploy KOG units to put an end to this story once and for all. While he waits for a response, the masked opponent does not slow down. His smile widens as he accepts the challenge. Meanwhile, Asgard's gaze hardens, determination to push for the truth and reveal it grows within him. The clash moves to a deserted rocky wasteland. Their two huge mechanical beings called Tikkins stand ready for battle, their metal bodies gleaming under the scorching sun as they focus on preparing for the decisive test of skill. Two colossal mechanical titans froze in place, locked onto each other in a silent standoff, stretching the very atmosphere of the arena to its limit. From the observation balcony, the spectators freeze in silent confusion, watching as neither of the two fighters has moved from their place. Rione frowns with concern, while Colonel Star looks sober and experienced, trying to understand why both pilots are still standing motionless. On the desolate plain, a strange spectacle suddenly comes to life. Ghostly afterimages of possible strikes flash and flicker in the air, surrounding the motionless units like frozen echoes of a battle playing out only in their minds. In the mass challenger cabin, he is overwhelmed by a wave of familiarity. He recalls how many times he has fought in simulations and realizes that since his arrival, he is holding the helm of a real KOG for the first time. In the pilot's seat, an unusual silence suddenly washes over him, and everything in his mind becomes clearer as he prepares for the real battle. The battlefield is captured in a picture of static cruelty. Reflected projections of the steel clash hang in the air like a monument to the exhausting mental struggle fought by two pilots in their cockpits. But peace is not about him. Lord Asgard suddenly hangs motionless because visions drag on and do not lead him to victory. The prince tries to understand what happened. The body does not obey, and a devastating, monstrous presence rolls over the opponent, breaking his own senses. His eyes widen sharply as he finally realizes, if he takes one careless step within the opponent's reach, he will immediately suffer total defeat. The pressure is so intense that cold sweat breaks out on his back. The royal fighter freezes, hesitates, and does not dare to move for the first strike. Although fear creeps into his chest, he forces himself to remember his origin. When Galbert, the son of a legendary hero, the youngest ever to rise to the rank of Holy Knight. He does not allow his vision to cloud, gripping determination again to overcome the shadow that covers his mysterious enemy. He does not give up. His voice breaks with despair as he orders his car to press on further, shouting that the fight is not over yet and that no one will manage to underestimate him. Despite his defiance, the contender for the mass maneuvers with terrifying precision. Having caught a deadly vulnerability in the defense, he suddenly lunges forward and delivers the decisive blow. The blow turns out catastrophic. As soon as the enemy's weapon manages to hit, a wave of wild energy bursts out, and the spectators in the stands freeze from the impassive Star Colonel to the stunned Rione, who stands frozen in complete disbelief. When the smoke clears, the opponent's mechanical knight stands victorious, its blade hovering over the fallen and shattered body of the prince's machine, which was once proud. The official announcement echoes through the hall and names the sword Sylphid the winner. The team reverberates through the arena while the prince, who was defeated, stares frozen into the sky from his cockpit silently, in shock. His world shattered from one cold fact: he lost. Watching from the side, Colonel Starr acknowledges the full power of this spectacle and confidently emphasizes, the opponent truly defeated the prince. Rione shines with pride for her brother, but a shadow of her own inadequacy flickers in her gaze for a moment. She understands that she still lacks the strength to match Kenya. After everything, the prince's initial shock melts away. Instead, a bizarre mad laughter bursts out, confusing his opponent. He solemnly admits the duel lost, honestly accepts defeat, and even refuses the right to the stake, leaving those nearby truly amazed. He continues to laugh sincerely and freely, and this laughter fills the space completely. Suddenly he realizes, his own pride and confidence in his strength blinded him. In this total, devastating defeat, he suddenly finds fresh insight and a sense of fullness he has not felt for many years. A new passion ignites him from within, his eyes wide open with delight as he solemnly declares his desire to become even stronger. The burden of royal duties seems to vanish as quickly as his sense of pressure disappeared. Now the whole space is occupied by one burning need to improve. Turning to his opponent, the prince pours out sincere thanks for this meeting, and the sudden change of mood throws the disguised youth off balance. Freezes in confusion. The samurai boy remains silent, watching, unable to find how to react to this sudden submission. The king's enthusiasm almost turns into obsession. He begs in a pleading tone for another round, practically begging to be crushed again, and insists on being addressed by a new title which makes others extremely uncomfortable. It looks as if he has found a bizarre joy in his own defeat and greedily wants to feel the same again. Far from the training grounds, Siegfried Sylphid thoughtfully reviews the latest intelligence in his office, noting that the situation is increasingly complicated, while his assistant Lilibelt stands ready nearby. On the adjacent screen, Colonel Starr reports tersely and grimly about the escalating tension. They discuss how a wave of resistance is growing in various colonies and quickly conclude, preparations must be accelerated before the higher powers of the empire begin to act directly. Reports confirm a coordinated pressure that threatens the very foundation of their control. The consequences of this excitement are already visible in Colony 7. A gigantic explosion tears through the urban landscape in the very center of the conflict zone. Smoke and debris fill the air, and the sounds of battle roll through the streets one after another. In clouds of smoke and among ruins, Imperial soldiers suddenly panic. Their ranks are torn apart by the lone appearance of an unidentified enemy. An unknown machine flies into their position at an unimaginable speed. They cling to the command and try to gather a defense, but the fury of the strike knocks the ground from under them. They are crippled by shock and disorientation. The one and only mechanical knight cuts through the Imperial line with surgical precision, and the experienced pilots freeze in disbelief. The mysterious enemy demonstrates a power that is impossible to comprehend. He moves with the same finesse and deadly threat that destroys everything they have learned about KOG battles. The Imperial pilot, with a twisted face from despair and fanatical zeal, throws a final salute to his empire as his combat machine is torn to shreds and devoured by flames in an explosion. On the battlefield stretches a graveyard of twisted metal. The resistance forces have finally shifted the course of the war. In the smoke screen, the exhausted soldier lifts his gaze to the mechanical giant that saved him and utters a deep, sincere thanks for the lives of his comrades. She leads them away, let them finally breathe out with relief. The young warrior stands before her own formidable machine, the Crimson Ogre, and drinks in her gaze, which chills to the bone. The burden of the clash has washed away any remnants of innocence from her, leaving instead a cold, iron resolve. In a calm, deadly quiet tone, she swears that neither she nor Kagekuchi will stop until the empire is completely destroyed.